Buenos días. Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días, María de Portano. Estamos aquí ya trabajando con el audio y la reunión está siendo grabada y está siendo transmitida en
Buenos días a todos los.
Buenos días, Nicole.
Buenos días.
You run the meeting just like the.
Buenos días.
Morning, Mabel.
Good morning, everyone. It's 9:06 a.m. Today, Wednesday, February 9, 2022. I'm going to start the meeting. The meeting is starting right now. My name is Marcos Hanke. I'm the chairman. I'm going to start with the roll call. 177. This is the 177 CFMC council meeting. And with the roll call, I'm going to start on my right, on my left.
Cristina Oran, council staff.
Diana Rivera, council staff.
Graciela García Moliner, council staff.
Paul Bushari, council members in court.
Tony Blanchard, Vice Chair, St. Thomas District.
Marcos Hanke, council chair.
María Isaac, staff.
The Capital SSC chair.
Diana Beltrán, URI.
I lead the office, outreach and education advisory planner.
Howard Forbes, DPN enforcement.
Very loud.
Howard Forbes, DPNR enforcement.
Joya McGrath, DFE Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, DFE Chair, Puerto Rico.
Mr. Chair, we're going to read the names of the people who are joining via Zoom.
Okay. Participants in Zoom, we have Miguel Rolón, Adrian Rios, Andy Strelchek, Cindy Gray McGaskey, Jack McGovern, Jesus Rivera Hernández, Rosalind Ambrosio, Kevin McCarthy, María López Merced, Mabel Maldonado, Nicole Angeli, Nicole Griot, Rachel Eckley, Rafik Ormond, Sarah Stevenson, Vanessa Ramirez, and we have an unknown Zoom user. If you can identify yourself, please speak up.
Maybe.
Edward Schuster, St. Croix, DAP Chair.
Thank you.
Anyone else that we didn't mention joining via Zoom?
Good morning. This is Damaris Delgado, Puerto Rico DNR.
Thank you very much, Damaris. Thank you very much, Ed. Just to make sure I said the date, February 9, 2022. And the next step on the agenda is 1 minute of silence. Miguel Rolón, please follow up on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anja Jorstrom, the young lady who was going to work with the council in her project in South Carolina, passed tragically. A tree fell on her while she was sleeping, camping in Virginia. That's a statement from her grandparents. And she was a very enthusiastic PhD student. We surely are going to miss her. So respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I would like to have a minute of silence on her behalf.
Thank you all. Yeah.
We also would like to have a moment of silence.
Thank you very much. And I just want to make a comment that my dad,
Marcos?
Yes.
Marcos?
Yes.
If I may also, we would like to have another minute of silence on behalf of your father that we all knew that recently passed. Can you say something about your father? I know it's a bit hard, but his name, full name?
Yes. My dad is Gilberto Hanke. He was a man of science. He's a dentist, was an excellent father. And I didn't know how strong his work on earth and around my family was until he passed away, because the seeds that he put around us is still growing and he's still teaching us. I'm going to honor his work, and I'm so proud of my dad. Thank you. The next item on the agenda, thank you very much all, is the approval of the agenda. Graciela.
Before you approve the agenda, we need to include under other business, please, the reappointment of the technical advisory panel, the BBFF staff members. For other business.
Yes.
Thank you.
Took note.
So
That's all for other business. And anybody else who wants to mention anything else?
Marcos, I don't know if you received, I sent you the email for the panel.
Yes, we received your recommendations. Yes.
That, the DAP you can do at the April meeting. You don't have a meeting before the April council meeting. The TAP does have a meeting in March. That's why we need
We
to.
do receive that, and we're gonna address that on the next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm going to try to slow down and speak very loud. Thank you for understanding that. Because of the technology, to make sure the virtual participants and the presential participants can communicate each other. Please, I request the council members and the people present and virtually be patient and speak loud and slow. Approval of the agenda. Anybody have a motion? Can help me out with that?
I move to, Shelley move to accept the agenda as written.
Tony Blanchard, second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The agenda is approved. We're gonna follow up on the meeting. First, Graciela.
Mr. Chair, I do have a couple of housekeeping items. Please, if you're joining the meeting via Zoom inside this room, we prefer that you don't, because it will interfere with the sound. But if you do, make sure that you're on mute. Okay? Do speak loudly, because we need to both record the meeting and Zoom participants need to hear us, and speak slowly, because we do have simultaneous translation outside. So that's also happening at the same time. Do try to keep to the time allotted in the agenda for the presentations, because we do have a heavy agenda for the day. Those are the housekeeping items that I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Graciela. We're ready to start with panel 1, marine protected areas and legal, scientific, and educational aspects.
Marcos,
Graciela.
Marcos.
Yes.
I have to start
Yes.
first. You have to follow the agenda. Oh, it's my turn now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Miguel. Go ahead.
Okay, first I want to excuse not being there in person, because I'm following a procedure with the doctor, checking my blood pressure every hour. But I hope that you don't need a minute of silence for me in April. So this meeting is sort of a different meeting. It's a special meeting of the council. The origin of this meeting was a discussion that we held with Tony Blanchard, Julia McGrath, Ruth Gomez, sometime in the summer. And they were interested in knowing what's going on inside the marine reserves. You know, we have several marine reserves, and they were interested in knowing, having a feedback. And they also made a statement that the fishers are not against marine reserve or deleting marine reserve as a management tool, but they would like to see more about the science behind the marine reserve, about the impact of marine reserve. So this special meeting is just for doing that. In addition, as you all know, Sam Robb gave a presentation at the December meeting on the 14008 executive order, presidential executive order that called for closure or establishment of marine reserve encompassing 30% of the marine waters around the United States by 2030. So the 8 councils working with National Marine Fisheries Reserve, we established a committee, and that committee is area-based management. And we are discussing issues regarding area marine management. Today, we want to hear from the science, governance, outreach and education, and the fishing industry regarding the marine reserve that we have in the U.S. Caribbean. A question came whether all the marine reserves that are established already will comply or not with the 30 by 30 executive order. And the answer is probably no, because there are different criteria for establishing marine reserves, you know. A year-round, no closure, total closure. Seasonal closure are the ones that we have. So today, what we are going to try to do is to get more information from the point of view of the legal aspect of establishing marine reserve. And the way that we set up the meeting today, we are going to have 2 panels. The first panel in the morning will be chaired by Dr. Graciela Garcia Moliner, And we will ask the presenters to stick to the 15-minute presentation time allocated to them. Then when they finish, we will have a 1-hour discussion. That 1-hour discussion will be led by the chair, Mr. Marco Hanke. And at that time, please ask the question that you may have for all the panel members. I want to extend my thank you note to Dr. Mark Ketchup, because Fitchett, I'm sorry if I pronounced his name bad, but this is his morning hour times. He had to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning to be able to give his presentation today because he's in Hawaii. So to him, we extend our gratitude. So again, the two panels will be chaired in the morning by Dr. Graciela Garcia Morire. In the afternoon, the chair will be Julian McGrath, and Julian will be chairing the panel that is going to look at the fishery perspective and the governance perspective of marine reserve. The outcome of this meeting will be hopefully to have some recommendations to the council as to how to proceed. And also we are going to have meetings of the three DAP chairs with the three panels, excuse me, because the three DAP chair asked to consult with the members after this meeting on anything that is related to marine protected areas. In the subcommittee, we'll call it area-based management, because as you know, marine protected areas include sanctuaries, monuments, and closures by the Department of Interior, by the Department of Commerce, that respond to different needs and objectives. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I will be in and out of the meeting, but I will be during the whole day with you. So again, if you have any questions, hold your questions to the presenters until we have the discussion, unless there is a question about some technical aspect of the presentation that you do not understand. And just for clarification, for example, if we have an acronym that Dr. Kevin McCarthy will use, you may ask him what is the meaning of the acronym. But please hold your discussion to the 1 hour or so that we are going to have at the end of the panel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me go. Now we can keep going. Thank you for waiting. Panel one, Graciela.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that Mia was pretty clear in what we're supposed to be doing here today. Do keep track of any recommendations that you can think of to provide for the council, be it either for research that needs to be done or for changes to any of the management measures that we already have in place. So do keep the list of all those recommendations so that we can come back to them at the end. If anything crosses boundaries between governance and industry and research, etc., please bring it up. As for example, a collaboration between fishers and scientists, etc. Keep track of all those questions. So we are going to start with the legal aspects and what the council has to do regarding MPAs based on the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And I think that Jocelyn is online.
Hi, yes. Can you all hear me? This is Jocelyn.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you, Jocelyn.
Okay, I'm ready to present. I believe I sent my presentation in. If you all are able to show those slides, if not, I can pull up a copy here. Okay, thank you. That's perfect. I'm sorry, Graciela. What were you saying?
Making sure that you could see it.
Yeah, we all can see it.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep this a little bit short. I know that we have a full agenda, and so perhaps can give a few minutes back. But this is, as you all mentioned, I'm just trying to provide a little bit of information on protecting areas in the marine environment under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So if you go to the next slide, I have just a brief overview of topics I'm going to address. So I just like to start with just the basics, who we are, what the council's roles are and responsibilities under the Magnuson Act, and then what we do, the Magnuson authorities for protecting areas in the marine environment. And then I'm just going to very briefly talk about the executive order that Miguel had mentioned, the Conserving and Restoring America, the Beautiful initiative. And that's where the 30 by 30 initiative comes into place. As Miguel mentioned, we'd heard a presentation at the last meeting from Sam Rauch on that, and that's some of the larger context for these discussions about MPAs. But really the bulk of what I'm hoping to do is just give us all a refresher about how the Caribbean Council can protect areas in the marine environment. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so again, this is just brief overview. So obviously, this is a Caribbean Council meeting. The council was established by the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and the council has authorities over fisheries in the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, seaward of Puerto Rico and the USVI. And there's just a carve out for the highly migratory species, and those are managed directly by the agency. Okay, next slide, please. And then the council has an obligation under the Magnuson Act. There's a number of different roles set forth, but one of the ones that we're often working with, and really the heart of what we do here, is for fisheries that require conservation and management to prepare and submit to the secretary the fishery management plans. And we also work on amendments to the fishery management plans. And so it's the fishery management plans, and the Act sets forth what the fishery management plans must do. That's really where we see where there's opportunities to protect areas in the marine environment. So on the next slide, I have a little bit more on the FMP authorities. So the Act has specific things that an FMP must include. So the FMPs have to contain conservation and management measures to prevent overfishing, to rebuild overfished stocks, and to protect the long-term health and stability of the fishery. So that's something that the FMP has to do. That's really the heart of the FMP and the goal of the Act. We've talked about the national standards, and that's preventing overfishing while achieving OY. So the FMP has to really work towards that overarching goal. And then the FMPs also, as a requirement, have to describe and identify essential fish habitat and minimize, to the extent that they can, the adverse effects of fishing on that essential fish habitat. And we've talked about essential fish habitat, I know, a number of times, and we were looking at it, of course, when we were redoing the island-based, or creating the island-based FMPs, sorry. And that's those waters and substrate that are necessary to fish for the spawning and the breeding, their growth to maturity. So basically for their life history functions. And that's really some of the ways in which we try to establish protections in the marine environment. So if you go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Those authorities for what the FMPs have to provide. Oh, sorry, slide 6, please. Thank you. So those FMP provisions, they really allow the council to protect particular areas in the marine environment. So when we talked about conservation measures to both to prevent overfishing and to promote the long-term stability of the fishery, the council could choose to close an area to protect spawning if it felt that that was a measure that would promote the stability of the fishery. The council might also decide that protections are necessary to minimize adverse effects on EFH from fishing. So the council might decide to have some gear restrictions in particular areas, or to close areas to fishing during particular times of year to protect specific life history functions. So perhaps, as you know, to protect spawning areas, there might be closures. So those are some of the ways that the council can fulfill its obligations for what the FMP has to include that it could apply to protecting areas in the marine environment. Okay, next slide, please. So the FMP has various specific requirements that act as the FMP must contain. There's also some discretionary provisions. It says an FMP may contain the following measures. And these are also ways in which the council could choose to put in place protections for particular areas in the marine environment. So the FMP could designate zones or time periods when fishing is limited or fishing is prohibited. It could limit fishing in that area to certain vessels or certain types of gears. And then there's also a specific provision that says the FMP may designate zones to protect deep sea corals, either from damage from fishing gear or, on the flip side, to prevent the loss or damage of gear from interactions with corals. So those are some other authorities that the council might use in preparing FMPs or amendments to FMPs to protect particular areas. Next slide, please. And then the Act also has some criteria to consider when closing an area to all fishing. So if the council establishes an area that's closed to all fishing, it must ensure that that closure is based on the best scientific information available. And that's of course one of the national standards that we have too, the national standard 2, to use the best available scientific information. The council must also, for that closed area that's closed to all fishing, include some criteria to assess the conservation benefit of the closed area, to establish a timeline for review of the closed area's performance, and to assess the benefits and impacts of the closure. So on this slide, when we talk about criteria to assess the conservation benefit and review of the closed area's performance, that's something else that Miguel had mentioned that we're trying to do here, is look at how are the closed areas doing. And then I believe the Science Center is going to talk about how we assess the benefit of these closed areas and others too. How do we know if they're being successful? What's the purpose of them? And how do we evaluate that? So on this slide, we have the closed areas that the Caribbean Council has established right now. And these are part of the island-based FMPs. We're still in the process of implementing the island-based FMPs. And by that, I mean putting the regulations to match the FMPs. The FMPs have been approved, but we're just updating the regulations to make sure that they properly implement the measures in the FMPs. So these are the, I believe, 7 areas that are closed to all fishing or fishing for particular species during particular times of year. The Hind Bank is a year-round closure. And in addition to closures for all fishing or fishing for certain species, there's gear protections as well. So you can see in the last column there that there's restrictions on fishing with pots, traps, and bottom long lines, gill nets, and trammel nets. And that was to protect the marine environment there, as well as to protect certain of the species in that area. And so I have some text in bold and italics there. That was just noting for the red hind spawning aggregation areas that when we implement the island-based FMPs, we're just going to update the date of the closure to say that it extends through the last day of February, just to account for leap years when February has 29 days. Right now, the regulations say they extend through February 28th. And then on the Bajo de Seco, that closure is just for Caribbean reef fish. And so that will include, when we have the island-based FMP regulations updated, that will just say, the reef fish that are managed under each of the island-based FMPs. So this is how the council has used some of those authorities to protect the fishery and to protect essential fish habitat. And these are the areas that we've come up with. For the most part, there's seasonal closures to protect particular areas. Hind Bank, of course, again, is that year-round closure. And so I think, as Miguel mentioned in the intro, there's some interest in evaluating the success of these closed areas. And then from there, we can figure out, if there's changes needed or if there's other areas that we're hoping to protect. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? And this is just a visualization of where those closed areas are. I'm sure folks are pretty aware of it, but just wanted to show where those closed areas are. And I was focused on the closed areas that are really focused on protecting, a particular area that's going to be closed to all fishing or fishing for certain species. We do have seasonal closures for particular species, and some of those seasonal closures are area limited. So seasonal closure for Queen Conch off St. Croix is area limited, and there's a seasonal closure off Puerto Rico that's area limited, I believe, for red hinds. But those are really focused on protecting the species. What I was trying to look at here is maybe this is more aimed at protecting the particular area, because we have in these areas protections against using particular gears, and mostly kind of closing it to all fishing. And that's really the limit of the council's authority is really to protect areas from fishing. So that's why I focused on these 7 areas, just in the context of this conversation. And then if you go to the next slide, this is just a little brief overview of the Executive Order 14008, which we heard about at the last meeting and which Miguel touched on in the introduction. This is the 30 by 30 initiative. The goal of this executive order is to conserve at least 30% of our lands and waters by 2030. And so within the council context, there have been discussions about the MSA protected areas and whether the areas that the councils have protected would qualify to say, yes, we're conserving this area in the marine environment. So right now we're at the beginning part of that conversation. We're trying to understand what conservation means, and then whether the council protected areas, both that the Caribbean has protected and the other councils have protected, if they meet that goal of conserving the area. So the Council Coordination Committee has a subcommittee on area-based management, which Miguel mentioned, and that subcommittee is evaluating what conservation means. And the goal here is to understand, what are the baseline protections? What areas have we conserved right now? How far along are we to that goal of conserving 30% of the land and water? So that we're really at the beginning part of that conversation, and I'm sure we'll hear more about it. But I know that's one of the reasons why we've been interested in looking at areas that the Caribbean Council has protected. My goal was just to provide an overview of the Magnuson Act tools to protect particular areas, and then we can kind of see over time, whether or not any of those areas qualify for 30 by 30. But what's important from my perspective for the council is just for the council to make sure that it's managing its fisheries how it sees as necessary. So if the council should really be focused on what protections do we need for the fisheries under the council's jurisdiction, and how are we doing? How are those protections operating? Do we need additional protections? Do we need to revise the protected areas that we have now? And what are the tools to do that? So the FMP process, the amendment process, and the authorities that I went over. So that's the end of my presentation. And I will turn it back over to you, Graciela.
Thank you, Jocelyn. We do have a little bit of time, so if anyone has any specific questions for Jocelyn, otherwise we can move on and then have a discussion at the end of the presentation. I still have to speak loud. Okay, so next up is, thank you, Jocelyn. So Diana Beltran will be talking about the inventory of MPAs. should have access to the presentation from your laptop.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Diana Beltran. So today I will be presenting the U.S. Caribbean Marine Management Areas Literature Review, but I am more fluent in Spanish, so I will change in Spanish because I prefer that. Okay. So, aquí estamos viendo cuál es el contenido de la presentación. No voy a ir poco a poco en esto porque gastaría mucho tiempo, pero vamos a hacer como un general review de 7 áreas marinas manejadas en el Caribe. Nosotros yo hice una revisión bibliográfica acerca de ellas de los últimos 10 años y luego hice un pequeño ejercicio para poder identificar cuánto de las áreas marinas protegidas tenemos actualmente dentro de Estados Unidos, el Caribe de Estados Unidos. En este slide, ya como lo mostró anteriormente, pues estas son las áreas en las que nos enfocamos. Todos ustedes están muy familiarizados con ellas. Tenemos el Bajo del Chico, Turmarine Bank, Abrir la Sierra, tenemos Hind Bank, Marine Conservation District, Gramary Bank, y tenemos Mutton Snapper, Spawning Aggregation y Land Bank. Ok, acá tengo una lista de cuáles son los cierres de cada una de esas reservas y exactamente cómo funciona. Vamos a comenzar. Entonces, la primera es Abrir la Sierra. Esta fue principalmente establecida en el 96 y fue establecida para proteger las agregaciones reproductivas del red hind. Básicamente lo que estoy mostrando acá en el lado derecho es una tabla. En esa tabla ustedes van a ver los estudios que se han desarrollado en esa reserva. El número de estudios se ve en la segunda columna y los últimos estudios, qué año fue que se hizo esto. El estudio realmente que se hizo allí fue hecho por García Sáez en el 2013. Se necesita, yo creo que hacer un nuevo estudio. Yo lo que voy a dar son unas recomendaciones después de haber visto lo que se ha hecho allí. Entonces lo que veo es que se necesita hacer también unos nuevos estudios de unos estudios bénicos y de los peces arrecifales. También en muchas de las reservas lo que estamos viendo es que hay una falta de estudios de pesquerías independientes o de pesca por captura por unidad de pesca, o esa información de pronto existe pero tampoco es realmente disponible o fácilmente disponible para nosotros. Otra cosa que podemos hacer es promover los estudios que cuantifican la densidad de otras especies de peces comerciales en esta reserva. Okay. Aquí en esta reserva lo que hemos visto es que se han hecho también muchos estudios que hacen estudios acústicos o estudios estos estudios acústicos como por ejemplo la Rowell de 2011, de 2012, Ibrahim y Sayas, son muy importantes porque han ayudado a determinar cuáles son los sitios o el área donde viven los peces. Eso está muy bueno, pero también debemos continuar apoyando este tipo de estudios. La siguiente es el Marine Bank. Esta reserva fue establecida en 1993, principalmente para proteger y conservar los recursos muy altos, muy altamente explotados en Puerto Rico, en las Vírgenes y las Islas Vírgenes. El nivel de protección es una reserva que es estacionaria, o sea que no es seasonal. Las especies que se encuentran allí, que han sido vistas haciendo ese comportamiento de spawning, son el red hind. Se han hecho estudios de descensos visuales, se han hecho estudios de pesca independiente y se han hecho estudios que utilizan passive acoustic telemetry o estudios que utilizan estudios acústicos. Acá tenemos en la tabla cuántos de ellos se han hecho, cuáles son los años en los cuales son los últimos estudios que se han hecho. En el mapa lo que traté de hacer es poner todos, o sea, lo que yo traté de hacer es poner los estudios que tuviesen todos estos puntos geográficos para entender en ese mismo mapa cuáles son las áreas donde más se han estudiado, más se han mostrado estos sitios. El Marine Bank también parcialmente coincide con una área marina en Puerto Rico que se llama la Reserva de Turmarín. Esta área más o menos está dividida, que está en la zona económica exclusiva del 40% y en Puerto Rico pertenece el 60% de esta zona. Algo que recomiendo también es que se tenga en cuenta, es que se deben estudiar otras especies de importancia comercial allí. Por ejemplo, García Sáez en el 2013 habló de que allí se encontraban otras especies importantes, como por ejemplo otros mundos, el blackfin, el dog, el Cuera snapper, el lionfish, el pupfish y el queen tiger fish, que son muy abundantes en los mesofóticos en esa área. Entonces sería bueno hacerlo allá. Otra cosa que para los estudios que yo revisé es que no hay mucha información de los estudios de pesquería independiente o captura por unidad de esfuerzo. Otra falla ahí también es que la información que existe no está del sitio pescado, sino está del sitio que se ha desembarcado. Y lo que pues, aconsejaría hacer también es que se siga confirmando haciendo telemetría o estudios de acústica, porque es una de las herramientas que pueden ayudar a generar y a proveer mejor información. El Bajo del Chico fue creada en 1996, es también una seasonal closure, va de octubre 1 a marzo 31. En el 2010 fue modificada de 3 meses, fue cambiada para 6 meses, principalmente por la presencia de Redheim. Aquí se han hecho diferentes tipos de estudios acústicos, de black grouper, de nation grouper, de lionfish. Como en las otras anteriores, tenemos una tabla en la parte derecha donde vemos el número de estudios que se han hecho y cuáles fueron los más recientes que se han hecho. Algo importante acá es que el estudio el más reciente de la comunidad béntica de los peces arrecifales fue hecho en el 2007. Entonces yo recomendaría también que se hiciera un estudio nuevo para obtener una información más actual sobre qué está pasando con estas poblaciones de peces y si existe algún recovery en estas poblaciones. Lo mismo, falta mucha información de la pesca independiente o de captura por unidad de esfuerzo. De pronto esta información existe, pero en el momento de conseguirla no está disponible, no está organizada o muchas veces hemos tenido problemas para poder tenerla. También recomiendo que se continúe haciendo telemetría y estudios de acústica, porque estos estudios ayudan a verificar cuál es el movimiento de las especies en el área. Acá tenemos algunos ejemplos de la información actual que existe, pero que sin embargo, haciendo más estudios de estos, podríamos continuar generando información muy importante para entender la biología de las especies. Bueno, Grammar Bank fue creada en el 2005. También es una reserva que se cierra seasonal o estacionariamente, va desde febrero 1 a abril 30. Fue creada principalmente porque existían sitios de agregaciones de peces de yellowfin grouper. En esa reserva podemos encontrar otras especies que ya hay otras especies que se han visto que generan esa misma comportamiento, como el yellow grouper, como el dog snapper, Cubera snapper y el Bermuda chum. En este estudio, en esta reserva se han realizado censos visuales, se han realizado mucha telemetría. Si ustedes pueden ver, en la parte de derecha, ustedes van a ver todos los estudios en los cuales yo conseguí puntos geográficos, y la mayoría de los estudios se han hecho en el sureste de la reserva. ¿Por qué? Porque en esas zonas donde cambia como la plataforma continental y es la zona donde más o menos se hacen las agregaciones. Por eso es que la mayoría de esos estudios se concentran allí. Definitivamente esta reserva es una de las mejores estudiadas del Caribe. Se ha hecho muchas de las cosas muy importantes. Acá tengo que resaltar que la telemetría y el marcaje de los peces han generado una información muy importante. Si ustedes pueden ver abajo, en la gráfica de abajo, ustedes van a ver por medio, este es un estudio que hizo Nemeth en el 2007, en el cual él tagueó unos peces y esos peces fueron recapturados en diferentes zonas. Si ustedes ven en las zonas que están como unos cuadrados que son grisecitos, esos peces fueron tallados en el centro y los peces que ellos recolectaron se movieron hacia diferentes áreas. Lo más importante de aquí es que los investigadores sugieren que estas reservas deberían ser agrandadas. Deberían ser agrandadas porque estas son especies altamente migratorias. Son especies que necesitan corredores entre las reservas y claramente la evidencia científica dice que ellos se están moviendo. Ellos se están moviendo hacia diferentes áreas. Las reservas árticas tienen un tamaño muy pequeño y no le estamos dando la protección adecuada a los peces. También otra cosa que encontraron en esta reserva es que los peces están demorándose más dentro de las reservas después del cierre. ¿Qué significa eso? Que nosotros estamos cerrando solo por una época del año y los peces se mantienen ahí después. Son los peces, no los estamos protegiendo la totalidad del tiempo que deberíamos hacer. Es algo que hay que tener en cuenta y también la evidencia científica nos está diciendo que probablemente es una buena metodología cambiar un poco el periodo de cierre de la reserva. En la parte derecha ustedes pueden ver que esta reserva tenemos datos claros en que los nasófilos desde 2002 al 2008 han incrementado en abundancia. Esto quiere decir que la reserva está dando frutos. O sea, que la reserva realmente está protegiendo a los peces, que fue su finalidad proteger. En la tablita de la derecha ustedes van a ver los diferentes tipos de estudios que revisamos, los números de estudios y cuáles fueron los más recientes en cada uno de los sitios. Ok, Red Hind Conservation District. Esta reserva fue establecida en el 2007, en el 99. Esta es la única que es por un año completo y es una take zone. O sea, es un año completo donde ellos no pueden sacar nada. Las personas no pueden sacar nada de allí. Si ustedes pueden ver en el cuadro de la izquierda abajo, ahí están ubicados todos los estudios que se han hecho ahí. O sea, ahí ha sido una reserva de verdad bien estudiada, como ustedes lo pueden ver ahí. Se han mostrado evidencia de que existe la formación de agregaciones de Red Hind, de Tiger Grouper y de Naso Grouper. Esta reserva también tiene evidencia suficiente de que las plantaciones se han incrementado desde el 2005 y hay un montón de nuevos estudios que se están realizando con nuevas tecnologías que también ayudan a traer nueva información, como por ejemplo nuevos métodos para clasificar los llamados de los peces o otros métodos de acústica para poder utilizarlos allí. Si ustedes ven en la parte derecha, allí tenemos también el número de estudios que yo revisé, cuáles son los más recientes para cada uno de los sitios. También en esta reserva, NEME en el 2007 encontró que las agregaciones de peces están influenciados altamente por la presencia de unas corrientes lentas que atraviesan por la plataforma continental y eso maximiza que allí se contengan los huevos y las larvas. También encontraron que todos los animalitos que se encuentran allí probablemente migran hacia el norte de sus respectivas agregaciones. Esta reserva empezó en el 93, es también estacionaria, es desde diciembre hasta febrero 28, fue principalmente construida porque allí se encontraba el Red Hind, es una take zone en ese momento. Se han hecho estudios de movimientos del tiger fish, y también se ha hecho estudios de acústica pasiva. Si ustedes pueden ver en la derecha, ahí encontramos el número de estudios que se han hecho y cuáles son las fechas más recientes. Aquí lo que podemos ver y las recomendaciones es que tienen lo que han dicho los investigadores es que tiene una baja abundancia o densidad en los predadores en St. Croix y en el norte de Virgin Islands y que tiene también ausencia de muchos de los estudios de los Fisheries Independent Students, y también de las estudios de captura por unidad de esfuerzo. Bueno. El Moulton Snapper Spawning Area, esta es una también es seasonal, empezó en el 93, fue creada por la presencia del Moulton Snapper. Acá básicamente los investigadores han ido un montón y en realidad no han encontrado muchos de los animales. Es recomendable que se utilicen otros métodos para poder ir ahí, para poder certificar que esas agregaciones existen en esa área. Aquí lo que vamos a ver es como un resumen de todos los estudios, con todas las fechas de los últimos estudios y de los últimos tópicos que se utilizaron. Acá lo que vamos a ver son las especies que están presentes y que han sido científicamente evidentes en cada una de las reservas. En otro caso, yo lo que hice fue hacer un ejercicio. Yo tomé todas las áreas marinas de Puerto Rico, utilicé 3 diferentes sets de datos. En esos sets de datos vienen de diferentes proveedores. Esos proveedores ya tienen clasificados el nivel de protección. Yo lo que hice fue tratar de estandarizar ese nivel de protección para poder entender cuáles son las cosas que tenemos en este momento en Puerto Rico y en las Islas Vírgenes. Ustedes tienen allí cuál es la definición de una área marina protegida. Es importante tener claro que yo me basé en las International Unit for Conservation Nature porque es algo más global, aunque Estados Unidos no trabaja mucho con eso, pero es algo más global para poder entenderlos y ponernos de una manera general. Para ellos, tener una reserva que tenga un seasonal closure no significa que sea un área marina protegida. Eso debe ser claro. Nosotros acá lo que vemos es que las reservas marinas están en un nivel de protección desde el muy, muy estricto, como un no-take zone, hasta uno que no tiene ninguna protección, ¿cierto? Acá podemos ver que tienen diferentes categorías. Ellos los nombran desde la 1A hasta la 6. Desde la 1 hasta la 6. Y cada una tiene una diferente Entonces, cuando yo puse toda esa información y saqué toda la información de las áreas marinas, o de no solo de las áreas marinas, sino de las áreas protegidas de Puerto Rico, en San Luis y San Tomás, encontramos que la mayor cantidad de áreas que nosotros tenemos están categorizadas como 4. Eso significa que ellos ya le dieron esa categorización, pero en la vida real no significa que estén cumpliendo todos los requisitos de ser esa categorización, como ya vimos anteriormente. Cuando yo uní todas las áreas marinas protegidas en el Caribe, en la zona exclusiva económica del Caribe americano, da que nosotros tenemos un porcentaje de protección de un 2.02%. Cuando miramos qué tenemos en las US Virgin Islands, decimos que tenemos 27,68%. Y ustedes pueden ver allá que está dividido en diferentes categorías. Cuando vamos a Puerto Rico, decimos que tenemos un 28.46% protegido. Esto es importante, es importante saber que estamos cerca de los 30 en el papel, pero no estamos cerca de los 30 en la realidad. Nuestras áreas están categorizadas como número 4, no cumplen los requisitos de esta categoría número 4, que es mucho más estricta. Para poder llegar a esos 30, yo propongo hacer diferentes opciones, como considerar, por ejemplo, alargar los cerramientos de los cierres en algunas de ellas, de pronto incrementar los tamaños, como evidentemente ya la información científica lo sugiere para algunas de las reservas. También incrementar el no-take en algunas áreas, porque en algunas áreas todavía se puede pescar, y revisar definitivamente todos los planes de manejo y desarrollar nuevos en las áreas que no los tienen, porque eso también es otro problema. Nosotros tenemos muchas áreas que no tienen ningún plan de manejo y ninguna guía para poder manejar esa área. Bueno, ahí yo voy a dar otras generalidades y de recomendaciones, pero no las voy a leer, yo las voy a dar acá más o menos habladitas. Yo recomiendo también hacer stock assessment de las especies de importancia comercial y hacerlo mucho más frecuente. Ya sabemos que los coral reef habitats son esenciales y son hábitats esenciales para estas áreas. Entonces deberíamos hacer más monitoreos con transectos y transectos permanentes. No todas las reservas tienen eso, solamente unas reservas dentro de la selección de reservas de áreas marinas manejadas que yo revisé tienen. Yo aconsejo seguir trabajando con el acoustic tagging y con la telemetría. Es una herramienta que ha ayudado un montón, es una herramienta que de verdad ha dado un montón de información para entender los hábitats, para entender también la efectividad de las estrategias, para saber si las áreas son grandes, son pequeñas, para saber si el movimiento es correcto. Ha dado también como una baseline information en algunas de las especies que no se conoce nada. Es realmente muy importante. También ok, también tenemos que considerar nuevas tecnologías. Esas nuevas tecnologías ya son ampliamente conocidas, podemos usar drones, podemos usar aerobics que tengan unas cámaras potentes. Recomiendo también, por ejemplo, usar la genética, recomiendo usar también los modelos físicos, incorporando todas las informaciones biológicas dentro de esos modelos físicos. También la microchemistry de los otolitos también es muy importante para poder identificar esa conectividad. Algo que quiero dejar claro es que a mí me parece que lo que estamos viendo es que nosotros tenemos muchas áreas, pero no las estamos viendo como un network. Y la clave es entender cómo ellas se están conectando. La clave es saber que esas reservas tienen que estar conectadas entre sí para ser saludables y para poder seguir adelante. Acá son ejemplos de que diferentes tecnologías muestran esa conectividad. Por ejemplo, acá el tagueo lo muestra. Acá este es un modelo de partículas que se hizo, digamos, en el 2000. La gente creía que todas esas larvas y que todo eso era ampliamente distribuido en el Caribe. Y ya en el 2006 nos estamos dando cuenta que eso no es así. Ahora en el 2022 sabemos que definitivamente eso no es así. Y las evidencias genéticas demuestran que las poblaciones son totalmente diferentes. Entonces hay que tener en cuenta eso.
Thank you, Diana. So we're going to move along. Kevin, are you online? Rachel?
I'm here.
Okay, ready?
Sure.
Okay, so give us a second.
You're going to run the slides on your end. Is that correct?
If you want us to, yes.
Terrific. Since we're both presenting, it makes as much sense for you to run the slides as for us to do it.
Okay, so off you go. Next. Hold on a second, Kevin. Yes?
Okay, I can't speak. I'm on my.
Hold on. Kevin, hold on a second, please.
I'd just like to touch on the MPAs and how we are looking to evaluate them. We have a lot of studies done, and I'm speaking specifically in the Virgin Islands and the Hindback and the Humanic Bank. The Hindback is a seasonal closure and it's closed year round. We have the Humanic Bank that's closed to certain types of fishing, but it is also closed to the groupers from and the seasonal closure for 3 months, right? Now, I understand the part about interconnectivity, but to the end of the day, the bottom line here is we are here to manage fisheries and take into account the people of the Virgin Islands or the people of Puerto Rico and how they are being affected. I think we have more than enough regulations and the books that they are enforced than to try to establish a larger MPA or to come with more guidelines. I think we got more than enough guidelines, to be honest. And I don't see the sense of running regulations with a lack of enforcement. Now, just like she stated, there are technologies out there who don't actually need men in the field as the drone and surveillance that is done other ways, just like we track a drug runner. No difference. We don't actually have to put on hard lines because at the end of the day, the fishers who fish for a living know where the hard lines are. But the presence of enforcement is going to enforce the regulations and the rules. Meaning if they see a drone flying over a man and they understand that this is a drone that is monitoring an area, we don't actually need a boat in the water. The other thing is enforcing the regulation when it hit the shoreline. You know, at the end of the day, there is way to enforce it without actually putting a man in the field. And I think we see that through how it's used in law enforcement on the streets. I don't think we need any more regulations. I don't believe we need to expand any more MPAs. I think the regulations that is on the books, if they are enforced, they will do the job. Now, what I think we need to do is, like I said, there's a lot of studies being done in the Virgin Islands, especially on the island.
Marcos and Graciela. Marcos, Graciela, if I may, leave the discussion for at the end of the presentations. Only questions to clarify in the presentation, so we won't lose the discussion and the recommendation, possible recommendation to the council. So stick to the agenda and all your comments and questions until the end of the panel.
So Kevin, you're on, but hold on to your thoughts because the combination of all the regulations that we have in place is one of the questions that I have. Kevin, you're on.
Okay, should I be able to see the presentation on my screen as well?
Yes.
I can't do that right now. I don't see it right now. I see a great shot of everybody in the room though.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else who's online can see the presentation. Well, we're making progress. There we go.
Okay,
all right.
so
All set now. Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting the Science Center to make a presentation and to participate in this really important meeting. I'd also like to thank the previous two speakers, Jocelyn and Deanna, for their excellent presentations. And they've covered some of the same ground that Rachel and I were going to cover. So we'll be able to skip through a few slides fairly quickly, so we won't be too repetitious. My partner today in making this presentation is Rachel Eckley. She's presented to the council before, so you'll recognize her voice, I think. So next slide, please. Okay, so I had some introductory material, but I think it's been very well covered in the previous presentations. The point I want to make here is really one of terminology. You know, MPAs mean different things to different people, as we've seen in the previous presentations. You know, they can mean no-take areas, they can mean areas of no access, they mean seasonal no-take, also sometimes referred as time area closures. And they can fall under different authorities. You know, in the U.S. Caribbean, it can be the Park Service, it can be Fish and Wildlife, and they're not always under council authority. So next slide. And even when they are under council authority, there could again be these different levels of protection. You know, there could be no-take areas like Hind Bank, there could be seasonal closures, there could be seasonal closures for single species. So the term MPA, it can be very broad. or we can be more specific. And again, this has been mentioned by the previous speaker, so I won't belabor the point. But we need to be careful when we're having these discussions. What do we really mean when we use these terms? What do we mean when we say managed area? What do we mean when we say marine protected area? So it's just a bit of something to keep in our back pockets when we're having these conversations, that we agree on terms so we're not talking past one another. And now I'm going to hand off to Rachel. She's going to talk through the next few slides that are discussing some of the ongoing studies in the U.S. Caribbean.
All right, thanks, Kevin. You can advance to slide 4. All right, so good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about the effectiveness of managed areas, followed by some ongoing studies that are doing some aspect of MPA monitoring in the U.S. Caribbean. And Deanna alluded to many of these studies in the previous presentation. So to investigate the effectiveness of managed areas, many studies examine the abundance or size of fish inside the managed area, and then compare those results to the abundance and size outside of the managed area. For example, in 2005, NEMIF investigated red hind size structure and spawning abundance within the no-take Hind-Bank Marine Conservation District, which, as we know, is one of the council-managed time area closures. And then in 2006, NEMIF et al. Compared those results to an unmanaged fishery on the Saba Bank of the Netherland Antilles, so another area of the Caribbean. And although the size range of fish was larger in the Hind-Bank Marine Conservation District, the unmanaged area had a higher spawning density. And this may seem like a counterintuitive result, but it was attributed to the Hind-Bank Marine Conservation District being a much larger area and then having a spawning population over 4 times as high as the unmanaged area. Next slide, please. Which then leads to the point that a statistical difference may or may not always mean that there's a biological difference or have any true biological implications. And as we've seen firsthand from this study, the spawning density was statistically larger in the unmanaged area, but the spawning population was 4 times as high in the Hind-Bank Marine Conservation District. Next slide, please. So another way to investigate or examine the effectiveness of managed areas would be to incorporate fish movement and area connectivity. Pittman et al. 2014 investigated if the existing size of managed areas matched the spatial scale of fish movements using underwater acoustic receivers concentrated in 2 IUCN categorized MPAs off St. John, as well as in the council-managed Hind-Bank Marine Conservation District. And they found that fish, including the saucer-eye porgy, blue-striped grunt, and lane snapper, were capable of traveling 25 miles in a single day. And although many individuals showed a high fidelity to these managed areas, most fish traveled distances well beyond the managed areas. And so the researchers recommended that species movement patterns be used to evaluate the design and effectiveness of current and future MPAs and managed areas. So one of the goals of establishing a managed area can be to protect the reproductive potential, in which case we would want to ensure that the size and shape of that area is adequate to protect a significant portion of the stock. And this could be accomplished by taking both adult and larval movement patterns into consideration when designing the managed area. Next slide, please. So moving on to some ongoing studies, we compiled a list of a few projects that are monitoring some aspect of managed areas. And we compiled this list by doing a targeted search of the Caribbean Projects Inventory, which is the inventory that I presented to you all at the last council meeting that focuses on NOAA-funded work in the U.S. Caribbean. And I've recently added the data category of MPA monitoring as a searchable field, which was used to identify these following projects. Now, this in no way is a comprehensive list of all ongoing work. It's just a handful of various projects currently monitoring some aspect of managed areas. So this first project here, titled "Are the 2 largest marine protected areas in the USVI working?" is assessing if managed areas are improving fish abundance and diversity
in the council-managed Hind Bank Marine Conservation District and the IUCN categorized Virgin Islands Coral Reef National Monument. Other goals of the project are to obtain baseline data for top predator and key herbivore populations, evaluate the extent of the lionfish invasion, and document any unknown fish spawning aggregations within the mesophotic reef environment. So what they're doing, they are comparing habitat and biological resources, including abundance, biomass, and diversity, using the Reef Visual Census, or RVC, point count method. Now this project is ongoing. It's a 3-year project, and they should conclude sampling within the year. So I don't have any results just yet, but they should be forthcoming. Next slide, please. Another study with some aspect of managed area monitoring is the National Coral Reef Monitoring Program, or NCRAMP. Now, NPA monitoring is not the primary objective of this project, as they mainly focus on localized assessments of coral reef ecosystem status. But the goals that they have that would be relevant to today's NPA topic would be their monitoring of fish size, abundance, and species richness, which is the number of species within a defined region. They also use divers and the RVC point count method. Informally, they use the belt transect method. And sampling for this project has occurred biannually in spring and fall since the year 2000. Now, about 1/3 of their sampling occurs inside of managed areas in the US Caribbean, but there's no current capacity to look at specific managed areas. So the caveat to this is that NCRAMP data is great to make broad comparisons of size, abundance, and richness inside and outside of the areas to serve as only baseline information. Next slide, please. They currently do not have a detailed report that directly addresses differences between inside and outside of managed areas. However, their 2021 tech memo touches on some results from the recent sampling period of 2017 to 2019. And as an example, we've got some results for queen triggerfish here on the left and red hind on the right. And I know this may be a little difficult to read on the screen, but on the x-axis is the sampling years from 2016 to 2019. And on the y-axis is density, recorded as number of individuals per sampling area. The solid line on the graphs represents data outside of the managed areas, and the dotted line represents data inside the managed areas. And what we're seeing here is that in St. Thomas and St. John, queen triggerfish and red hind both showed significantly different densities outside the managed areas between the sampling years. And in St. Croix, red hind showed a significant difference in density between the sampling years, both inside and outside of the managed areas. And in all cases in the US Virgin Islands, queen triggerfish and red hind densities were greater outside the managed areas than inside the managed areas for the 2019 sampling year. And these differences could be attributed to how a fishery responds to various management actions. Some of those actions include spatial management or fishing regulations, and even natural events like hurricanes. And NCRAMP also monitors size composition inside and outside of the managed area, but those data have not yet been analyzed for the recent sampling period, so I don't have any results from those to discuss today. Next slide, please. And the last ongoing project that I'll briefly share today is oceanographic pathways and hydrodynamic connectivity between marine protected areas in the USVI in Eastern Puerto Rico. This is a 5-year project that is assessing the connectivity of managed areas with emphasis on recruitment sites and the transport of fish eggs and larvae, and focuses on the council managed areas of the Hind Bank Marine Conservation District, Germanic Bank, and Lang Bank. And to investigate this, the team is observing current velocities and simulating larval transport dynamics using finite volume community ocean modeling. So this really goes back to the idea that we need to ensure the size and shape of the managed area is adequate to protect a significant portion of the stock. And it may prove beneficial to incorporate not only fish movement patterns, but also larval transport and area connectivity when discussing managed area effectiveness and design, which is aligned with some of the recommendations that Deanna shared in the previous presentation. Advance to the next slide, please. And then Kevin, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. So we've gotten a quick overview of some of the work that's been going on. And now let's go back to how do managed areas factor into our management decisions? How do they come into play when it comes to ACL determination? So I would say, let's recall how ACLs are set. And we've got a tiered system for getting at annual catch limits. And the highest tiers, 1 through 3, we've only got in the Caribbean one species, tier 3. So those species have stock assessments. And so we've got a stock assessment for lobster. And to get to an annual catch limit, recall that a stock assessment will give you an overfishing limit. If you look on the left, that red highest portion. So we get to an overfishing limit, and then through a series of buffers to account for scientific and management uncertainty, we get down to an annual catch limit. And there are a number of folks who play a role in all of that, the SSC, the council itself. But we've only got one species there, and we'll get back to those species with stock assessments in a minute. But for the Caribbean, most species are in what we call tier 4, and this is when an assessment is not available. So we get to an annual catch limit through a process that the SSC has done called a productivity and susceptibility analysis, also called a PSA. And that uses life history information, things like how slow growing or fast growing are the fish? Do they reproduce in a couple of years, or does it take them, are they not reproductively viable until they're 10 years old or older? So it takes that kind of information from life history to look at how susceptible are these species to the fishery. How likely is it, or how easy is it to get into a situation where they're being overfished? During that PSA process, the SSC specifically took into account the potential protective benefits of managed areas when we came to setting what in the tier 4 system is known as an SYL, or a sustainable yield level. So all of these managed areas were specifically taken into account for the protections it might provide these species when getting at this, when we're ultimately getting to an annual catch limit. So this kind of process can take into, can provide relative stock status. And again, to get to an annual catch limit, the full process uses a benchmark years of landings and applies either a multiplier so that you can, the ACL will be set somewhere above those average landings, or a buffer if we think that the species is particularly susceptible to the fishing pressure, or that it's already in trouble. And that's generally arrived at by expert opinion. So that's how we get to ACLs in that process for tier 4, which is, again, most species in the Caribbean, nearly all, the managed areas are accounted for in that process. Next slide, please. So when we do have a stock assessment, how do we account for benefits or effects of managed areas? Well, right now, we don't explicitly account for them because we need spatial data. And spatial data is pretty sophisticated stuff. It's not always available in other regions in the Southeast. Not all species have that level of sophisticated data, and this is a work in progress for the Caribbean. Recall, we've only got one species that even has a stock assessment. So this will take some time to get there. But if we're thinking about it now, we can plan projects that will provide that kind of spatial information. And so we do somewhat account for managed areas, because if there are data that come from a managed area, they are included in the stock assessment. But because we don't have spatial data for all the components that go into a stock assessment, we can't differentiate the data that's taken from inside a managed area versus outside a managed area. In order to do that, we'd need a two-area stock assessment, as we would call it. So we'd need data from inside the managed area and outside the managed area. And so below this second bullet point where it says need, we'd need to know the size of the managed area. Well, we do know that. So we've got some information already. We need to estimate the reduction in fishing mortality. That's that capital F in fisheries language. And so in a no-take area, presumably there's no fishing mortality. But if an area is sometimes open to fishing, then we'd have to have an estimate on how much that fishing mortality is reduced. We'd need to know size frequency inside and outside the managed areas. And as you've seen from the last few presentations, from Rachel's presentation, we have ongoing studies that are addressing that. The same for landings. We need area-specific catch, particularly if part of the time a managed area is open to fishing. So how much of the catch came from the managed area during the time it was open. We have to understand the movement of the adults and the larvae. We've got studies that are ongoing. Are the fish leaving the protected area and moving out into areas that can be fished? We need to know abundance. Again, studies are ongoing. So we need an index of abundance or a catch per unit effort time series from within the managed areas and from outside the managed areas. Another question is, are there life history differences? Maybe not, but maybe so. If the fishing is heavy enough, like in the Florida Keys, you see extremely heavy fishing on spiny lobster in areas that are open to fishing, and therefore the average size of a lobster that's producing eggs is much smaller than in areas that are protected. That may not be the case in the U.S. Caribbean, but it's something to look at. So recall that the goal in management, or often the goal, is protection of 30% or more of the unfished spawning potential. So this is basically where the spawning stock biomass would be expected to be to produce maximum sustainable yield within the fishery. We can get to that in a couple of ways. Usually what happens is we're managing catch and effort, so this is where catch limits come into place, and restrictions on gear, how much gear you can use, when open close season, that sort of thing. On the other hand, if we have sufficiently effective managed areas where we can protect 30% of the biomass of a species, then overfishing might not be occurring. We could make that argument. We're effectively protecting 30% of the biomass of the species. So fishing at any level outside of those managed areas would not constitute overfishing. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done in order for us to understand that that's what's happening. We've got to demonstrate it with data. Next slide, please. So how do we get there? What sort of work needs to be happening to understand whether or not 30% of the population is being protected, of the spawning population is being protected, I should say? Well, first of all, we've got some ongoing studies and they're providing useful information, as you've seen. But we also need to define our goals. What are we trying to do? I suspect it's this first one, and our managed area is an effective tool for fishery management, but managed areas also do other things, like they preserve habitat. There are other things that managed areas might do, areas of cultural significance, for example. We also have to define what is effective. Are we talking about a higher abundance inside the managed area? Probably. Higher diversity, higher species diversity. That could be a goal, and we could measure that. Are we looking for larger size fish inside that managed area? Probably so. But those, whatever our defined goals are, and however we measure effectiveness, that will determine the characteristics that the managed area needs to have. How big does it need to be? Are there limits on, what sort of limits on activities? Should it be no take? Should it be seasonal take within those areas? And where does it need to be so that when fish move out of there, either as juveniles, adults, or larvae, are they moving into to the fished areas? Or in the case of larvae, say, are they just being carried away by the currents outside of the US Caribbean? If that's the case, then we probably don't have an ideal location for our managed area. In order to get to all this over time, we've really got to be organized. Funding is always an issue, and for this kind of work, you need multi-year funding. We need a time series to make sure that things are working as we believe them to be. So we need to optimize our projects, and we need to coordinate our projects so that we can get maximum value out of the always limited funding that we have. So that's my message for today. Next slide, please. So here are some resources that we used in putting together this presentation. These will be available, I assume that sometime after the meeting, these presentations will all be available on the council website. So you might take a look at some of these resources. And next slide, that's it for Rachel and I. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the next round of talks.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Rachel. So we are going to move on because we are like about half an hour behind schedule. I'm going to try and catch up with my short presentation and leave the majority of the time for Miguel Canals to present on the connectivity issues.
Graciela,
Yes.
maybe we should switch and allow the presentation by Mark. That was supposed to be at 10:30 because it's very early in the morning there. So switch it, and then it will be, your presentation will follow his presentation because he was supposed to do it at 10:30. Can we do that?
That would be perfectly fine. So Mark, are you online?
Yes, I am. I'm going to go ahead and share screens and pull up my presentation then. Just give me one moment.
You're going to present from your end, or you want us to?
I can present from my end.
Okay, so we'll make you a co-host.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Miguel, for the invitation. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Mark Fitchett. It's a little bit early in the morning here out in Honolulu. I'm staff with the Western Pacific Regional Fishery Management Council. Today, I'm going to discuss an issue in a paper that we had published with members of our SSC on area-based management and blue water fisheries, and sort of summing up the current knowledge and research needs. I will touch on some issues we have in our region, which are kind of specific to the Western Pacific, but would be perhaps informative for you in the Caribbean as well. So this is a paper that was published, I'm going to summarize, was published in November of 2021 in Fish and Fisheries. It is open access, so you may access it. It was, the senior author was Ray Hilborn, and I was the senior author sort of gathering and herding cats to put this paper together. We had about 15 co-authors here. And the impetus of this paper was essentially a workshop that we focused on area-based management tools. And as we've heard and discussed in previous talks, MPAs are the most commonly thought up ABMT or area-based management tool that I'll discuss. There's also time area closure, gear restricted areas. We've seen those in the Western Pacific area, perhaps areas that that do not allow or restrict certain gear types due to selectivity issues or due to habitat protection mechanisms. Also, the closure as a response to a management trigger, such as an ESA take of species or a trip or annual limit within an area. In the Western Pacific area, we have an area called the Southern Exclusion Zone, which is south of the main Hawaiian Islands, and I'll show a map of that shortly. That is triggered. It closes the longline fishery when a number of false killer whales are interacted in the Hawaii longline fishery. And then lastly, two of the most up and coming approaches that are commonly used in open ocean blue water ecosystems are dynamic closures or dynamic gear restricted areas and dynamic ocean management. So what that means that it's not necessarily a static discrete area through time and place, but an area that may move or adapt due to the dynamic nature of the species and the ecosystem itself. So the study that I'll discuss is emerging from a Western Pacific Council workshop that we held virtually in June of 2020. We were originally planning to have it in Rome because it was co-chaired by Ray Hilborn at the University of Washington School of Aquatic and Fishery Sciences, and also Vera Agostini from the FAO, from the Food Agriculture Organization. The workshop that we had organized on our end from Honolulu had about 30 plus participants from NGOs, RFMOs, academics. So mainly the RFMOs that were involved were the tuna RFMOs, those that manage fisheries on the high seas or in blue water ecosystems. And the participants were invited to co-author on the manuscript. So about half of them had participated and contributed and were made a co-author. The workshop's goal was to develop a consensus of best practices to pair area-based management tools and their stated management objectives in blue water ecosystems. And a little bit different from what we've heard about in previous talks, blue water ecosystems from our definition, at least within the workshop and then within the paper, are areas beyond the continental shelf, which can be inside and outside of national jurisdiction and are mostly pelagic and migratory in nature. So for example, in Hawaii, where the island chain, we don't have a continental shelf, even once you go outside of 1 mile, because you're essentially in thousands of feet of water, there really isn't, it's considered more of a blue water ecosystem. So there's some definitions that we try to make a definition that is a catch-all, recognizing that many parts of the United States and other parts of the world where you have vast continental shelves, where you've got a level of stationarity in your habitat for most of your principal species, is a little bit different versus, for example, in the Pacific Islands, where there is very little, I guess you would say, area of a littoral zone, or areas where you've got most of your marine life is in a stationary habitat. And the reason we came up with this workshop and this paper was that most of our conventional wisdom on MPAs and area-based management tools in large are based on nearshore ecosystems with that have, for the most part, the principal species have stationarity in their habitats. And so this issue we have in the Western Pacific region is that we've got a very large areas under the jurisdiction of the council that are considered blue water ecosystems. And the workshop and the paper wanted to address some key issues regarding area-based management tools and blue water ecosystems. Number one being governance issues. Many of these ecosystems and implementation of area-based management tools that are applied to more pelagic open ocean systems are across the boundaries of multiple jurisdictions, governments, international groups. Here in the Western Pacific region, we really don't have much interstate or inter-territorial issues as far as governance because we're essentially a mosaic of EEZs in the Pacific. Another key issue is the United Nations negotiations on an intergovernmental conference on marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. That's a mouthful. That is called BB&J. So these negotiations are focused on the high seas. There are four major issues of interest for BB&J. One of them is the implementation of area-based management tools. And so the goal of BB&J is to essentially come up with management mechanisms or open up the door for management mechanisms on the high seas, because there is this predisposed notion that most of the high seas are non-governed, and that oftentimes comes into conflict with RFMOs, which are international instruments that are legally binding. And so the issue here is the BB&J negotiations, which may have aspirations of implementing area-based management tools, could potentially come in conflict with nations such as the U.S. that may have some sort of closure or area-based management tool within their own EEZ adjacent to the possibility of one on the high seas. And it's of interest for the Western Pacific region because our largest fishery is the Hawaii longline fishery that targets big-eye tuna and swordfish. And much of this fleet is displaced and reliant on the high seas because of area closures inside the economic exclusion zone of Hawaii. At any given time, up to 83% of that EEZ can be closed, thus forcing the fleet to be operating on the high seas. So very, very much of concern to a lot of the fisheries in Hawaii, which do rely on the high seas outside the 200 miles seaward of the islands. Another issue that we addressed in the workshop, but to a lesser degree, are the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Most of the folks at the UN sort of look at these as their tenets for managing marine life, either inside blue water ecosystems or outside of blue water ecosystems, or in there are some aspirational believe goals with implementing some level of protection of much akin to what we've heard about the Biden America the 30 the Biden administration America the Beautiful 30 by 30 aspiration. And then within RFMOs, which manage most of the pelagic management unit species managed under the council, but also throughout the entire US, there are some high-level, large-scale use of area-based management tools within RFMOs. In the Atlantic, you have ICAT. In the Pacific, where our fisheries are managed internationally, the major RFMO is the Western and Central Fisheries, Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission, the WCPFC, which manages about 60% of the world's tuna supply. And so a lot of these issues have overarching aspirations, such as a proportion of waters for the purposes of conservation of any kind. Just as a general statement, BB&J, which is focused more on the high seas, there's been a lot of talk and chatter among many of the delegations to come up with some level of benchmark for areas of conservation on the high seas. And a lot of the rhetoric we've seen, at least in the negotiations, came from that 30% aspiration when these negotiations started in 2015. And then there is the 30%, there is a 30% of waters set aside for purposes of conservation under the Biden administration, America the Beautiful. So a lot here. Just wanted to give an overview on the purpose and need of this paper that we put out, and as well as our workshop. So in the Western Pacific region, this is a map here. As you can tell, our region is quite large, and encompasses many island areas, many uninhabited areas, many of which are closed. So we have large swaths of the EEZs in the Western Pacific region closed either to all fisheries or to some level of gear restriction. And about 51 to 54% of the US EEZ in the Western Pacific is designated as marine national monuments via a presidential proclamation. Much of that has come to the chagrin of some of our stakeholders. And then also up to 83% of the Hawaii EEZ is closed to the longline fishery at any given time. This hatched area on the bottom of the main Hawaiian Islands is called the Southern Exclusion Zone, which can be triggered at any time based on the number of take of marine mammals, the insular false killer whale to be exact. And if there's more than 2 interactions within a year, then the fleet has to fish on the high seas. So the footprint of the Western Pacific region is quite large. It's international in nature. It borders many of the jurisdictions of other nations and is also in the middle of has areas that are bordered by large areas of the high seas. So this subject matter is of very importance to the Western Pacific region, as you can imagine. And so the workshop went and made a very, I would say, a simplified categorization of area-based management tool types. We focused really on static versus dynamic approaches. And what the working with the workshop and the paper did was to take a deep dive into these management, area-based management tool types, looking into what kind of costs are associated with them and potential benefit. And then once we got to the point of publishing the paper, we went in and went further into investigating and going through the literature and summarizing the base of knowledge that we have on their efficacy. And so each of the area-based management tools have certain costs. Many of the costs are associated with monitoring and enforcement, particularly in these areas are very large. And so when you have a closed area, whether it's static or dynamic, there's going to be a high level of cost associated for enforcement as well. In the Western Pacific region, for example, there's constant surveillance from the U.S. Coast Guard, which has an associated cost, and almost all of the Hawaii longline vessels, all longline vessels have VMS, and even some of our larger small boat non-longline vessels have AIS. So there is a need to have there is a cost associated with monitoring as well as enforcing. There's also different levels of technical needs. So for a static area-based management tool, most of that knowledge would be on the basic species occupancy. When you're looking at dynamic area-based management tools, you need to have a scientific or technical backstop to look at near real-time multi-species relationships. And an example I will show in the following slides is how we manage our shallow set longline fishery that targets swordfish. We have a non-regulatory tool, area-based management tool, that allows the fishermen to identify waters that may be a high risk of turtle take with the minimal impact on swordfish catch. But that has a high associated cost with real-time scientific information and lots of analyses that came into making that. And then the potential benefits for static versus dynamic area-based management tools are perhaps optimizing fishing while achieving stated objectives. For example, if the stated objective is to reduce bycatch, which seems to be the most common one when area-based management tools are being used in these blue water ecosystems, one of the benefits is to not negatively impact the fishery being managed while achieving the stated objectives of reducing incidental take or bycatch of certain species. And so this is a lot of words on this slide. This is actually from the paper itself. One of the, I believe, table 1 in the paper and Hilborn et al. Just to give you an example, we compared requirements, cost, and benefits of dynamic versus static. For static, it's essentially, in a nutshell, easier to monitor, and there's less associated costs with monitoring. However, sometimes the scientific needs may not necessarily be adequate. Versus in dynamic systems, there is a higher associated cost of needing more real-time information through electronic reporting or VMS. And so if you have a fishery or a group of fisheries that do not have a means to essentially monitor those fisheries, perhaps they may not necessarily be adequately implemented using a dynamic approach. The dynamic approaches also have require more scientific robust knowledge base of how target and non-target species and oceanographic variables that may drive their cohabitation. And so there's a lot more, I would say, knowledge required, which does have an associated cost. However, dynamic approaches, as we will go through this presentation, have many more benefits and capabilities for managing and achieving stated management objectives relative to static types of area-based management tools in these blue water ecosystems. One of the benefits of static area-based management tools is the ease of enforcement. You can essentially enforce these areas in many cases, and from taking a deep dive into literature without a lot of requirements and monitoring. They're easier, and they can also be easier to manage relative to political boundaries or spatial delineations, which makes things a little bit easier. But sometimes easier is not necessarily better in reaching the stated objectives. At the very end of this talk, I'll give an example from a paper that came out just about a week ago from Pons et al. That I was a co-author on, that really looked into this, into contrasting the benefits of static and dynamic area-based management tools. So in the paper, we summarize very broad objectives for the implementation of area-based management tools in blue water ecosystems. And we came up with 8 very broad management objectives. And many of these and we wanted to narrow these down because when we did an analysis or a review of all the literature, there were dozens and dozens of objectives, many of which all fall each within at least one of these objectives. One objective, obviously, for blue water fishery, for area-based management and blue water fisheries, is to maintain and sustain a sustainable food production. That is, ensuring that species of interest are at optimal yield. This is a very common one, even in non-blue water ecosystem closures, as well as protecting non-target species and habitats. So we've seen that these are probably the 3 most commonly used objectives. Then there is maintaining ecosystem structure and function, maintain or increase ecosystem resilience to climate change. Within the WCPFC, this objective is becoming more and more important because the Pacific Islands are at threat of many of these distributions shifting through time, which creates issues with access for these marine resources. This is a concern particularly to our territories in the Pacific, because fisheries do maintain a significant amount of employment, as in the next objectives, and facilitating economic benefits and supporting communities and culture. So climate change is another large, broad sweeping objective, which does have major ramifications on employment opportunities for Pacific Islanders, as well as for facilitating benefits and supporting the communities and culture. Because many of these nations also have fisheries that are more static in nature, meaning that if we close an area of their EEZ, we are restricting just by design their ability to fish consistent with the resource. With these, as these distributions shift, they may have a reduction in employment or economic benefit, and you go down a really slippery slope of environmental justice and run into a lot of issues with resource equity. And we've seen that within the WCPFC when managing a lot of these highly migratory species for some of these other Pacific Island nations. And then one of the issues that we discuss in the paper is the need for linking performance metrics paired with objectives. This table is also from the paper. This is, I believe, table 4 from the Hilborn et al. Paper. I just picked 4 of the objectives, and just to give you an example of the type of performance metrics needed to essentially evaluate the efficacy. So one of the gripes that we've seen in the paper and that are that we've also had within the workshop is that many of these large-scale oceanic MPAs and area-based management tools have stated objectives that may not be very clear, but they certainly do not have a performance metric associated with them that was made and decided before the fact. Oftentimes, a lot of these closures were put in place without a very clear performance metric and method associated with how you evaluate it. So a lot of this goes back to a lot of proper planning. And so the paper, we take a deep dive also into looking into types of performance metrics that have been successful in the implementation of area-based management tools and blue water ecosystems that are associated with these objectives. Some of these metrics can be very simple, such as looking at the amount of stock biomass and fishing mortality associated with reference points, both before and after the management intervention. And those can be evaluated through stock assessments, harvest control rules, and management strategy evaluations. And as well as looking into protected non-target species or protected species. So reducing interactions or mortality of those. Oftentimes the performance metric could be the trends of these endangered or threatened species and bycatch of these species. And then looking at the status changes of these non-target species, both pre-intervention and after the intervention. And these can also have many types of evaluation methods that can come from trends from observers, at-sea observers, and electronic monitoring. Can also be used with data poor stock assessment models or fishery indicators, as well as some level of population studies of the species. And the unfortunate part that we found in this paper is that for a lot of these area-based management tool interventions, that these performance metrics were not set ahead of time and were not evaluated with some degree of regularity. And so that was an issue. Many of and we'll go into the next slide, did not necessarily use tools that inferred the causal impacts of area-based management tools on the species at large or on the biodiversity at large that are of need to be conserved, or even looking at the level of protected species catch or abundance that were supposed to be reduced through intervention of the management tool. So one of the major issues is oftentimes when you're trying to infer the efficacy of these area-based management tools is the need of a baseline, at least a baseline is coming up with a baseline to compare them against. So a condition or a control group is oftentimes what is lacking and is not very well thought out. We found from looking into our studies, the counterfactual approach is needed to evaluate them. So these are developed to infer what would happen had there not been an intervention. There are many ways to look into that. One of the co-authors on this paper, Milani Chalutka, came up with 6 quasi-experimental approaches to essentially correct for that. If you do not have, in order to develop a proper counterfactual approach. With the goal to compare both the post-intervention response to the control. So the idea is if you have management intervention, you have data both before and after. You need to come up with, or at least consult with your scientists with a plan of how you're going to evaluate them using some sort of counterfactual approach. And so this was an underlining, and in bold here, a common thread is that when you implement these blue water area-based management tools, you need to come up with both your performance metrics and evaluation tools, and they need to be well thought out before the management intervention. And oftentimes that level and that degree of planning did not come. We did look into, and just to summarize, the evidence of efficacy of area-based management tools. Gilman et al. Found evidence lacking for the effectiveness and proper evaluation of many of the large-scale area-based management tool interventions. However, we also found lots of evidence to support them, even if they weren't supported through the objectives for which they were intended for. We found that in a paper that Gilman did in 2020 when we looked into the efficacy of the marine monuments in the Pacific Islands, that oftentimes some of the objectives were achieved that were not even considered by the management plan. So that was a positive, but there's also no evidence to really show that they're achieving the stated objectives. In summary, a lot of the highly migratory species may have site fidelity or natal homing to a particular area, which make them very predictable. So you can select an area and have a place-based management intervention. But for a lot of these species, areas of critical importance are very difficult to predict. They are non-stationary and they're not consistent. So these issues here, for when you're looking and you're trying to implement a lot of these open ocean blue water interventions, there's a high degree of difficulty that hinges on how well we know how regular or how predictable species distributions may be. Dynamic and spatial management measures could be designed to protect hotspots with high ratios of bycatch to target catch. A success story, or two of them, is with the southern bluefin of Australia. So these dynamic area-based management closures or restrictions that essentially identified hotspots where you would have a high degree of potential bycatch, but not necessarily impact or negatively impact the fishery, were found to be very, very successful in achieving the stated management objective. So the southern bluefin of Australia, there was a closure off the east coast of Australia, east coast of Australia, intended to reduce juvenile mortality. One of the other issues that was looked into are the unintended consequences. Sometimes with a lot of these large scale closures, you are essentially opening up another can of worms and perhaps are just simply displacing fishing effort elsewhere. A good example was in the Indian Ocean, where there were some closures in the Indian Ocean to reduce fishing mortality on yellowfin tuna. Instead, it simply dispersed fishing effort elsewhere, actually having an even greater negative impact on fishing mortality of yellowfin tuna. Excuse me. And then lastly, placement is often made out of convenience and not related to threats. And this was found to be somewhat consistent, but also was consistent to a paper published in 2019 that found that many of the place-based, area-based management tools in these remote or blue water areas were not necessarily consistent with abatable threats. And that's also been a issue of concern for a lot of folks in the Western Pacific region, where a lot of these remote areas have been essentially closed off without necessarily being deemed or shown to demonstrably have an abatable threat associated with it. And so I wanted to show a slide. This is an experimental product called Turtle Watch. It's actually been going on for quite some time. It's experimental because it's non-regulatory. It allows for the Hawaii longline fleet to avoid areas with a higher risk of sea turtle interactions and to minimize the take of sea turtles, and to also reduce any type of closure or preclusion of a vessel if they exceed a trip limit. So the Hawaii shallow set fishery, which targets swordfish north of the Hawaiian archipelago, has historically had a hard cap on the number of sea turtles that it may take as an entire fleet before being shut down. As we recently, in 2020, developed a new amendment that looks into implementing trip limits instead, So if a vessel has, too many sea turtles in one trip and they do it twice, that vessel may not fish for the rest of the season using shallow set gear. So it really puts the accountability on the individual, which facilitates these non-regulatory tools such as Turtle Watch. So if you have a trip, if you have a collective trip limit if you have a collective take limit, it de-incentivizes the individual accountability to really implement and use these non-regulatory management tools. One important factor to point out here is the shallow set fishery has 100% observer coverage. So that allows, and there is a cost associated with it, but that allows for the fleet to operate with full coverage, but also it makes these non-regulatory management tools very useful without having to close a large area or some discrete or arbitrary area to fishing in order to achieve a certain goal for reducing the catch of some of these protected species. And so, in moving on to summarizing the state of knowledge of area-based management tools and blue water ecosystem, the current evidence of blue water ecosystem responses to area-based management tools is very limited. That doesn't necessarily mean that area-based management tools and blue water ecosystems don't work. It's just that we don't know what we know, and there is a lot of uncertainty in how well these things work. There's evidence that they don't work in some cases, and there's evidence that they have been able to achieve their stated objectives. But therein lies a problem that if you do not have a stated objective, associated performance metrics and the ability to evaluate if they're working or not really opens up a lot of doubt and issues between stakeholders and opens up a lot of unintended consequences. The efficacy of different area-based management approaches for target species depends on many factors, can depend on oceanographic issues, fleet management, dynamics, all of these things. And it's not, for a lot of these blue water systems, discrete areas, discrete closures may not be essentially, it may be oversimplified for addressing a lot of these management objectives. And then one issue is discerning which type of area-based management tools will contribute to reducing bycatch and protecting habitat. It's contingent on the biological knowledge of these species. And we've heard in previous talks, and I know in the Caribbean and the South Atlantic, there is oftentimes a preponderance of information on life history stages for a lot of these species, but even in the Western Pacific area where you've got large, highly migratory species, we still do not have very good data on understanding how their critical life stages change through time, as well as identifying place-based, area-based management tools based on their movements and if they do have some degree of natal homing or site fidelity. And then the current evidence for socioeconomic outcomes of blue water area-based management tools is limited and inconclusive. This is a huge point that this issue of socioeconomic outcomes, losses, and benefits is oftentimes ignored. We tend to focus more on issues of conservation and biodiversity, and oftentimes we found through the literature review that these socioeconomic outcomes are oftentimes not considered in full. And then lastly, the state of knowledge here is we found that displaced effort can prevent achieving objectives of area-based management tools. So if you do not have an input-output control, so essentially you're closing a large area of the ocean to a fishery or gear, that fishing effort can be aggregated elsewhere and perhaps open a can of worms, as I said in a previous slide, of having other deleterious impacts on biodiversity or protected species. And so I'll leave some take-home messages. There are some notable gaps that exist on empirical and theoretical evidence that need to be addressed. Planning is absolutely critical. There's very much a need to identify performance metrics and methods sufficient to monitor and assess these area-based management tools with respect to these stated objectives. So when you close an area or you restrict an area or you put an area of some sort of a time area closure, you need to upfront state what those objectives are, but also how you are going to monitor and assess them. Few interventions have been exposed to rigorous evaluation, and most lack a testable predetermined management objective in the first place. That has been a major concern for a lot of the closures that were mandated under the Antiquities Act, as well as from EOs. And then perhaps one of the most important one in these blue water open ocean systems, they are very dynamic and the species are very mobile. And thus we found that static set it and forget it approaches are not ideal. I wanted to lead the statement that says that came directly from the paper. The high mobility of both target and bycatch species generally reduces the effectiveness of area-based management, and shifting distributions due to climate change suggests that adaptive rather than static approaches will be preferred. And so, this point here, and I'll close the talk with an example from a paper that just came out. This point of climate change being a long-term threat and stressor cannot necessarily be implemented enough, particularly in island-associated areas with the high degree of that have large-scale blue water ecosystems around them. Many of these areas are going to be vulnerable due to the shifts of fishery resources. And the Pacific Islands area, there's a major concern because they have nearshore tropical tunas. Particularly for a lot of these island countries, this is a huge deal for them. And static area-based management tools may actually create or worsen a problem when it comes to equity of equity to these resources. And so about a week or so ago, Mighty Ponds et al. Put out a paper I was a co-author on. It looked into 15 fisheries, including 2 from Hawaii, and it compared static versus dynamic management approaches. There are 4 types of management approaches, either a large area, a centroid that may move or shift, a large area that may shift, and then there's a mosaic of closures. And they found, interestingly enough, with respect to the goal, so the goal of this paper was to look at how these large scale or even these static approaches versus dynamic can reach the stated objective to reduce the bycatch of protected species of concern or either incidental species while not having a negative impact on fisheries. And the outcomes were pretty interesting under the static area management. So the idea was if you close 30%, and so that kind of that really number that we used in this paper was looking at, well, how much are we going to reduce bycatch of species based on the amount of an area closed within the footprint of a fishery. And we found that under static management, up to about 30% closed areas, a classic no-take area, bycatch was only reduced by 16% with some negative impact onto the fishery. But under these dynamic ocean management approaches, meaning that these areas would shift and move around from time to time, and those areas would move around based on some level of trigger or ratio between bycatch and target species, found that the reduction can increase up to 57% at minimal or even no cost of target catch. In fact, we've seen some instances in which target catches have actually increased because effort is being reallocated in areas that perhaps could actually be better for the performance of the fishery. And so, this comes in, and this is it's an interesting paper, and I want to just put with the caveat that this paper focused on blue water areas as well. So most of the fisheries that were used were open ocean and large scale fisheries. But that just shows the benefit of using a dynamic approach. And then lastly, before I close, our council here in the Western Pacific region have many concerns over the use of area-based management tools, particularly those in blue water ecosystems, noting that our largest fisheries are pelagic in nature or longline fisheries, small boat, non-longline fisheries, which target tuna. There's a lot of concerns here because we've already been subjected to many closures through the Antiquities Act, and also we have other area-based management tools implemented through the ESA as well as the MSA. So there is a need to reconcile, I would say, a paucity of analyses on community impacts and benefits. And one of the major, I would say, complaints we've had in the Western Pacific area is that there, and until recently, there really hasn't been a very thorough investigation on how these area-based management tools are impacting the communities. This is reminding you that many of these are indigenous areas. We have an indigenous Hawaiian group. We have also in Samoa, indigenous Samoan, and then in the Mariana Archipelago of the Chamorro. So a lot of these groups, which are disadvantaged and underrepresented, oftentimes are faced with a disproportionate burden. There's also questions to be reconciled on sanctuary designation. Are fishery regulations going to be commensurate with goals and objectives of the designation per the marine, between the National Marine Sanctuaries Act? How will these allow for subsistence indigenous fishing? So when are essentially being implemented through the sanctuary process, there's a lot of concern there. A big one that was discussed by our SSC was, do these EOs and closures under the Antiquities Act seemingly have a circumvention of evidence-based analyses from NEPA, the National Marine Sanctuary Act, or the MSA? So obviously, whenever we take actions through the council process, you need to have an evidence-based analyses. And so some of the concern is that some of these EOs, perhaps, and was major concern of this America the Beautiful 30 by 30 initiative, that there would be some level of circumvention of evidence-based analyses. And then lastly, a international landscape reality check. Are the US domestic closures simply a Pyrrhic victory for conservation? And this is a major issue because we are, at least in the Western Pacific area, surrounded by high levels of high seas. We have large scale fishing closures in our own waters, but that creates an issue of aggregated fishing effort outside our own EEZs. And it was, interestingly enough, that one of our monuments borders the country of Kiribati, which in recent years, if folks are familiar with the Pacific Islands area, has been under heavy influence from China. And so Kiribati is in planning to open up it's the second largest MPA in the world, second from the Northwest Hawaiian Islands monument. The second largest MPA in the world is about to be opened up. And much of that is due to fishing access for Chinese fleets that are currently essentially calling Tarawa home. Tarawa is in the islands, and within the Phoenix Islands are also close to the US EEZ in the Pacific. So any closure perhaps adjacent to the Phoenix Islands protected area, or PIPA, which is going to be reopening, could render Chinese vessels being a beneficiary of US closures. And so, I mean, this is a possibility. It's not a forlorn, I'm not necessarily being exaggerating when I say this, but there are many issues of some of these having unintended consequences of diminishing US fisheries internationally, which could actually have a negative consequence on conservation. So I appreciate the time. I apologize for going over. And Mr. Chair and Miguel, thank you so much for the opportunity to give a talk here about the area-based management tools in blue water ecosystems.
Thank you very much, Mark. Graciela?
So we need to take a break because our translator needs to take a break. People on the table also, so 10 minutes, yeah.
So we'll be back one month at 11:30.
So in 10 minutes, be back.
7:30.
Thank you.
Heidi, you have to go out?
Love you.
set? So thank you very much. So we are back. Let's see, can I have my presentation? We'll do this very quickly because Diana told us that we have to go to lunch at 12. We are going to cut lunch probably to 45 minutes so that we can come back and have a little discussion before we go into the industry and governance issues this afternoon. So we've all seen this slide that we have on the screen. It also includes all the logos from all the agencies that have something to do with marine managed areas. And the only thing that I wanted to bring into this is that we are going to be talking about connectivity. So even when the purpose of many of those MPAs near shore might not be to protect fisheries, we might be providing the juveniles to those areas from the protection of the spawning irrigation sites. The ones that are in red are the ones that are under federal jurisdiction. The Department of Interior in St. Croix and St. Thomas should also be, St. John should also be in red. But from the 7 MPAs that the council has in place, 3 of those are shared jurisdiction that not necessarily have compatible regulations in place, which also needs to be addressed at some other point. Industry has already been dealing with the compatibility of these regulations that are in place. Can I have the next one? So the council has been since the 80s and 90s talking about MPAs. The first one was the Hind Bank, and actually the language that it used, it's different from what we use now. So it prohibited fishing gears that are capable of capturing, in this case, red lines or reef fish at the site. Now, the Hind Bank and many, if not most of the MPAs that we have in place came into being by the collaboration with the commercial fishers specifically. And one of the things that the council, is a quote from the FMP, the 1990 amendment to the Fish FMP, is that this was the first MPA and it needed to be assessed to see if this measure was worth our while. Can we have the next one, please? The point is that the fishers were the ones who have been provided the council with the information on where the hotspots of the spawning aggregations are that should be protected. In this case, Mr. Joe Laplace, a commercial fisherman and a collaborator of scientists in the U.S. Virgin Islands, Olsen and Laplace, was the basic paper that provided the council the information on the Hind Bank closure. Can I have the next one? So following Jocelyn's presentation in what the FMP requires, we do have, since then, the specific objectives of ensuring that we have adequate spawning aggregation protected in the EEZ. And there is also the mention of the Pan-Caribbean management of these shared resources because of, if you look at the Sargasso issue, everything that comes in, most likely there is still a lot of connectivity among the other islands and the U.S. Caribbean. The next one, please. So please, I ask you to read the goals and objectives in all the FMPs. They are in the island-based FMP now. This is just an example from the St. Thomas island-based FMP that really it has an objective that deals with making sure that we have the evidence from the MPAs that we have established and to have that evidence before the council moves to do any other management measures that require closures of areas. So we need to have that in place before we move on. And the next one. So look at the fishery ecosystem plan also has the goals and objectives, and it talks about ecosystem. So we have been dealing with this for a long time, and specifically we've been dealing with this for a long time. Can I have the next one? Because the Coral Reef Conservation Program has provided since the 2000s funding to look at those areas that are of special concern, areas of particular concern that have for which we have established protection. But we have also included in these mesophotic reef surveys the areas that are not protected. So in Seco, for example, in Vieques, that is a very well-known tiger grouper aggregation has also been included in the funding that we've received to look at this. Now, most of the information that we've had today deals with the benthic habitat. It deals with the benthic habitat in terms of the EEC between the 30 and the 50-meter depth. Those are beyond scuba depth. So we are starting to move off the shelf because most of the MPAs that we have in place, the minimum depth is about 30 to 40 meters. So we really have to look beyond that depth to make sure that we are covering and we're working with the protection that is needed for those species that are beyond that depth. There are other CRPs running right now. There is an ROV that's being used to look at the depth between 50 and 120 meters in most, because we couldn't get the funding to do all, most of the MPAs that are in place, so that information will be forthcoming. Can I have the next one, please? And basically the point of this is that we do have by a requirement of the MSA to define essential fish habitat. That means that we have to look at the waters that provide habitat for the species that we are protecting. And the reason to make this point is that we have the connection to the connectivity studies that were carried out first on the west coast of Puerto Rico and now between the USVI and Puerto Rico. So I don't have anything else to say because we have covered most of everything in all the other presentations. So I'm going to pass the baton to Miguel Canals, who's going to talk to us about these oceanographic pathways and where basically, where do fish larvae go, where the juveniles will recruit to, which is a very big gap in the information that we have today. Miguel?
Sure, good morning. Thank you, Gabriela. I have a bunch of maps, so I'll go over the screen and try to point to some of the most important results. I know we're short on time, so I'll skip many of the introductory slides and super technical stuff, and then I'll be happy to address those in any questions after. So the most important message here is that this is a connectivity study we're doing, looking at red hind and mutton snapper eggs and larvae from MPAs in the Virgin Islands. So we're looking at Lang Bank, the mutton snapper aggregation area, south of St. Croix, and the Red Hind Conservation District. Okay. Next slide, please. How do we do this? Well, we're basically develop a circulation model, numerical model. You need to use modeling because observations do not have enough coverage to be able to track the dispersal of eggs and larvae. So we have to use numerical models. We deploy sensors and we validate these models in a rigorous way. And this is the most important component of this project. There have been other connectivity studies in the past, but we're using a lot of oceanographic data to calibrate the model and to constrain the model using a technique called data assimilation. Long story short, this is the best science we have at the moment. Now, I also have to say, I'm also a fisherman. I fish a lot, and these regulations also affect me. So it's also responsible for me to tell you about the science, but also some of the limitations that this work has, and also what other work must be done to have a better idea and really get the full picture. Next one. So we're using the CARICU circulation model we've developed as part of the Caribbean Coastal Ocean Observing System project funded by NOAA. Next slide, that's approximately the spatial coverage. We use buoys, high frequency radars, ADCPs, and other instruments again to constrain the model and get the best possible circulation estimates. Next slide, please. The model is much better than other existing models. So again, this provides more confidence in our results. Next slide, please. This is important. So today I'm just going to be showing you some results of some simulations for red hind. We don't have too much time, so we're looking at red hind, and we're simulating the transport of larvae that potentially happened in December 2018, January 2019, and February 2019. And we're doing this by simulating egg dispersal from spawning sites, looking at hind bank and Lang Bank, and we're simulating the full moons of December 2018, January 2019, and February 2019. And we're simulating the dispersal of eggs 2 days before on the day of the full moon and 2 days after the full moon. And we're looking at doing particle or egg releases at 5 p.m., 6 p.m., and 7 p.m. So we're looking at that area, that period of time where the papers say these aggregations or the spawning events take place. Okay? We're including, so we're not just simulating the passive transport of eggs. This is not like an oil spill where the oil will follow the currents and the wind. We also include the dynamics of eggs, the buoyancy of eggs. The fact that these eggs in a couple of hours go from being near the seabed, floating slowly towards the surface from 5 to 30 hours, depending on some of the science we looked at. Okay, we also take into account the size of the eggs. After they hatch, that duration, there's also some random behavior. Okay, so this is not just a passive tracer like oil, like an oil spill. Okay, so this is just an animation of what happens. So the particles follow the flow mostly, but eventually they do have some behavior associated with them. Next slide, please. This is kind of a heavy presentation, so it might be a little slow. I apologize, but ¿quieres desconectarte? ¿Quieres ciérrala? Cerrar el PowerPoint. Ahí está, okay. So we end up with what we call a spaghetti plot of just many trajectories of eggs and larvae. Okay, this is just for a single simulation. And then next slide, please. Then we end up with, go back. We end up with millions of egg trajectories or larvae, right? It's a mix of eggs and larvae as a function of time, right? So here, the colors mean days. So within 5, 10, 15, 20 days, then they reach different positions and they eventually recruit or go to an area where they will become little behind and then grow, okay, in nursery areas. So what we do with this data, we do some statistical analysis and we look at what we call particle density maps. So what happens? We cannot look at every single trajectory. This is like a spaghetti plot that NOAA produces for hurricanes. And we have that cone of uncertainty, right? So we do kind of the same thing. And what we do is we use particle density maps where we average, and the colors that I'm gonna show you in the next couple of slides give you an idea of what is the probability that an egg or larvae pass through a specific location for a specific amount of time after being transported from the spawning aggregation site. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please. And this is really important. So the trajectories are really sensitive to when we release the eggs. This is why it's so important to get the science right on when and where the spawning aggregations occur. And this is just an example. So look at this release, not to include all, not to talk about them all, but look at this release from Heimbach. So we released the eggs at 5 p.m. on January 19th. And then we simulated another release at 6 p.m. And you see the trajectories are completely different. This is real. And why does this happen? Because ocean currents are chaotic. This is the same reason why we can't predict where the hurricane will hit. And hurricanes change trajectories all the time. There is a chaotic nature of the ocean currents. And this affects significantly the path of the eggs and larvae. Again, this is why we have to look at what's called an ensemble average. We have to average millions and millions of trajectories. Next slide, please. And I have 3 minutes left. So stick to that time. again, let's assume that, now let's look at what happens if you release the particles at the same time on different days. So these were all released. This is line band, and this is high band. So these were all released at 6 p.m., but this is January 19th, January 20th, the full moon, and the 21st. Actually, 21st is the day of the full moon. Again, the particles are completely, the trajectories are completely different. So we have to do an averaging, okay? And look at the maps I'm gonna show you in the next slide. Oh, something important. We actually released some GPS tracked buoys because we wanna make sure that these trajectories we're showing here, which is a numerical model, are they realistic trajectories? Or are these just fake trajectories? Well, it turns out that these are real trajectories. So we released some GPS tracked buoys next to St. Croix and Vieques, and it turns out that these patterns or transport pathways I'm going to show you that connect St. Croix to the south coast of Puerto Rico are real. So this is not numerical data. This is a GPS tracked buoy we deployed. So this agrees very well with our results. Next slide, please. Same thing here in the next slide. We released other buoys. There's a strong transport pathway from St. Croix to the Vieques Passage and towards the Atlantic Ocean to the north. And that's going to agree with the results I'm going to show you in a couple of seconds. Next slide, please. So what we did here was we averaged all of the releases for December, January, and February 2019, December 2018 for releases from line band and high band. And again, you see that whether most of the spawning occurred in December or January, the trajectories are very different. Okay? Really different. What we do now is we average all of them for each spawning aggregation site. So let's go to the next slide, please. And here we see the potential connectivity for calendar year 2019, including December. So I would say spawning season for 2019, okay? From line band. And what can we see here? There's some connectivity with the line band district. There's some with the south coast of the St. Thomas. But there's a strong pathway with southern Puerto Rico or Red High. And also even interestingly, the Nona Passage and the Secheo. Okay? Again, a strong signal there. But also importantly, there's significant salt recruitment. That means if you're protecting line bank, you're protecting other areas around St. Croix as well. Okay, so these are the biggest, kind of the most important items. Next slide, please. And from high bank, again, interestingly, there's a lot of dispersal here. This is what we call a tidal channel. So there's a lot of flow back and forth. Those of you that fish this area, there's very strong tidal currents here. There's some transport towards St. Croix, to the western area of St. Croix. Again, nice connectivity. A lot of flow towards Culebra, the western area of St. Thomas. But also, look at this. Significant connectivity with the western coast of Puerto Rico and the south coast of Puerto Rico. So again, I know we're short on time, so I'll leave it there. I have a last slide. And then I'll go. Yep.
Are you showing the end of the project duration endpoints or all points through that entire?
That's a very good. That's a very good point. We're looking at. So we're simulating the transport for 42 days. So I'm not showing the end, the last time step of those 42 days. I'm showing where those particles pass through. Okay, and that's a very good point. This is really important because I wish we could do that. I wish we could say at 40 days the particle ended up here, but the model does not have that detail of behavior to make sure that the final recruitment site is here, not here. So my idea is that we should show whether the particle passed, or egg, actually larvae, close to a protected area or a coastal potential nursery location where by 20 days, that larvae has the behavior enough to go and say, I want to go in near shore and be protected and grow in this area. So that's a level of detail of the model that we cannot include, but that's a very good observation.
Are we seeing the 20-day period here, or we're just saying anytime during the period?
We're seeing the whole simulation for the 42 days. That's a very good point. Next slide, and I'll finish with this, and I'll just say that, again, we've done simulations. We have a good confidence in the model, but there's something missing. And we want to make sure that the genetics back this up, or maybe disprove this, okay? I think that's the future, so I'll leave it there. Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'll leave it there.
Miguel, but that brings me to one point, and that is that at least, instead of looking, we're missing the early life history stages in most of the, for most of the species, what it was stochastic. This would actually give us a higher probability of finding those nursery areas and targeting those areas to get the information for the early life history, as well as to determine where juveniles are coming from. So that genetic connectivity, if it's really within the local US areas, or if things like, the currents that bring the sargasso also have that influence of bringing that international sponge into the area. So think about, projects that we need to do in order to answer these questions. And that's where part of the research recommendations need to come from. So, sure, if we can, Tony.
Good presentation. Now, my question is this. When you get information from caribous as to the tidal flow, right? We all know that the tide changes depending on the water color. Is that information taken from where the hind would span or the coast span in the water color? Number one, that's the first question. The other thing is as to the connectivity. All the hinding span at the same exact time. So to run the simulation, when you run the simulation, then you run the simulation every day for a certain amount, for some period of time, as though the hind was spanning on that day to come up with the connectivity. And the other part of it is to show the connectivity between the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, how far this connectivity runs and where it runs. So to the end of the day, I will make this as a token remark. Puerto Rico, you owe the Virgin Islands big.
I'll start with your last statement first. Yeah, I think no, that's what the numerical model says. I would like to see that confirmed with genetics and biology. But then to your first question, we don't have a buoy on the spawning sites. So you don't know exactly what's happening there. We have buoys in Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, southern Puerto Rico. We have radars, we have many sensors. But what we did to calibrate this model is we went into those spawning sites and we deployed acoustic current meters to be able to show that our model reproduces the tidal currents, the water column structure accurately at those sites, so that we have some, so that we can show we have confidence in the model results.
Okay, so if we will be here this afternoon, so we can talk about everything else. The next presentation that we have is from Avida Ortiz on outreach and education. And once we come back from lunch, so please talk about this during lunch. We need at least 45 minutes to an hour to discuss and make scientific recommendations to the council on where to go next.
Graciela. Graciela, deja la presentación de Álida, primera cosa después del almuerzo, porque el hotel ya sirvió el almuerzo.
Okay. So we have to break for lunch because of the hotel night for us to have lunch. So we'll be back at 1 sharp. And Alida will begin, then we'll have discussion, and we'll move on to the industry
And mine will be shorter than what I thought.
Okay.
My presentation will be shorter than what I did. Because it's much of it.
We are ready to start. It's 1 o'clock. I'll pass the word to Graciela.
Okay, so thank you for coming back to lunch. Thank you for lunch. And Alida, you're next. And then as soon as Alida finishes, we'll have at least a 45 minute to an hour discussion. So we can address some of these issues from this morning.
Okay, go ahead, Alida.
Okay. Cristina will put my presentation. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for being here and helping us discuss and see the specifics of an issue like the NPAs, the marine protected areas, and all the information that we have gathered today. To this moment, from the presentations that we had in the morning, I think you have all the information, at least in terms of biology, ecology, localization of the marine protected areas in the U.S. Caribbean. So that's what I'm going to go very, very fast on it. And I will take more attention on the importance of the stakeholders' participation. Because what I would like to get from you today is recommendations, that things that we can do, that we should do, how do we do it. I'm very happy that it is just a very good coincidence that Taco Lopez, who is the artist that worked with us in all these products, is here. So he will listen what I'm saying to you and what he's going to translate into the possible product. So this is my presentation today. Next, please. The definition of NPA, you have it already. And what is protected, you heard it in all the presentations. The ecologically significant ecosystems, the habitats, the processes, the taxas like mangrove, shallow coral reef, seagrasses, deep coral reef. You know that already. And what is allowed? In some of them, multiple uses. In some of them, there are prohibitions, regulations on the extraction of the living species. The next one. Within the CFMC jurisdiction, we have those are within the exclusive economic zone. And we have one map with the ones in Puerto Rico and those that include the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And you saw that this morning in the presentation that made Diana, and also in the presentation that was following that. Next one. In Puerto Rico, the map on the left has at least, or that was like 2018, all the protected areas that were in the island. And they have only the little signs in red. But we have some, like I know very, very good, La Reserva Marina de la Arrecife de la Isla Verde, and the one that I put is the Playa Calor Rosario, just to show you that it is not only the MPAs that are in the outer ocean or in the economic zone, the MPAs that are around us all over the islands, and probably the Virgin Islands have much more protected areas than we have in Puerto Rico. So that's something that we have to work with, how we look at it. And these are the ones in the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands, we have St. Croix, and look at St. Thomas, St. John. And then on the lower part, St. Croix, all those areas are protected in one way or another, in one form or another. Some of them are on council jurisdictions, others are on the territorial jurisdictions, some are managed by national parks, others are managed by the Fish and Wildlife Service. So this is a very complex scenario. Of those, and I'm asking you and children that you are asking your neighbor, how many of those NPA do we know? Do you visit them? Do you know the location? Do you know what they are protecting? And this is what I want to have as a question, as a big question for outreach and education. Remember that I come from an academic area. I have been a teacher, I don't remember when, for a long, long time in marine biology, but I have also worked with teachers and I have also worked with communities. So to me, education is not just bringing some material to the school or to the community. For education, I need to know what that community knows. How do they see the area? What do they want to learn about the area? So that's the approach that I'm taking in this presentation today. And obviously I need more information. I need more sources of information for developing the outreach. So these are the work the participation of the stakeholders, take into account the social, the cultural, and economic aspects. Not just that I am a fisher, not just that I am have a restaurant, not just that I'm a consumer. It has to take the history, it has to take the herencia that community has and how it shows in the relations of the area. Contribute the traditional and local ecological knowledge of the marine ecosystem in the MPA and the historical relationship with the area. And that local economic, local ecological knowledge is not just knowing the species or knowing how big they are. People in the community probably know more than many of the scientists on how that area is connected. How do the fish move from one place to the other? And okay, we can get the information with very modern instruments and different approaches, but we need to hear that people. And they identify and promote the community responsibilities for effective MPA management, prohibitions, closed season, etc. When we talk about enforcement, we are not talking only about who is going to give me a fine for doing this. What am I doing? What are the people doing? Why is that action forbidden? Is it important for the MPA? Is it important for the community in the economic and the social aspect? And that's so many of the questions that we hear from the fishers here. Who are the stakeholders? To me, we are all the stakeholders. Absolutely all. Fishing community, the educators, and I'm putting educators at all levels, from kindergarten to university, from students in social sciences to students in medicine. Those are stakeholders. The businesses, and not the business only, how do I sell this product along the exchange? How, when, what am I doing? The consumers, and consumers, we are all consumers because we buy the fish to cook it in my house, but we also go to the restaurant, we buy that fish and give it to another person. So consumers are part of that. Planners. When we hear of a management plan, we think only of the scientists involved in that management of the species. But then we have post-taxon management. We have other management areas. We have other planners involved in the area that we are considering an MPA or that we would like to consider an MPA. And obviously the government agencies, and that's federal, territorial. And when I say territorial, in Puerto Rico, it is important that it's not just Department of Natural Resources in San Juan, it's the municipality Cabo Rojo, Guanica, Arroyo, that have the same responsibility for the information for the management area. The education, and to me that's from my tradition, is probably the most important. It is not enough to bring to the teacher a big handbook on experiments with fishes or laboratory exercises. No, we need education from everywhere. Data from the APAs, curricular content to social sciences, geography. Do we know about the connection between the mountain and the sea where that APA is located? How does it get affected if they are cultivating coffee or they're doing agriculture in the mountain, or we have a lot of our chicken businesses on the mountain, and that goes into the water. Obviously, the natural sciences, but the art is just as important. We have ways of expressing what we see, not only by with a book or reading, but by art, by painting, and obviously the environmental studies. Resources for community education. What I get to the school probably doesn't work in the fishing community, but it has the same content. The only thing I have to have a different approach, and I have to get different points of viewing or taking to the issue, and the integration of fishers in management decisions. That's absolutely indispensable. Actually, many of the MPAs that we have, and my experience in Puerto Rico is not always the best one, but we have had, I remember a long time ago, when they talk about marine protected areas, but they came to the community with a plan already done, but we didn't know anything about what we were talking about. So we need to consult, we need to have the participation of the community from the very beginning of the decision of designing or designating an area as a protected area. We have worked with some materials. They are not probably the best one. So I need to see, what would you like to see? What would you use in your community? What would you use for your children that are going to the school, and probably they have an assignment on the marine protected area. The NOAA has produced already marine protected area resources content for fishing ocean literacy. Most of our teachers don't know anything about that document of ocean literacy. And ocean literacy by itself would be a full curriculum, because it integrates all the part that has to do with the biology, the ecology, the sciences, but also the history and the socioeconomics of the area. And SIGGRANT in Puerto Rico produced booklets, and there are a lot of materials that can be taken to the laboratory. But if I don't have the basis how to use that in the classroom, I just have another exercise. And we want marine sciences to be part of the education from the beginning until they go to the university or they become a lawyer. We need that. And these are materials that we have already prepared, and this is one of the materials for St. Thomas, St. John on marine protected areas. I really don't know.
Yes, the placemats have been sent.
Okay, the placement. But then we have a poster that was asked for us, for the people that go to the marinas, and that same information turned into a fact sheet. And we're going to do the same thing for St. Croix, and we're going to do the same thing for Puerto Rico. And the placement has been very, very useful, because they are in the restaurant, they are in the pescaderías, and the consumer learn about the fish that they are consuming. And if that fish is on season and it should not be caught at that time that I ask it in the restaurant, I am not doing the right thing. Not only the fisher, but the consumer also. And also, I think that part of that outreach and education is that all this area should be adequately identified with pertinent information for the users, consumers, fishers, and tourists. We have to have that information in the field. It can be a, big letreros, those signs that they put in front. We don't see them in this area. I have some from the Virgin Islands, and I have one from the Reserva de la Isla Verde, and another one that's also the Virgin Islands. But most of our areas in Puerto Rico don't have the sign. So we have to work on that too. That's not help. We have to do that. That's allowed. So this is a view of la Reserva Natural. That's one of the most beautiful things here. So questions? And as I said before, I really would like to hear from you recommendations, ideas, who can help us in our regional education in the council to produce those materials so that I can present to the council a big plan and get the funding that is necessary.
Let's start with the questions now.
Thank you, Alida. Yes, we should start. We can start by asking Alida if you have any questions specifically for. If not, everyone who was in the morning talks, it should be online except Mark. I think that he might not be online. And then I would like for you to discuss what issues are really important to bring to the council, be it research that needs to be done, be it perception that needs to be addressed. So go ahead. Who wants to go first?
I want to take a turn this because I really agree with what you presented. And we have been discussing on the council many things and have been doing many things in our region that are very efficient. But one of the mislinks that we are using is have a social change, a perception change in Puerto Rico. It's not just on the communities. Is to engage with the Department of Education some way, somehow, that if they're going to make examples of animals or organisms or dynamic and messages to the students, use nasal grouper as an endangered species and talk about them. Don't talk about the eagles and other stuff that we don't even have here. And that's a very simple way to sensibilize kids from very young age about coral reefs, about their environment, what is surrounding them, right? But right now, everything is disconnected. They learn from examples from other places that they cannot relate to, they cannot touch it, they cannot feel for it. And that's the only comment I have, that we maybe have to do something on that way. And I would like to give the turn to.
Let me answer
Let Alida address that point and then.
When we produced the booklet on marine fishery ecosystem in the US Caribbean, the idea was to do that. And we have done it with some schools. The only difference is, Marcos, and that's where you're going to, is that we have to go further than the science class. We have to do that as a curricular content for all. You know, when you get in that book, when you make an art with it, when you get it, shells in jewelry, where do they come from? How are they used? So we have to go back to that material and then get with the Department of Education and work with that. That's one of my probably last projects.
Yes, it's just the engagement with the other agencies in general, but in this case, with the Department of Education. they need to step up for a better education, quality education that is relevant to our area. And that's my request, right? We should pursue that some way somehow. It's all on your hands. The rest of you.
Okay, Julian?
And Julian McGrath at the record. Great presentation as usual. And we just received the placements. Women's has them in her possession, and we will be getting ready to start distribution of the placement very shortly. But you know, here thinking and watching your presentation today, and some issues that's been going on, I don't know, over the last couple of days, it opens up my mind to think one of the ways that we can reach out to getting our points across to the community is there are a lot of non-profit organizations, at least I know in the St. Thomas St. John district, and they look after every aspect of the different areas from marine to wildlife, everything in general. And I think we can get our liaisons within the different districts and maybe reach out to get some of these organizations to be part of the process, that it doesn't fall on the same people over and over. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to look into that. And they themselves might have some ideas. And also, I know many of them have areas where they can post secure posters and etc. So since we are moving in this direction to try to educate everyone, I think it would be a great opportunity. So something maybe we can discuss later on that we can look into.
What I'll do in February 23, I have a meeting with the Ocean Education Advisory Panel, and I'm going to bring all the recommendations that you make, so that from the panel, we get, you know, the question, and then that I present it in April to the council, and then there's where the council can then let us know what we can do. Thank you, Julia.
Okay. So I'll bring back the topic that Tony brought this morning in the discussion, and you address the issue of no more regulations until we have more or comprehensive results from the MPAs that we already have in place. So I think that the recommendation that we were talking about this morning, Diana was mentioning some recommendations. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to happen, because we need to assess, really assess what, how good these MPAs have worked. And that we are not there yet. We're just beginning to compile the information, because Rachel and Kevin's presentation and Diana's presentation was geared towards that. Who's doing what here? And this is something that the staff and the council has been requesting for a long time, that someone comes in, does some work, and they disappear, and we don't know anything about it. So the efforts that are taking place right now are specifically to start dealing with the issues of, are these MPAs working for the purpose that they were established? Do we need to consider in fisheries all the other MPAs, regardless of what the purpose of those MPAs were? Or does the Science Center have more specific needs, as you saw this morning, you know, to get organized and address the issue of where we go from here? So Tony, I think that pretty much was the summary of what I got from your conversation this morning and what I wanted to bring back to the table.
Let me follow up on this. I will try to explain myself as clear as possible and as simple as possible. I know most of you know me here, but I've been doing this commercially for 40 years. By the time I was a little boy, I was on a boat. So I've seen the changes come. I've seen faces come and I've seen them go. And this is just a little background so you understand exactly where I'm coming from. Years ago, when the High Bank was established first, was established as a very small area. Then it was moved to a 14 square mile enclosure the establishment of the Humanic Bank came in after that. A couple of years after that, there was a meeting that was held. I don't remember exactly where. And Coast Guard was in the room. And they wanted to shut up, to basically join the Humanic Bank with the High Bank. For those of us who got a kind of recognition. And the whole idea behind them wanted to join it at that time was it was an enforcement issue. That it would make it easier for Coast Guard to enforce a closed area if it was not a gap in between the two banks. Now, I'm coming to the point I will make to you now, just that I clarify that. I am seeing that this is coming back up again. And I'm not saying that this is the presence for why this is on the table. Because I understand connectivity, Miguel had a great presentation, and I'm glad that he brought the presentation that he brought to the table this morning. Because to the end of the day, when we talk about connectivity and we talk about where the hind, where the grouper, where the larvae move, where the small fish grow up, if we have to enforce regs to protect all of these areas, where are the commercial fishers? Where are the stakeholders? Where are the other user groups going to be able to move in and actually do something? Meaning, whether I do recreational fishing, I want to go dive, I want to do it commercially. If we have to pinpoint every little spot where a fish or an aggregation may come up, even if it's 10 fish, where is the line drawn in the sand? My question. How far are we willing to go with this? What we need to take into consideration is the amount of regulations we have on the books. Some of them that don't even make any sense, in my opinion. And we don't enforce them because to the end of the day, we say we don't have the amount of people needed to enforce the regs. So all we're doing here is really sitting down, coming up with regulations to say we have regulations over regulations that we have on the books. To try to regulate, which we can't regulate them because we don't have a workforce to do so. And I think if we stick to the regulations we have right now and enforce them how they need to be enforced, we don't need any other regulations. This has been working for how many years now? But we always try to see want to fix a problem that is not there because we anticipate the problem. I see connectivity with climate change, where stocks could move, just like Miguel said. So, on a day-to-day basis, a fishery is a very dynamic thing. I don't think putting regulations over regulations is the answer for the problem. I think we have more than enough regulations. I think there is ways out there now with technology, and I'm not really a technological man because if you look at me, all I got is a cell phone and I still can't walk this good. But I do know that there is ways of enforcing without actually having man on the spot to do so. We have drones. We have submersible drones, if I don't make a mistake. So there is other ways of monitoring the bank, monitoring areas without actually having a man on the scene. That just the short enforcement. That in and of itself, once people feel the presence is there, that will deter them from breaking a law or thinking of breaking a law. So the excuse is if we use it, that we need a bigger MPA. We need to move to a longer close season. When we have MPAs that are there, and in my opinion, they're not being monitored properly. And I will be a perfect example. Rick Beaming. And I don't have anything against Rick. I think Rick does a great job. But it's like coming to me as a fisherman. I catch a certain kind of fish, okay, because that's really why. There's another guy that is better at targeting a certain species of fish better than me because he does this more often. So to the end of the day, Rick is the only one for the College of the Virgin Islands that does any services in all of these MPAs. Minority. We need to get somebody else, regardless of who, with the credentials to come in and give us another point of view. Because the only point of view we get is Rick's own. You understand? And I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm not saying this is his point of view. It's like me taking a picture. I taking a picture of my post. What if I step back and take a picture? It's going to broaden the picture. I know that the hind bank is only monitored in a very small section of the hind bank. I fish the hind bank. I fished the hind bank before the hind bank was the hind bank. So what I'm trying to tell you is, we have data, yes. If you ask me if we have the best data, no. I think we can't say that we read this whole page if we just read the top section, read the middle section, and we read the end section. So that's as simple as I could make it when I think of studying a bank. You can't tell me what is happening in that part of the bank if you never study it. We don't know how good the corals are doing. We don't know how good the stacks are doing in the back. And the hind, just like in the presentation earlier, these hind move into the area to spawn, they move out of the area after the spawn. Some stay in the area, yes, but they are moving. A fishery does not have a fence. They don't stay in a yard, you understand me? So they will move just like lobsters will move when barometric pressure push them. The lobsters are going to move in and out of an area. So to the end of the day, my opinion, we don't need no MPAs, any more MPAs. We need to manage them better. We need to do a better job of enforcing the regs that are on the boats instead of making excuses. We need to find that same energy. And instead of telling me we can't do or we can't do this, we tell me how we can do it. And that will fix some of the problems that we anticipate or we think we will have down the road. I don't think that closing off areas, I don't think extended close seasons is going to help the local community. And that's something that we always seem to want to put at the back burner. And the way I see the people of the Virgin Islands, the Puerto Rican people is part of this fishery because they depend on the fish to bring to market. For the same guy that goes to the restaurant, for the same guy who is going to come and purchase a couple of fish for his family, for the same man that is catching them and eating it, for the same user guy that is going down and looking at the fish on the bottom. So we need to start taking a step back and putting the people of the islands on the back burner because we are hired to do a job to manage. I think part of managing fisheries is managing people. The way you are going to get people to buy into something, you actually have to make them feel it is a part of it. So to the end of the day, a part of something is the people, as a part of the fish. I am a Virgin Islander. I am a Puerto Rican. This is my heritage. We need to sell that sales pitch and make them believe there's a part of something bigger instead of what they see in front of their hand. As for education, a lot of the education before was not taught in the schools. It was taught by Waramo, by your father teaching you, by your grandfather teaching you. Not by going to school and learning it. And that is a disconnect, in my opinion, that we have right now. And part of that is because of technology. Part of that is because we didn't buy into believing ourselves. We buy into believing somebody else knows better than us. Somebody else got it better than us. But look at what you got in front of you. People leave from wherever they is to come here to Puerto Rico, to the Virgin Islands to move and live here. If you think if it was that way back home, we didn't come from there, we would have been reaching here. So we need to take pride in what we got. That is your education right there. Once you get people to believe and buy in, to having something, and there's a part of the big picture, then we will see a change. But if we keep going down the road of giving them information with them not understanding what we are trying to promote, this is nothing. This is absolutely zero. You beat your head against the wall and you want a different result. It ain't gonna happen. So that's my explanation as to MPAs. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against MPAs. I do believe that it works. But I do believe that we are not doing a good job monitoring them. I do believe that we need to do a better job of managing it and enforcing the regs that we have on the books. Whereas how we doing it is a cycle we spinning around and around in a circle, and we going to pace. How we doing? We're making the same mistakes that people before us have made by putting on regulations. Some of them don't understand the fishery, but we put on regulations because that's the thing to do. It makes us look like we actually doing something, but we're doing nothing but put on regulations.
Let me ask you a couple of things so that we can put this in perspective in terms of the things that need to be done. So, number one, we have a problem with perception. The public not understanding the goodness of the IPAC, for example, or the work that the fishers have done regarding compliance with the regulations. We have a problem with enforcement, and enforcement meaning that they would have to be over the area when people are invading the MPAs. We also have an issue of making sure that the science that we have, not only risks, but as you saw from the Science Center, they're trying, and at the last council meeting, they're really trying to do a deep dive into all the literature that is out there to bring it into the context of fisheries management. So they are actually doing that. And I think that one of the things that we talked at the last council meeting was to bring the information, do that mining of data, reanalyze the information so someone else is looking at the information from another set of eyes, right? And then provide that information back to the council and to the general public to see, what's in the NCD, what's in the land bank, who's been working there, what have they discovered, and not only for the, if I understand you correctly, not only our MPAs, meaning the council's MPAs, but all of the other protected areas that are in place. So the East End Marine Park, I believe Halls Bay, anything that has some management in it, put it at the same, in the same map, like the way that we've been doing, but we need the actual data. And I think that the Science Center has come on board to look at all that data. I mean, it's going to take a while, it's not going to happen tomorrow, but it's going to dig into all of the reports, all the data sets that can be used in the analysis of the data. So, not only Rich, but there were a number of other names that we saw in the presentations that have worked in the Virgin Islands and are not there anymore. So we need to have that data set. And one of the problems that we found was that people log the data and keep it for years. So you have the published paper, but you don't have the data, so you cannot reanalyze it in any way. So I think I got most of the issues that you have. And the other thing that I kept needing to mention is prevailing conditions. So in your 40 years fishing, you have seen changes that need to be accounted for when it comes to fisheries. So there have been changes in terms of the water temperature, changes in terms of the development of the land, changes in terms of the current and the sargasso that's coming in, etc. So we have to think in terms of putting events, oceanographic events that have taken place that have impacted fisheries, because the conditions are not the same now as they were 40 years ago. And it's not because of, it's not the population of fish, it's the actual temperature, the actual water quality, the actual weather, etc. So, and that's also going to take a little while, as you saw from Miguel's presentation. I mean, these are models that are running. So the next step in terms of connectivity is actually validating, getting the genetics done. so that we know where the juveniles are going to be found, getting the biology done so that we know where it's going to. And lastly, you didn't mention this, but I'm going to mention it because it has a lot to do with the MCD and the deeper water corals, that they are supposed to be the refugia. They're supposed to be the place where if we mess up all the corals in the shallow waters, we'll be able to get corals from those depths. And I think that we need to put continue working on the deeper parts of the ocean that are part of these MPAs that are really unknown. So I'm putting that into your conversation of everything that needs to be done.
Okay, so let me just emphasize a couple of things here.
Okay.
Because you did touch on basically what I say. When we ask for the monitoring of the MPAs specific, meaning we don't want you to monitor the same place and not monitor the rest of the time. You need to know what is going on from the head of the back to the tail of it. That I need to clarify. No, as for the, I agree with you. We need, so in my opinion, is we got a dead piece of water over there we can. We don't know what happened in it, in my opinion. We have a slight idea of what happened in it. And if we are going to keep this area closed up, to say that we are protecting certain things, we need to know that it really working. Or if we want to look at it this way, all we have is a closed area that we're supposed to be protecting, but we really don't know anything about it. That's all I'm thinking. And as for the MPAs in the territorial waters, I didn't mention it because we, the council, say we stay out of local issues. And I understand that. That's why it was better when it comes from you than it comes from me. But I will tell you this. We do need to do a good job in the territory of monitoring our MPAs. I don't think the public has the knowledge as to where the MPAs is to begin with, why they were established, what they are trying to achieve, and really the enforcement again. And I don't need to be knocking on enforcement, but we need to enforce these things, you know. And we have MPAs on the shoreline, but to the end of the day, we could manage what is in the MPA on the shoreline, but are we managing properly what is 30 foot out the shoreline that you just put up a building that you're going to put in a septic tank that is sitting right out the water? What do you think about it? You tell me, because I ain't a scientist. But what I do know is whatever walks through the water column is going to end up in the ocean, and the closer you hit it, the more you impact it. So we, the local government, have to take responsibility for our play in this game. Because I don't really think we're doing a great job of it. That's just my opinion. And I will speak on the local government behalf as a concerned citizen, as a commercial fisher. Because like I said, we don't speak as council and local issues. So let me clarify that, which I should have clarified at the beginning. But I, as a commercial fisher, we're doing a great job of monitoring what's happening above our MCDs. You understand me? So it's just like saying that we don't litter. That's not true. We are litter. When we take this and we put it in the garbage bag, if we was to market and know where it started from, and then know where it ended up, tell me that we didn't litter. We are litter. So that's like telling me we are doing impact. We are doing impact.
So let me clarify one thing about the local governments. Because of the ecosystem-based fishery management technical advisory panel, Dr. Senay is part now of the DPNR, and he's the chair of the EPFM tab. So he is bringing into the equation all the issues that are related to the local MPAs and the local issues of contamination, etc. So all that we are trying to get at the same table, all the players that are involved. Because one of the questions that I had for Jocelyn specifically was to ask her about, and I don't know if she's online, but if all of the MPAs need to be, can be considered in terms of the regulations of no fishing that they have in place. So it would be the sum of the EEZ plus the sum of the monuments plus the sum of the local MPAs. When you end up looking at the map that we have with all those green spaces all over the place, it ends up being a fairly large amount, especially in the Virgin Islands. So these are the things that we need to consider when we're dealing with how much space are we protecting already. Okay.
Miguel just wrote me a little note that it's important in this meeting to hear the recommendations from the council for future projects, trying to address what Tony is saying and other people are saying about MPAs. Especially from panel one, that was the one that just presented. There is anybody from the council that have any recommendation? If you don't have it now, please send it on writing an email. But ideally, we would like to hear something that jump out of your mind of recommendations to start to address problems like we just explained and other people present today.
Well, let me just start with this. I'm going to make a recommendation because I would like to hear what Virgin Islands DAP and some Nebraska to say. I would like the recommendation to come out of the DAP of the Virgin Islands or the DAP of Puerto Rico. Because I is one man. This is a committee. I would think that they have a better sight or a broader vision than I have. I would think so. Because it's 15 heads or whatever. I forget how much member compared to one hand. So I would like it to come out of the DAP.
I'll go to both DAP very quick to address that. And after that, I would like to hear also the expert that present, if you guys want to say something. And addressing what you said before, Tony, about how we can improve the speed of good, important knowledge about the MPAs. There is a big link here. We need to use the industry to answer some of those questions. They are there. We need to build trust and to do something on that line. Otherwise, we're going to keep addressing little scientific projects here and there with scarce money to attend, and the flow of information will never be enough. And that's my recommendation, is to explore, to the extent possible, the expansion of comparative research to the level and capacitation that the industry can get on board to it. So I'll give to you the word, but I need to somebody else. Carlos.
I just got a question. I don't know if this meeting is a prelude to determine what percentage of 3530 US Caribbean land to start with. Because from what I read, 30% of land and water is the nation. That 30% of the nation's land and water, how much percentage is the US Caribbean and the part of it? We look at 30% for US Caribbean, 30% for each other regional councils that are out there. Not a lot of that part of it.
Question for Justin, for somebody.
I want to know what that is. What is that percent of
Marine managed areas. So let me turn back a little bit. So we have an issue of definitions. We know, not only us, but the CCC, and NOAA, and the Department of Interior, everyone has a different definition of what a marine managed area is, marine protected area, you name it, they have it. And this is one of the things that the CCC is trying to address. What do we mean by MPA, by marine protected areas, like marine managed areas, etc.? And where do we fit in the scale of protection? Okay, so that's an issue that is happening also outside, the council. And it has to do with America the Beautiful and everything else. But there are two things that Richard called to my attention this morning. Number one, we need to determine how efficient the local MPAs have been. Have they protected the spawners? Have they been successful in improving our fishery? And then the other issue has to do with the 30 by 30, the executive order 14008. That's something different. Some of that information that is needed for the 30/30, and if you read the executive order, it says, play nice, all of you, because it lists all of the agencies that have anything to do with the marine environment. It has them all listed in that executive order. So there are two different issues. But what really is a concern of the council right now is how do we address how efficient are the MPAs that we have in place in? What other agencies in the local US Caribbean have marine regulations that have impacted fisheries, that have displaced fishers, that have taken away that area from the local fisheries? Case in point, the extended monument south of St. John, where most of the lobster fishing was done, and that's all testimony and data that the council has looked at before. So that's the issue of how efficient these MPAs have been. What do we need to do next? How do we make them better, or do we do away with them? Because the council back in 1985 was discussing rotating MPAs, rotating managed areas. And you saw that in the Pacific presentation, that they have these dynamic areas that are being protected. So everything is on the table, but they're two very different things. And they do have things in common, but the purpose of this meeting specifically had to do with the MSA and the MPA that we have in place. And he said a recommendation to the council that we look at all other MPAs that are in place that have no fishing regulations. Which, my personal opinion, we should, because the sum of all of that adds up to a very big chunk of habitat that is non-fishing grounds anymore.
One of my recommendations would be
Un poquito más alto para que puedan escuchar por el
Tiene que hablar más alto.
One of my recommendations, we need to go back to this, we'll talk about the multi-snapper MPA, Sheldon St. Croix, where Barbara Coates identified, and I saw it in the slide here, that is not an aggregating area. So we're here, having an MPA that's really not an aggregating area, and we need to identify that aggregating area. 11 years ago. Haven't touched that. Fix that. Maybe bigger, maybe smaller, maybe a different location, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Carlos. Tony, and then I want the 2DHB to waiting.
Okay, let me go back to something that Mark was saying, which is so funny. That about building trust and having officials about it. But yet in the same conversation, they're talking about extending what was mentioned about extending the MPAs, making them larger. How do you think it will go off? And I will speak in a raw manner because that's just how we really feel. I, as a commercial fisher right now, feel like a rat in a cage trying to get out. Now you want to make a cage smaller. That's what I saw like. And that's as plain and as clear as I can. I want you to sit down and practice think from my perspective when you mention about taking a bigger area. Our perspective, taking a bigger area, shutting it down for a longer period of time. And nobody sees, I don't think nobody seems to realize that when these things are done, we're taking money out of our You know, I wonder if I was asking you to take a 10% for every time I decide, well, I got great that day, will you take 15%? You think you'd sit back and hey, I think that's a great idea. I think so. So you know you want me to buy in. You want me to buy in, but you mentioned it as one of the alternatives to extend a MCD or to extend a seasonal closure. And I suppose we feel good about that. So I'm talking as now in a layman terms as a commercial fisher and how I really
feel. Because I was jumping from the conversation, I need to react. I want to clarify that what, and I'm gonna go with you. What I really said is that we have to be included on research, data collection, to know what is going on with the areas that they are already closed. I was not putting on the line of expanding or anything. I just want that to be very clear.
And I wasn't jumping at you, Marco. So I just trying to make a point that you want us to buy in. But every time you want us to buy in, you want something from us. We get it squeezed in a smaller and smaller cage. I know it should be okay with us to do so. That's what you said.
I just want to clear the record. Right, very clear. Go ahead, Julie. Let's go Julian, then Andy, then.
All right, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. Julian McGrath for the record. I think what's happening here, listening to the discussion, all three of the DAP chairs was requested by Miguel to do a presentation at this meeting on the MPAs from our perspectives, not from the group. The group will be meeting in March. Every one of our different groups will be meeting to come up with our points. And I think right now, instead of me answering the question that was asked, I think you should leave us do, when it's our turn on the agenda today, do our presentations. I think that the council members should listen to the DAP presentations and the liaison's presentation and the government's presentation before we come up with recommendations. And this is only my thought. And even the recommendation should come at the April meeting, since that the DAPs are going to be meeting as a whole. That when we come in with our reports in April, we're going to have our full recommendations from the full body of their input and what they think should take place as a recommendation to the council members to move forward with their suggestions. So that's just my take on it. I know we have a lot to cover this afternoon, so I'm going to hold everything else until after I give my presentation.
Actually, was a deference to Tony's request to include you guys on the discussion. That's why I asked.
Yeah, well, I know. I'm just saying, yeah, and I think we need to do our.
Yeah, thank you.
We need to do our presentation.
Short. We have Andy. Andy Stretcher.
Yeah, thanks, Carlos. Excuse me, thanks. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. In terms of the overview this morning, it was really quite impressive, actually, the amount of research that's ongoing, and appreciate the work that's been done. I think it's clear, obviously, from the presentations that we don't have a long-term time series of information. We have, obviously, studies that are conducted periodically based on research funding and availability, and that's been really informative and productive and helpful, obviously, to this conversation. I think we're getting a little bogged down partly in trying to look at this holistically with all of the closed areas and MPAs in the Caribbean, and it's focusing on research recommendations. I mean, I think there's a couple of things we need to think about. One is, obviously, a lot of these closed areas and MPAs have been in place for 25, 30 years. So the objectives of those closed areas have been in place for a long time. So we need to be asking, obviously, the research question in terms of, those objectives and why they were established, and really focusing the questions on that. But then I think we also need to consider and take into consideration the fact that the lot has changed over that 25, 30-year time frame as well, and that things have not remained status quo. And so are those areas benefiting us in other ways? Are they inadequate based on enforcement and other reasons? And so I think there's also new questions that we're going to need to be able to ask with regard to the efficacy of those areas. But I think that, to me, what would resonate is, one, let's be clear in terms of the objectives of those areas, evaluate against those objectives. Two, if funding permitting, we need to look at longer term data streams in order to evaluate how that's changing over time. And comments were made earlier about having adequate baselines to compare that against. And then three, because we're looking at a whole myriad of potential areas in the Caribbean, maybe honing in on a smaller number to focus on research initiatives rather than trying to look at everything all at once and conduct a more comprehensive review at a subset of those MPAs or closed areas versus trying to evaluate everything. I know that's important from the 30 by 30 initiative, but I think from directing limited research funds toward answering some of these questions, it would be beneficial to hone in on a smaller subset of questions and areas to look at. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Nelson, do you want very quick to say? We're going to present.
I have the same lines than you, and I'm going to make a few recommendations when I do my presentation.
Thank you, Nelson. Anybody else? Richard?
Yeah, I have a bunch of some minor points and some use as to illustrate things. Example of a minor point is Yana's presentation. She made a recommendation that we need to study the more permanent transects and monitors. I think that we should be not locking ourselves in permanent transects. For statistical reasons, there's a place for those, there's a place for random transects to try and get what we want to get from those kinds of things. In the study, in the presentation by Kevin and Rachel, they made a number of points, almost looking at movement versus the area of an MPA and whether there was a mismatch. And I don't think that should be interpreted as we need bigger MPAs. I actually agree with Tony. Yes. He was very eloquent about where we are with that, and until we know what we're doing and really come in line with what we have in the local waters, together with what's in the council waters, we have a way of looking at where should we be. And we have a lot of water out there in our jurisdiction that there isn't a lot of fish in the water. So the real action is close to the islands. We have a lot of stuff there, and we're not sure what we're doing and whether our goals are being met. We have goals. Anyway, just the fact that some things move farther than the boundaries of MPAs. One of the advantages to MPAs was supposed to be that there's spillover. Fish grow bigger and they go over to one and are available for fishing. So the fact that something leaves the MPA is not necessarily bad. It's only if it leaves it so frequently that it's not getting any protection. And a lot of those funds that were documented in the study were probably for spawning, because they would leave, go some long distance out to the shelf edge, and then come racing back. And when they're racing out there and back, they're probably not going to be subject to fishing pressure. So you don't really need larger MPAs to cover those kinds of situations. Rachel talked about red pine and triggerfish, and that there were higher densities outside the MPAs. She gave some reasons why that might occur, but one of the reasons she did not give was habitat. And there's a really excellent study that's done for Luis Pena Reserve in Culebra, looking at red pine distributions. And again, red pines are much more abundant outside the reserve. Well, why is that? Well, all the red pine habitat is outside the reserve. So the reserve would have protected them if they were in there. That's not really occurred. And there was a study done, I think, with respect to the line South of St. Thomas that the BioGeos group in NOS did, showing that by and large, habitat complexity and just good habitat was much better outside the environment than inside. So we have to take into consideration where the fish want to be before we can tell how those things will function. I want to emphasize again, it's already been mentioned, the importance of the MPAs that are in local jurisdictions. They're in areas where they can really protect critical habitats like reefs and seagrass, protect critical nursery areas, and whatnot that have large impacts on what the fisheries are going to be for us as those fish evolve. One example, and there's been a lot of work on that. I'll mention one. I was involved with this work on the Mona Reserve. That was compared to control area with La Pajera. They put paper out, there's going to be some more that are coming out of there. None of it looks great. None of it looks great for various reasons. But there's a lot of work that's been done in some of these areas. And that should not be left off the table just because they're in remote jurisdictions. Finally, a question on the work that Miguel presented. I'm not criticizing his work. I thought it was stunning. I think the model is one of the best I've seen. It just doesn't go far enough, and he is well aware of this, so it's not a knock on the work he's done, but people who are listening have to understand what the limitations were of what he was showing. So he was showing the tracks of where things go, and then the ensemble, basically statistics of here's where you're most likely to find it. But those were the tracks anytime during the period of those 42 days. So first of all, it doesn't take into account mortality. Something could be out there for 42 days, but it might be 0.001% of what was there on day one. So that needs to be built into there. There are differences in when you can legitimately look for settlement habitat. So people talk about the pelagic larval duration. Sometimes it's as short as 2 weeks, sometimes it's 2 months, depending on the species you're talking about. But there's some point at which, okay, now you're in a position to settle. And the next thing is, how long can you stay in the water column? Some species can do it a long time, some species can't. And how near do you have to be to some settlement habitat to pick up the cues and orient toward it? And there have been modelers who have done that in the past to try and look at what's the realistic distribution of fish, and not just the potential without the other factors in there. And well, I don't think their models are as good as the one that Miguel presented. They have these ideas are out there about how to incorporate them. I'm sure Miguel is looking for doing that in the future. But all of this says that, well, you know, they really don't go that far. And by that far, I mean like 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers for a lot of the fish that we're interested in that may have larval durations of about 3 weeks. So we need to build that into that perspective. So we see those scatter models like that. That's just potential. It's not reality. And there's a lot of things like mortality and how long is the water column that affect that, that reality. So the key point really is, you know, where are you when you become competent to settle in metamorphose, and are you in a place that can get you back to the habitat? He also mentioned some differences about the time of spawning. What little we know about this. It looks like a lot of, at least the groupers, which have put into best, are looking for that sweet spot where light is getting dark at the time that the current tidal currents are reversing. And this seems to be much more related to protecting the eggs just as they're spawned and protect and respond to this information. And not necessarily a strategy of where they're going to end up in weeks down the road. But they do have big impacts, whether you spawn right when the tide is changing, therefore your stuff is going to go out the reef, or you spawn a little bit too early and you're on the reef, and these change each day as the tidal changes. And if you're something like black grouper, which forms aggregations say for 5 months, but when sunset occurs, also changes. The dynamics here that are affecting the fish do, we have no idea whether this is significant in terms of where the larvae end up. So there's a lot more work to do in those. I'm always amazed when I see those pictures, but we have to make sure that there's a lot more work to do before those pictures are really going to inform us about those things. As Miguel said, genetics is the other side of that question. We need to bring those. And one other comment. Kind of agree with Tony. There's been a lot of studies that have been done. There hasn't been, I think you mentioned this, well, studies that have specifically looked to see is there functioning other than under very narrow sets of things. So RIT, for example, doesn't study the effect of the MDA. He's studying the effect of the on spawning aggregation in that location. And the other ones are chromatic. That's what he's doing. And that's why it's not a legitimate look at how the whole MDA. We tried to do this in Mona, and we did get good data in the total community there. I'd like to tell you what it was like, well, what it said relative to the goals, but the closure actually didn't state the goals. So we can tell you how it's doing only if we assume what the goals were. So again, I think that comes from me. What are we trying to do with this reserve? What is it there for? But we can also look at it from the point of view of, well, it was put there for that reason, protecting biodiversity. So that does have an impact on fishing. Hopefully it's beneficial. If there's more fish, we need the reserve to catch them. But sometimes it just closes off part of the resources we have. That's not helping the fishing as well. So again, this idea, what are we trying to do? Put into reserve, but also what can we do with what we have? Do we really need more areas, or just need to do better? Have a more coherent system along all these things about how they can serve the fishery better.
I want to make a comment. I agree. I really agree with the combination of what we said, especially what Richard mentioned. And I want to highlight the expansion of genetic studies. That will be a very useful tool for coherence between all the models and all the knowledges. And that's a good tool that we need to expand the use in the Caribbean. And also, once those models predict that those larvae in the period of 3, 4, 10 years get this area most of the time, which is an important recruitment area for X species, we also should monitor that through landings or through recruitment data to know the linkages outside from the NPA, but as an effect from that spawning that happened inside of it. And that connection of those studies that can be done with genetics, we are not addressing. We are losing the opportunities, right? Anyway, anybody else? The panel two.
I just want to touch on what we were talking about still. I should have mentioned the studies that are being done out there. I get the feedback and information of what's happening out there. An example of that is on St. Croix, the Buck Island National Monument. That was expanded from 850 acres to 19,000 acres of total no-take. And yet, there's done fish count, and we have no knowledge of the status. Dr. St. Croix Marine Park, who's we found it is 17 miles long, with a total 100% rotate from that area. And yet we have no knowledge of what the outcome of this protection is. I get information, I get intel from illegal divers that are saying there's a lot of fish out there. So, but we're not getting this with science. I think that's important.
Chair, I think that we have pretty much, a couple of recommendations that we can follow through. One of the other things that we need to tell the council is that what you mentioned about the competitive research and get fishers more involved. We're developing a small project so that the fishers and the scientists will be fishing at the same time and doing the whole process together. So we'll have more information on that as soon as we have the statement of work. And the idea would be to have them participate in the same type of protocol that SEMA, for example, follows. Everyone doing everything, but the commitment has to be there for the days that they're going to be out sampling. Okay, so fishers and scientists will be doing the same work over the same period of time. For example, the SEMA protocol. So these are the things that we need to also get back in the loop of working together.
Thank you, Graciela. We are ready to pass to the panel 2. I want to highlight this. But Tony and the fishermen and what we're hearing, they are requesting science. They are requesting information. They are requesting analysis. They are not requesting to stop doing what we're doing. They want to make a good decision. They are requesting science. Don't lose that on your mind, because we want to do the right thing. Panel 2, that's next on the agenda. Marine protected areas governance and industry perspective. Julia McGrath is going to be the chairman on this panel. Do you want to sit down closer to the mic or something? Or
I'm good.
You're comfortable there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Julia McGrath. The discussion today for the protected areas, the governance and industry perspectives. We're going to start off with the liaisons. And first up, we have St. Croix, USVA, Marvel, Maldonado.
Good afternoon. This is Mabel Maldonado. This is can you guys hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
This is the St. Croix liaison for St. Croix. The presentation is short because since it's based on the MPAs and what's governed and everything like that, it's if you go to the 2 following slideshows, it shows that's my information there. Slideshow, please, Christina. Or
Can you
Diane.
see your presentation?
Yes, I can. Can you guys see it?
We can see it from.
Okay. Good to go.
The next slideshow. This is just a summary of all the NPAs in the USVI. I'm just going to be focusing on the one from St. Croix. And what I love about this page, this chart, it shows a go again.
Just 1 minute.
We have an internet issue with one of the.
Yeah, just give us 1 minute, Marvel, please. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. I'll wait.
While they're fixing the internet connection, we're going to try to stick to the time allotted for each person this afternoon, and we're going to do the same thing as we did this morning. We're going to hold all questions until after all the presentations have been given, unless that is something that needs to be addressed right away. Thank you. You ready to go?
Yes.
All right, Marvel. Okay, we're going to try this again.
The third page. Yeah, the next one. More center. Yes. So what I love about this page and this chart is like it giving you exactly the information that you need. Who is governing the institution, about the MPAs, what year was established, was the level of protection, and was the manager's plan. I'm gonna be focusing mainly on St. Croix. If you see the first one, it's talking about the marine protected area and the Book Island Reef. It's governed by the National Park Service, National Park, and it was established in 1961. There is no take and it's restricted anchoring. And yes, it's still managed, it's being managed. The South River National Historic Park and Ecological Presence is managed not only by the National Park, but only by the BIDPNR. It's been established in 1992, and its level of protection is fishing regulations and review, and it's still in revision. The Territorial Marine Parks, or St. Croix East End Marine Park, is managed by the DPNR, and it's been established in 2006. It's very zoned, and if you guys see, maybe we're gonna see it in the next slideshow, but I'll either show part of it, is you could tell exactly the areas. And there's multiple use with no take. Now we're gonna go to the Marine Sanctuary and the Wildlife Reserve. That's the South River. And it's being managed by DPNR, the Virgin Islands DPNR, since 1995. No take. So is management plan? I said no. The fishery closure areas and marine conservation districts for the mutton snapper in St. Croix. NOAA is the one governing, the CFMC and the VI department, the DPNR since 1993. It have seasonal closures, how we see from the beginning of the day. And also the same thing goes with the land bank, since being managed in 1993. I really appreciate the first presentations because it give like a description exactly of what's going on right now. And at the end, if you go down to the last one, that is the areas of the particular concern, all of them, I'm gonna just read the areas because when you really look at it, all of them are being managed by the same organization, government institution, the same year, and it was been doing. So they are the South Shore Industrial Area, APC, the St. Croix Coral Reef System, the South River Bay, APC, the Christian State Waterfront, the Southgate Pond, Cheney Bay. Let me close something here, sorry. And the Eastern. All of them are managed by DPNR since 1993. They have multiple use. We could go to the next slideshow. Christina. Okay. I always love this map because it's like it tells you specifically the areas. Not only I'm very visual. So somebody could tell me something, but when I see something, it stays more in my mind. Here we could see exactly the areas that the MPAs the particular concern, that's the purple outlines, and the territorial MPAs, that's the solid purple. That's the only one. And then we see like in St. Croix, we see like the brown area, the shading representing the shallows. And I think the next slideshow is gonna talk more like about the Eastern Marine Park. Slideshow. Go ahead, Christina, the next slideshow. Thank you. What we love about this, and that's one of the reasons like I enjoy what I'm doing, is like the outreach education with the liaison and the CFMC is like involving the community, how they have the seagrass patrol, the participant explore vital nurseries, habitats, and learn more about what we have around our areas, like invertebrates, vertebrates, the inhabitant seagrass, meadows, what their they involve and how they could affect our environment. Next show. Next slide, sorry. We got Coral Nursery and we got the Coral Nursery Tour. The Coral Nursery, through partnership with the Nature Conservancy, the Cremas Park Coral Nursery was established in 2019. And the nursery tour allows the public to learn about the coral reef restoration efforts and a firsthand look at the organisms that call nearby patch reef and seagrass beds home. Next. Shoreline walks is able to give the opportunity to anybody. I mean, we see there are students, for anybody that's interested, to explore the functions of the watersheds and how coral reef works. Seagrass meadows and mangrove forests work together to protect the coastlines. Next. We have a very beautiful center. The center includes interactive displays for teaching guests about the vital marine and territorial habitats within the park, history of natural resources within the USVI. Due to the COVID, I think now you have to, not you, Siri, sorry. Now you gotta, it's open now. It's just got to ask for, I forget the lady name, but in the next slide show, I think we're gonna see the information, but it's very beautiful place. Next. Sorry about that, Siri. What I like about this, and I noticed this, I think this sign, this is the other outreach in the St. Croix EMMP. We have one, it's listed in English and Spanish. We have 3 locations where the signs are located. I noticed one in, I was supposed to take a picture, but I forgot, by Duggan's Reef Restaurant. And it's very informative for the locals and the tourists. And we see there the video about citizen science. The link is to the public if you guys have a chance to just look at it and go there. And that's it. Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much. This is all the information that we gather it from. I don't know if I left my information in the next slide, but if you guys have any question, when in the beginning of the slides, I got my number, my email address, and again, this is Mabel. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mabel, for your presentation. Next up, we have Nicole Grillo from the St. Thomas, St. John District.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Nicole Grillo. Thank you very much, Mr. McGrath. I am going to share my screen. And get that. Just checking. Can everyone see what's up there now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
But it says that you are sharing. Now we see.
Now we see it.
Okay. That's good. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Grillo. I am the liaison for the St. Thomas St. John District, and my presentation is going to be on the inventory of the territorial marine protected resources and our areas. So here on St. Thomas, we have 3 different types of management, just like we do on St. Croix. I'm going to be focusing on the territorial managed we have a lot of information on our federal and the co-managed. So here on St. Thomas, we have at least 18 areas that are marine protected areas. And most of those areas are included within the St. Thomas East End Reserve. So that's Cass Key, Mangrove Lagoon, and also St. James. So the East End Reserve is integrated of all of these areas and the surrounding terrestrials around them as well. I have the same information that Mabel has, but specifically, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be concentrating only on the territorial section of our marine reserves. So I mentioned the St. Thomas East End Reserve earlier. That particular area is multiple zone. They do have no-take areas within it. And there are also areas from the terrestrial side that you are allowed to fish from. We do need to concentrate on getting that particular area with better signage on the land as also on the ocean as well. These marine protected areas were developed with the goal of providing protection or support for the natural and cultural resources within and around them. Here is a map of the specific marine protected areas and the St. Thomas East End Reserve, which is highlighted in the purple. So that includes areas 5 and 7, and then further out that's circled, that's outlined in purple, areas 6 and 8. That is the Jessup Bay area. And also you have the Mangrove Lagoon and Benner Bay. So the Mangrove Lagoon and Benner Bay is one of our highly utilized areas for industry as well. And it's very important economically for the fishers and the people that utilize that area for their business. The St. Thomas East End Reserve is doing a very wonderful job in helping our locals get more in tune and close to our surrounding natural resources. With the St. Thomas East End Reserve, there are opportunities to do snorkeling through different eco tours, as well as opportunities to learn about the different habitats, whether it's mangrove, inshore, and then also specifically the vegetation with the water side of the mangroves, as well as the land side of the mangroves, to get people more interested and also more aware of the nurseries that are in that area, because we all know the mangrove lagoons are very important to help keep our fish stock in supply. The University of the Virgin Islands is doing studies in the St. Thomas East End Reserve, and we also have the VI-EP score, which utilizes this area as well. You can see the list of all the different activities that are taking place within the steer. So for topic specific, we do have a wide range of fishing regulations throughout our MPAs of St. Thomas and St. John, with varying permittables for commercial and recreational fishing as well. There are no-take areas within this East End Reserve also. And there's also areas of inclusion that include terrestrial. Here is a better view of the St. Thomas East End Reserve from the land side. And all of that you're looking at out there between the point of the bay going out to the outlying islands, though that whole entire area is a marine protected area. This is the view coming in, going into the lagoon. The sailboats that you see there are in Compass Point, which is located within that particular lagoon. So I would like to thank Ms. Karen Toner, who was a very valuable index of resource for helping me to find my way towards where I could pick up this information about the East End Reserves and some of our marine protected areas, as well as Dr. Sinai Habtez. I do want everyone to know that there are efforts underway to revise existing management plans and also to develop new ones. Our marine protected areas here in the Virgin Islands are very important, not only culturally, but also economically to our commercial fishers and those of us as Virgin Islanders. Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to do this presentation. And Mr. McGrath, I'm done.
Now I open the mic. You can speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Nico, for that presentation. At this time, we will go to Puerto Rico's report, Wilson Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. As you know, my name is Wilson Santiago. I'm the liaison officer of Puerto Rico. Today we're going to talk about the inventory of the state jurisdiction MPAs. All this information, I get it in the DNR offices and in the U.S. Department of Agriculture. They have a book that I found, and all this information I took it. All this information I took it. Okay.
Desperate, you move closer to the house and speak louder.
Okay, now? Okay, thank you. So yes, all this information I gathered from the inventory of state jurisdiction in Puerto Rico. I got it from the DNR offices and a book from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. What I found that a total of 27 MPAs are managed by the DNR in Puerto Rico, and 9 of them are marine reserves. 18 of them are marine extension of natural reserves. Okay, the DNR has an interactive map of all the marine protected areas at this site that you find in the presentation. Over there, we can find some other materials like 8 management plans of some of those areas, 10 designation documents. They're available on this website, as well as an investigation, permissions, and other documents regarding all the protected areas in Puerto Rico. And continuously, the DNR is updating this website. So when some new information is coming up, they're going to put it in this website, just like this. Okay, so in Puerto Rico, some of the MPA management plans that we found available online in that website. We have the Canal Luis Peña en Culebra, Humedal Punta Viento en Patillas, Reserva Natural Isla Caja de Muertos, Reserva Natural Playa Bioluminiscente en Vieques, Reserva Natural Florena Bella de Jobos, Reserva Natural Pantano y Bosque de Pedrocarpus en Macao, Reserva Natural Estuariana, Laguna del Condado y Reserva Natural Tres Palmas en Rincón. Como también no está ahí puesta, sorry. It's not in the presentation part of the Tour Marine Bank, right? That slide. Yeah. So in this website, we find some designation laws, some of these protected areas, like Corredor Ecológico de San Juan, Natural Reserve of Desecheo, Reserva Natural de Belvedere, Caño Tiburones, Humedal Punta Vientos, la Reserva Natural de la Parguera en Lajas, la Reserva Natural de la Laguna de Joyuda, la Reserva Natural Pantano y Bosque de Pedrocarpus en Macao, está la Destination Law, online, Punta Cuchara sin Ponce, en Punta Guaniquilla en Cabo Rojo. Okay. Some of these protected areas, there are no take zones. And the major of them are take zones, but they are managed. Okay. Okay. So in that website, we can find some formal co-management agreements between the entities and the Puerto Rico DNR department. Okay. There are some of them, like in Humedal Punta Tuna, we have the Comité Pro Desarrollo de Maunabo, Fideicomiso de Conservación Historia de Vieques, is for the bioluminescent bay in Vieques, Arrecife Pro Ciudad, is in the Arrecife de la Verde Natural Reserve, Iniciativa de Desarrollo de Bahía de Jobos, this is in the Historian Research Bay, we call it Jobaner, amigos de Tres Palmas y Citizens de Tres Palmas Marine Reserve y Rincón, Coalición Pro Corredor Ecológico del Noreste, Corporación Comunitaria de Caños Tiburones, Caños Tiburones Reserve en Arecibo, y Programa de Educación Comunal de Entrega y Servicios PECES. This is in the Macao Natural Reserve. Okay, this is a formal co-management between the government and some local agencies. Okay, and so we know that I'm going to mention them. In Puerto Rico, there's 3 areas, federal jurisdictional MPAs, the Bajecico, Turmalín, Ben, and Abril La Sierra. Okay, so that is my presentation for today. If you need, I have available with me, and in the website there are 2, all the management plans, the designation laws, there are booklets of education, all the investigation, and they're available in the website, but if you need them, I have it with me, so I can pass it to you if you need them. Okay, any question? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilson. At this time, we're gonna have the DAP's presentation. First up, I'll be giving a presentation for the St. Thomas, St. John district that I have put together, and be speaking on the fishing MPAs that are in place in both territorial and federal waters. Next slide, please. The first one I'm going to be speaking about is the VI Coral Reef National Monument. And, you know, anchoring is prohibited, all fishing prohibited, just bait fish and blue runner hard-nosed fishing permitted at Hurricane Pole and Cabrita Point with license from the National Park. Some of the concerns is studies have proven that the corals are more healthy outside the monument than inside. And the issue with lionfish, seagrass, groupers, the issues with that is you got these invasive species and you have such a large area closure, and the lionfish have been in a hot item for a very long time because they eat all of our juvenile fish. And these lionfish are not being removed from inside of this closed area. And it's the same issue that you're going to see with all of the MPAs that I will be speaking about. And now we have this new invasive seagrass that seems to be also taking over where the turtle grass have diminished. It's also taking over a lot of the sandy bottom. And I put groupers up there because we have a tendency of protecting species, and we only look at invasive species of doing a lot of damage. Well, the groupers themselves, they also do a lot of damage by eating a lot of the juvenile fish. So if we have these large closures and you have these predators living inside, what we are trying to actually protect is not being protected in a way that they should be. So the groupers, these large groupers not only eat juvenile fish, but they eat the spiny lobsters. And this area has been known for one of the healthiest places for lobsters. And it was closed out for the fishermen for many years. And only today that I saw from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center that some studies are taking place finally. But how many years have that been put in place? And we haven't got any reports. I've never heard one report that comes out of there that has been different, that people did diving inside that said that the corals on the outside were more healthy than the corals inside. And it's been proven that sometimes if corals, certain species of corals does not have interaction, they die. But with interactions, they continue to produce. So whatever studies have been done in this area or reports that have been written for this area, I think needs to come forward to this committee so we can have a better idea, since we are looking at all the marine protected areas. Go to the next slide, please. So this slide here will show you both the national park and it will show you the coral reef monument. The coral reef monument is the light blue. And then you have the national park, all of the yellow going round and round inshore. So in the VI National Park, commercial fishing is prohibited. Some recreational fishing is permitted. It doesn't list what recreational fishing is permitted with the research that I did. And as you can see, some of the same concerns and issues have been the lionfish and the seagrass. Studies and reports. Boating activity. Boating activity in the USVI has increased so heavily since we have went into this pandemic that it's unbelievable. We have never seen so much boating activity. And what that is causing is a lot of illegal anchoring, a lot of illegal sewage dumping, because we don't have any pump out stations. So that's a big issue. I must give the national park a little credit. You do see them out there patrolling, not as often as we want to see them patrolling, but they in their national park, they both have a land and sea patrol that you see on a regular basis. And if there's concerns, especially with the people that live in St. John, they pick up the phone very quickly and they call and say, listen, we got these issues going on, and they respond very quickly. So I must give them that credit. Next slide. Then, as was discussed earlier by the St. Thomas St. John liaison, the Southeast St. Thomas Marine and Wildlife Sanctuaries, also known as the Eastern Reserve. There's a lot of issues with this area. Sure, there's a lot of good things happening. It's protecting our juvenile habitat to a certain extent, because there are a lot of areas inside of there where you have a lot of boats that are liverboards. These boats don't move to go to 3 miles off the shore to dump their sewage. They're there, they're not functioning. They're just people living on these boats. And where you think their sewage is going? It's going right there into the water. So that's a big problem in a habitat area like this. The boating activity, like I mentioned earlier, is another problem. And some of the little keys within the reserve, they're having big parties on the weekend. A lot of trash is being left behind. A lot of plastics and everything going into the water. Issue, enforcement. Right now, our local enforcement is tied to the COVID team. So that leaves very little enforcement in the areas that we need them to be looking and protecting our habitat. This is very important to the fishery. Lionfish and seagrass is going to show up in every one of my slides. Big issue, not being removed from these areas. I don't think the invasive seagrass can be removed, but it's something that should be kept a close eye on, because the turtle grass is disappearing. And this invasive seagrass is so aggressive that it's growing heavily on our trap ropes right now. Sometimes you would pull 45 fathoms of trap rope in between two traps, and that whole length of rope is covered with this new invasive seagrass. It gets in your skin and it burns you and it stings you. Don't even get in your eye. Next slide. Romantic bank, my favorite. This is my favorite one. I used to fish in this bank. I fished in this bank till the day it was closed. I was not a happy camper, but I became part of the process. 2004, 2005, when they were discussing the size of that area closure, they wanted it to be a lot larger. Because we were able to produce enough, the fishers were able to produce enough information, we were able to keep it a very small closure where the species of the large groupers spawn. But it's not only the groupers are spawning there, we have mountain snappers spawning there, Kubera snappers, we have the queen triggerfish and the ocean triggerfish, and more as I look into the different reports of this area, it's a combination of over 30 species that have been seen within this area. But the big problem with this area is, again, the lionfish and your large groupers. It's been closed for 18 years. But these fish now, because of the quantities that have, how would I say, that have come back into existence, I feel as a fisher, there's not enough food during their spawning period in that area. So the fish are spreading out looking for food. So I looked at a presentation earlier today and I saw that we have reports of the number of fish up to 2018. What are the numbers for 2019, 2020, 2021? Those numbers haven't been produced so we can see where the officials are hoping eventually that we can open up this area at least to catch a certain amount and by a size limit. You don't have to fish it directly on the back, but be able to fish it and no longer have where you have it as a closed season, both territorial and federal. Have the bank as a closed area for that period of time. Because right now there's a seasonal closure where you cannot harvest those groupers that live in there, the yellowfin, the yellow edge, the black grouper. I think there's about 4 or 5 different ones. And also what we have seen is the excessive number of Nassau groupers this year. When I say excessive, last week alone, at least 40 Nassau groupers went fishing in 3 days. That's just me as one fisher. I think all but one survived. But that's just showing, because of the protections that we have put in place, what's happening. But we also need to keep in mind, we cannot not harvest these species eventually. We have to. Look what the Goliath groupers did to Florida. They closed them and they had to open them up because they were eaten every day. So it's not only the lionfish. Some of those groupers, when I caught them, was vomiting all time. So that's to tell you, not only the little juvenile fish are eating every day. So the studies that are being done, like Tony said earlier, I love Rignimic, but there are other people that do studies on these banks and they need to come forward with that information. Something needs to justify what one person has been doing for the last 18 years. And that's not $2 that has been dumped into his pocket from the federal government. And there have been very little fisherman involvement, hands-on in that study. Next slide, please. The MCD. Another area that's been closed, if I'm not wrong, from 1995. And only studying one very small area of the hind aggregation. I can guarantee you the hind are spawning all over that 14 square miles. They're not spawning. Hind don't spawn in one area. They're all over. Even inshore hinds are spawning because you see it. We have heard reports from everyone. If many people are familiar with Kenneth Turby that used to do presentations to the council. He has found spawning aggregation in shallow waters in territorial of 30 to 40 hinds at a time. So because of the quantity of these species, they're all over. We need to study the entire 14 square miles, protecting every species. But then once again, the lionfish have not been touched inside of that 14 square miles. How many hundreds of thousands of lionfish we have in that areas that the groupers haven't eaten? I'm sure there's a lot. You don't get that in the reports of the studies that are taking place in there. And a problem with enforcement in that area is only really enforced during the spawning season. So outside of the spawning season, you don't see the enforcement traveling that back. You got 14 square miles that are no take, sitting in federal waters, and it's only looked at during December 1st. And I would sit down to maybe March 31st. Otherwise, and now we don't see the Coast Guard or anyone patrolling that area. So is there illegal activity maybe happening in there? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. We talked earlier in one of the presentations given that there's seen so many hind on the outside. Of course, it's a spillover. And if there's not enough food in there, they have to find a place to go. But I strongly believe from watching the models of how the lava flows, why they're outside. Because all along that track, we catch hinds all along there all the time. Year-round. So I know that the closure is working, but we need to know what's happening inside. And people need to be held accountable for the studies that they're doing. And the reason I say so is because about 3 years ago, a study was done that was funded, and they were capturing hind and retagging them. And they did it for the moon cycle for 3 months. And they would go 3 to 5 days in a row, weather permitting, to tag the hinds and release. And the problem that I had with that study is the fishermen who were going back out day after day were recapturing some of the same hinds that were tagged the day before during their spawning period and being paid that they recaptured a tagged hind. I think that's wrong. If we are tagging for the period of time, and then after the study is done, then the recapture of the hinds starts to take place then. You guys understand what I'm saying? So they were being paid right then and then. They're tagging the fish that they're spawning and being paid if the fish was caught the same day or caught back within the time. That makes no sense. Your chances of recapturing that fish during the spawning period that you are tagging is high. I'm not a scientist, down there, but I know it's very high. I'm a fisherman. So we need to hold the people that we are giving the grant money to more accountable and get more of the fishers' involvement in these studies. Next slide. So conclusion, are closures actually working? Are MPAs actually working? I put yes, no. The reason I put yes, no is because I believe a portion of it is working, but at the same time, I believe some of it is not working due to the fact that we are not doing the proper studies and we are not removing the invasive species such as the lionfish. Same thing goes, are we creating more damage than protection? It has been proven that sometimes closures, seasonal or permanent closures, actually can be causing more damage than protection. Like I said earlier, too many studies in some cases being done, and reports always say that more studies are needed, more presentations are needed at CFM meetings and studies that are already taking place. Do we need more MPAs? Yes, no. Honestly, from my perspective, no. What needs to happen is the issues that are taking place within the MPAs needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. And this presentation was my view on MPAs as the chairman of the DAP for St. Thomas St. John. And on March 23rd of this year, the DAP for St. Thomas St. John will be meeting as a whole to discuss all what was discussed today and to get the rest of the input from all the users who will be at that meeting. And I will present a final report at the April meeting. So that's my presentation. With that said, we're going to move on to Edward Schuster with the St. Croix report.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes,
my apologies. I didn't send in my PowerPoint presentation, so I'm reading off a paper here, and I can email it later. That was there. I'm going to talk about the 4 marine protected areas. I'll start from the furthest, going inland. First would be the Red Hind Land Bank closure, the Mountain Snapper, then Buck Island, and then Eastern Marine Park. The Land Bank Red Hind spawning aggregation area was established by National Marine Fisheries Services in 1993 to improve the fisheries management while emphasizing the protection of the red hind spawning aggregation. This land bank area is located on the easternmost point of St. Croix, and it has a no-take area of 11.7 kilometers. This land bank area is governed by CFMC, NOAA, NIMS, and also DPNR, which is the local agencies. Within this marine protected area, there were several commercial species that were identified within there. I'll read some of them off: groupers, snappers, jacks, triggerfish, angelfish, parrotfish, wrasses, tilefish, surgeonfish, squirrelfish, grunts, and also, as everybody else has mentioned, lionfish within these areas. There were 4 scientific studies done here by Rick Nemeth in 2007. Nemeth again, 2008, which he investigated the facts and influence and timing of the spawning and the selection of the aggregation sites with the red hind within this area. The other study that was done was by Gracia Sayas, 2014, and this identified the deep water reef species that were found within the land bank area. The 4th was Caddison in 2017, which used two long-term fishery independent database collected by the VI Territorial Coral Reef Monitoring Program, NOAA, and the Center of Coast Monitoring Assessments to compare both occurrences size and several species of large commercially important reef species, St. Croix. The next area I'll talk about here is the mutton snapper spawning aggregation that's located on the south side of St. Croix. This was also established in 1993 as a part of the rule intended to protect and conserve the highly exploited mutton snapper population. In 1996, National Marine Fisheries added the change to regulations to alter the boundary of the mutton snapper aggregation area to make it compatible with the US VI regulation. This area is closed to fishing from April the 1st to June the 30th. This mutton snapper spawning aggregation area is located in the USVI territorial waters offshore St. Croix, but there's also a closure that goes from this area all the way to shoreline due to enforcement. And there was a study done there since this area has been established by Coges and Quinn in 2011. And it also described the deep water habitats as well. Another study was done there in 2009 and 2010. And it provided information on the status of the spawning aggregation on the southwest insular shelf of St. Croix, verifying the spawning period of these species and provided the life history information. Also, again, like you would hear in all of these MPAs, lionfish was very prominent within there. We'll move on to the next one, Buck Island Reef National Monument. Buck Island Reef National Monument protects Buck Island, a small unestablished 176-acre island about 1.5 miles northeast coast of St. Croix. It was expanded all the way to 1,500 acres. And it was first established as a protected area by the US government in 1948. And the intentions of preserving one of the most finest marine gardens in the Caribbean Sea. The US National Monument was created in 1961 by John F. Kennedy and greatly expanded in 2001 to the 19,000 acres by Bill Clinton over the opposition of local fishermen. Buck Island National Monument was one of the first places in the Virgin Islands where the brown pelicans were threatened and were being able to nest. 2/3 of the island is surrounded by elkhorn coral, providing an ecosystem for over 250 species of fish and varieties of other marine life, including rays, sharks, and other juvenile species. In the spring, the endangered leatherback turtles come to beach, and also other species like the green and the hawksbill turtles. This was the primary fishing ground for lobster, conch, deep water snapper, along also with pelagic species. The next I'll move on to is the Eastern Marine Park. This is the closest one to us, and a lot of fishermen have had involvement into this area. We decided that it was a good thing to be a part of as a nursery protected area that would surround the most eastern point of St. Croix. The Eastern Marine Park was established in 2003 by Act number 6572, Bill number 24-03-8, to protect the largest island barrier reef system in the Caribbean. The park is located at least 6 miles of the eastern end of St. Croix and includes 12 miles of coastline. The park extends from the high water mark out to 3 miles and encompasses 60 square miles of offshore coral reef and other marine habitats. The park includes approximately 5 square miles of no-take, and which is off limits to any kind of fishing or harvesting, although there's 2 or 3 areas in there where you could do shoreline fishing. There's also within this area turtle refuge, and it extends about 1 mile in this area. I would also like to add in that is that this area here, it's like every other MPAs that we've been talking about here today. And we're protecting one species, but here it is an invasive species that had come into the US Caribbean. And there's multiple stories or theories behind of it that they eat everything. So we're protecting one, and we could go on and talk about enforcement, but we're protecting one species particular, but there's other species that congregate within these aggregations. And here it is, we're doing nothing about that invasive species. I won't even go into the part about the grass portion because then it gets more complex, and I'll let the experts handle that. But I would like to just summarize by saying there was a presentation done earlier about the currents and so forth. And here it is in the US Caribbean that we're regulated by these government agencies. We have protection for our species. Yeah, there are some rule breakers, and there's nothing that you can do about that. But for the most part, the ones that are there, following the rules, have a vested interest into this industry, and they do what they have to do to have a future tomorrow for our fishery. Here it is, some of the recruitments during that protection time doesn't even stay within our US Caribbean waters. They go elsewhere. And this is all a part of nature. All a part of nature to the point where we have no control over the boundaries of where these fish go. We also have no control of what the lunar cycle does with the currents and where the larvae goes, where they settle. But what we can control is going back into these areas and going back into them on a timely manner or a consistent manner to monitor to see what the fishery is doing. Without that kind of monitoring, it's like you do it, you have a regulation for 2-3 years, and there's no consistency and a follow-up to say, this was what it was before 2 years, this is what it is now after 2 years. And I would like to see the fishermen involvement, or at least if there is fisherman involvement, have the same fishermen, if they're involved, available, or still have the interest to be consistent with these studies. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ed. At this time, we're going to have the Puerto Rico DFE's report by Nelson Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of my comments are based on the U.S. Caribbean Marine Management Areas Data Report presented by Dr. Diana Bertrand. Next slide, please. Of the west of Puerto Rico,
Nelson, espera que salga la presentación. Ahí.
Next slide, please. Of the west of Puerto Rico, we have the only 3 MPAs established in the EEC, which together cover an area of 92.3 square kilometers. Those are Turmarin Bank, Bajo de Sico, and Abril La Sierra. On 2007, Rene Garcia characterized the bended ecosystem for Bajo de Sico, and 2010 for Abril La Sierra, and those there have not been studied again. So no information available on its current condition. Next slide, please. The one from Puerto Rico map. I'm going to shorten a little bit my presentation to a matter of time. The one with Puerto Rico MMAs. Okay. Puerto Rico have many MMAs that have a coverage area of 3,995.23 square kilometers. Some of them are Mona Island and Monito Natural Reserve, the Secheo Island Coastal Water Marine Natural Reserve, Vieques Bioluminescent Bay Natural Reserve Marine, the Tres Palmas Natural Marine Reserve, among many others, just to mention a few. Despite the fact that most of, next slide please, despite the fact of most of the area do not have the established criteria of complete protection. In a part of Dr. Bertrand report says, if we consider our U.S. Caribbean EEZ waters, only 2.1% present some form of protection. However, if we include only the territorial waters, the protection increases to 29.2% for Puerto Rico and 27.7% for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Next slide, please. In a publication of Pew dated on January 19, 2022, titled Longtime Conservationists Seeks to Shore Up Safeguard for Puerto Rico Ocean Treasures, Alberto Mercado, manager for the Nature Conservative Program for Puerto Rico, said, Puerto Rico designates more than 1/5 of its water as protected areas where migrating whales meet to kill colorful coral reef host animals ranging from shark to parrotfish and threatened fish such as the Nassau grouper getting to spawn under the full moon. It is evident that not only Puerto Rico, also the entire American Caribbean have too many protected areas for the size of our territories. And even so, it is intended to increase the size to continue marginalizing the commercial fishermen, who, in my opinion, are the ones who do the least damage to our fishing resources, but we are the first in line when accountability measures are going to be applied. In addition, we all know that there has been no effective monitoring of the condition of the protected areas we have. Next slide, please. On the first paragraph of the introduction of Dr. Bertrand report say, the ocean have degraded in the last decade as a result of human activities. This decline is most notorious in coastal areas of coral reef, where coral cover have decreased more than 50% worldwide, and species commonly seen in the 70s are rarely observed today, especially commercial reef fishes. Conservation efforts are only needed to reduce such loss, recover the fish population, and restore natural habitat. This leads me to convince myself even more that the real problem that is affecting our habitat and marine ecosystem, in addition to the breeding sites and recruitment of species, is inland. The land-based pollution is a problem that negatively affects our resources. We all know that runoff of all kinds, coastal erosion caused by excessive construction on our coast, and natural disaster, among other factors, have a huge negative impact in our marine resources. These are issues that must be addressed if we really intend to protect our marine resources. An example of this is the Tres Palmas Marine Reserve, where construction continues, and in its surroundings, as also the septic tanks in the houses percolate into the sea, and the human negligence is affecting so much. An example of this is, next slide please, is the questionable event occurred a few weeks ago where a police boat gets into the area with strong waves and run aground on the shore, and it causes great damage to the fish and to the fragile earthworm corals. We also cannot get past the problem of invasive species and the seagrass that reach the shore, causing a terrible damage to the entire ecosystem. Well, in my opinion, it is worth to establish more MPAs if the causes that affect our resources are not addressed first. We all know there is not effective monitoring and no plan to prevent problems from arising. I see it as trying to fix a leak by collecting the water in a container instead of calling a plumber to fix the problem. This is a matter of common sense because everything that happened on the coast as a chain reaction will eventually affect the more distant areas. Most MPAs across the US have nothing to do with fishing activity. From military use like Cape Canaveral in Florida to cultural, tribal, and archaeological sites like Thunder Bay in Michigan. However, many MPAs have been imposed by the president as a farewell present with a little output from the victims, the local people, with little no science behind them. Unfortunately, MPAs have lost its luster since they are at the mercy of politicians who use it as a reward of partisan loyalty. On one hand, the NGOs and environmental activists who want to save the planet, and on the other hand, the local population, tribal community, commercial and recreational sectors. Next slide, please. To this point, as I speak, the most prestigious university and science organization are asking the director of the White House MPA official to resign. All this affected a scientific, all this after a scientific integrity breach surrounding the proposed management of MPAs. An MPA is as good as the science as the need. The rule of thumb: if ain't broke, don't fix it. And the most important rule is that the MPA must come from the bottom up and not from the top down like most NGOs want to do. In territories with no congressional nor Senate, the establishment of such MPAs tend to be arbitrary, capricious, and to a certain extent racist. Our island has been going to a recession for years, and we do not have a clear expectation of when it will end. We cannot overlook the decrease in population in the island. Every day that passes, we are getting older, and the young blood that want to follow our steps are limited. In other words, we are running out of fishermen and less catch per unit effort is being implemented indirectly. From my point of view, the management plan implemented by this council are giving good results, and it's not necessary to establish more MPAs because it could be more harm than good. Trying to close more areas that we know we're not going to have a constant monitoring and much less effective enforcement are like leave them to their fate and the mercy of invasive species and poachers, among other issues. Part of the foundation of the Magnuson Law, in addition to protecting the resources and the fisherman's socioeconomic stability, is safety at sea. Wanting to create more MPAs would force commercial fishermen to look for more distant areas to be able to carry out their work, increasing their cost and putting their life at risk at the same time. Also, we have to be very careful because it would create an environment to increase fishing pressure in areas where currently don't exist. In my opinion, we have better alternatives that would be more effective. In addition to addressing the land-based pollution issue, as I said before, it is already been proven that in regions such as the Caribbean, where there is good fishing management, it is not necessary to have more MPAs. Promoting other alternatives for consumption and fishing, as these councils are doing together with the outreach and Education Panel, Janet with Sea Grant, and Marco with the squid and swordfish fishing are examples of how we can reduce fishing pressure and protect our resources without trying to create more MPA. Also, it's necessary to increase the collaboration between fishers and the scientific community. We need to increase the outreach and education campaigns in the community and improve the education of our enforcement officers to not only enforce the law. At the same time, they can also correctly guide the users of our marine resources. What is the use of finding someone if you don't let them know about the consequence of their actions? When we manage fisheries, what we really do is manage people. And frankly, folks, the people of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands have to fear for ourselves for no bad decision for decades. Point in case the apparent response from the U.S. government after Hurricane Irma and Maria. Since 2000, we have had a 25% loss in population and industrial effort are at 50% low. Since 2008, we are in recession, 50 years in red, and now we are flat growth, yes, as pan corruption. It will take decades to fix this mess, and to add injury to the insult is intended to establish more MPAs to fulfill a 10-candidate, now president political promise. What a shame, my friends. This is not personal. The proponent of this flower and discredited MPA should realize that we know you are doing this because are getting paid for it. But please, make no mistake, because at the end of all this, you are getting paid to take us out of business. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Nelson. And we need a 5-minute break for a bathroom break. Whatever you need, 5 minutes. Thank you all. Hello, everyone. We are back. It's 10:40. We just finished with the presentation of Nelson Crespo. Actually, it was a very good presentation with the different elements and aspects of this analysis and discussion. And any question for the DAP presenters? Hearing none, we're going to have a little more time for discussion later on. The next presentation is Damaris Delgado.
Yes, we're gonna have at this time, we're gonna have the implementing and the monitoring of MPAs. And first up is Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Julian. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. I would like to recognize the support that I received from our team, including Wilson Santiago, who helped put together the presentation, and also some other colleagues within the NER, like Clarimar Diaz from the planning unit in DNER, Coralis Ortiz, and also Marilyn Colon from the permits division of DNER. So those people helped me out, put together this presentation, and with this presentation, we would be expanding a bit more what Wilson presented previously. Some of the information you will see some of the maps that already other speakers have shared with us, but I hope that you don't mind. So Wilson will be sharing with all of us the presentation. While Wilson does that, I wanted to let you know that with regards to governance of our marine protected areas, besides what we have been doing, we are taking a lot of action to protect coral reefs from SCTLD. So we have put an intervention plan to deal with the SCTLD in Puerto Rico. We also produced an administrative order from our DNER secretary regarding the emergency of SCTLD, and the governor issued an executive order regarding this disease. And we have been working with a lot of partners, federal, state partners, volunteers, a lot of people helping us to deal with that. And we are very thankful for the support that we have been receiving in addressing this huge challenge that we're facing in our marine protected areas in Puerto Rico and other areas as well. So here is the presentation. Thank you, Wilson. We can go ahead with the next slide. So our first marine reserve was the one of Desecheo, the coastal waters of Desecheo. Desecheo is a federal island, by Fish and Wildlife, but the waters surrounding the island are a marine reserve, which was designated through a law number 57 of 2000, and it's half a mile around the island. The law ordered the DNR secretary to develop a management plan, which was put together and approved by the planning board. And currently there is no manager assigned to this marine reserve. However, we have been having a co-management with the community in this reserve, with the support from NGOs like Tres Palmas, Surfrider Foundation. Sea Grant has also helped us a lot there. So we are depending on the support from our external partners to work with this reserve right now. Next. these are some images of the reserve. So we have Tres Palmas Marine Reserve in Rincon. It was also designated by a law number 17 of 2004. And we prepared in the NAR an administrative order to prohibit the extraction and collection of marine organisms in the reserve area. So there is also a management plan of this reserve. And I have to say that I got mixed up with the two marine reserve when I talked about Surfrider Foundation and CREN and the other grassroots communities. They're helping us with this one, with the Rincon Marine Reserve. So sorry about that. And the management plan here was also approved by the planning board. And I wanted to take advantage of this time to let you know that we are not required to submit our management plans to the planning board. We have our own authority and autonomy to work with our actions, conservation actions, and recommendations for protection in our natural protected areas. However, when we submit our management plans to the planning board, it is to strengthen the implementation of the measures that are being identified within the management plans. So here is an illustration of the reserve, the area of the designation, what we can do, what the people can do and can't. And there you can see our partners working with the management of this reserve. Then we have Arrecife de la Isla Verde Marine Reserve. It was also designated by a law number 274 of 2012. There is a management plan and a collaboration agreement, as we have spoken before, with Arrecifes Pro Ciudad, PNR, and the municipality of Carolina. There is a permanent kiosk there in the beach with educational materials. The co-management that we have with Arrecifes Pro Ciudad is a very solid one, where the Arrecifes Pro Ciudad and the volunteers and NGOs and other partners work a lot with the protection of the area, and a lot of assessments and monitoring activities have been done there. You can see the members, the members of the management committee of the reserve. And you can see there that the management committee or the board of management is a very multi-sectorial committee where you have representatives from different sectors, the academia, Alida is there, people from the NER, and also from the communities and the businesses there in the area, for example. And here is the sign that we updated in the reserve, where you can see also the partners that have been working with the management of the reserve, the activities that are allowed and not allowed in the reserve, and the signs there have been replaced. The first ones were also very nice. Next. Here is the Canal Luis Peña Natural Reserve at Culebra. Even though this is a natural reserve, we consider this, we have a no-take zone there. So it is a very important marine protected area. It was designated in 1999. And the reason of this designation is because the fishers and local communities requested a designation and an additional protection of the marine resources there in the area. So we responded to a request, a local request for the designation of this area, and it was the first no-take zone in a natural reserve in Puerto Rico and the US also. So we have coral reefs, seagrasses that are very important in the area, and there's delimitation buoys. There is a management board that integrates the feedback from the community, from the academia, and also our agency and any other partner that is interested in the management of the reserve. And also we have a management plan that was adopted by the planning board in 2008. Next. We have La Cordillera Reef Natural Reserve in the east side near Fajardo. It was designated, this is one of our first natural reserve, designated through the Coastal Zone Management Program. And it includes a lot of coral reefs, important coral reefs and seagrasses and many organisms. There are around 52 marine buoys in the area because it's an area with a lot of maritime traffic, recreational vessels, for example, and a lot of concessionaries for recreational activities there. Next. The management board there is also very multi-sectorial. A lot of partners from different areas that deal with the measures for conservation and protection. They discuss the next steps and recommendations for the manager that we have. We have a manager, DNER manager for this area, as well as for the Culebra Natural Reserve. Next. This is the area of the natural reserve. Yes. The tourmaline reefs, we have been hearing a lot about this area, so we can move to the next slide. The Guayama Reefs Natural Reserve, which is also, an underwater natural reserve. Next. Cueva del Indio Natural Reserve in Arecibo. It's a natural reserve, and it was for some time was managed by the Caño Tiburones Natural Reserve manager, but now we don't have a manager there, so this area doesn't have a manager. But it's part of our network of natural protected areas. Yes, next one. We have the Laguna del Condado Natural Estuarine Reserve. This area was designated in 2013 by, I believe, by a law as well. And the planning board adopted the management plan on 2016. We have a lot of recreational activities in this area as well. Next. Marine extensions with no-take zones. I wanted to take a moment to share with you that we have different ways to designate marine protected areas. Through the Coastal Zone Management Program, we identified back in the 1970s a lot of marine areas with very important natural coastal resources that needed to be protected and needed to be designated as natural reserves. So we went ahead and designated most of the areas that were identified by that time that needed to be protected, and they were designated as natural reserve through an internal process of agencies. We would prepare a designation document where we would document the importance of the area, the ecological value of the area, and also the cultural and historical value of the area. So we needed to have a foundation of why we wanted to designate that area as a natural reserve. We prepared, and all these areas that we designated as natural reserves went through that process, the ones that went through the Coastal Zone Management Program process. So we presented this document to the planning board for the review and evaluation and approval. Once the planning board accepted our designation document, then the planning board issued a resolution designating the area as a natural reserve. And then if we have the resources, then we go ahead and start the process of preparing a management plan. So that's the internal process. But there is also a process that we go or some people go to the legislature, and then they designate areas through the law, as you saw with the previous slides. So we have those two ways of designating areas, but the foundation has to be the one of the main foundations have to be recorded in terms of the ecological value of the area. That has to be recorded and has to be explained and justified. We can't go ahead and just say, I want to designate some area, some key as a natural reserve without the pertinent evidence of the importance of the area. So our natural reserves, a lot of them have marine extensions. And this is what we're seeing here in this slide. Isla de Mona has a no-take zone within that marine extension of half a mile of the area. It's a no-take zone. And in Caja de Muertos, we also have the Laguna Recife, the reef lagoon in the more in the east side of the island, that was also designated as a no-take zone through our fisheries regulation in the NAR. So these two sites were identified as important areas for spawning aggregation, essential fish habitat, and we had gathered information about this with the support of external partners like in Mona Island, with the support from Michelle Shatter. And we included these areas in our fisheries regulation, and in that way, these areas became no-take zones. Next. So why is it important to have a marine protected area? These are some benefits, some of the benefits of having our marine protected areas, which is keep the marine biodiversity of that area, contribute to the sustainability of the fisheries, protect habitats and species visited by tourists, provide shelter to species overexploited by fishing activities, and for research purposes. Those are some of the areas. And here you see the map of Puerto Rico with our marine protected areas. This map, I know that you have seen it before, but here it is again for you to take a look at. Go ahead, next slide. So one of the things that we are doing is monitoring our resources, right? And our coral reefs. We have this monitoring program since 1999, and we established some permanent stations. Over 80 stations have been studied over the past 20 years on different coral reefs at different depths from 3 to 35 meters. And among this, 31 of them have been visited only once, and 48 more than once. So 55% of the stations are in natural protected areas, but also there are some others that are outside. Currently, 42 permanent stations are monitored in total, 21 per year. In each visit to the reef, the coverage of organisms that live on the seabed is evaluated. The species of fish are counted, and the roughness is measured among other parameters. So this is some of the things that we do to monitor the health of our marine protected areas. Next slide. Here are the stations, the location of our stations. And in some of these stations, we have seen already the SCTLD disease, unfortunately. And all the reports that come out of this monitoring program are placed in our webpage, the NAR webpage, and in our section of coral reefs. Next slide. What about the permits and scientific studies? How do we do that? Here is some information. Those permits can be requested to the DNR Specialized Services Office. And for example, if somebody wants to extract or collect lionfish from a no-take zone, they can do it if they have the permit from the NAR, because we know this is an invasive species, and we really need, and we really promote people taking it out. So we allow this type of extraction within our no-take zones. Currently, there are only 2 scientific permits around all the marine protected areas in Puerto Rico right now. Next slide. And here you can see the requirements in order for you to get a permit for scientific research in a marine protected area or in other areas as well. You need to submit a permit application at least 90 business days prior to the date for which the permit is requested. At the Secretary's office, the Oficina de Secretaría, or at the regional offices of the NER. The person interested needs to provide a payment of $25 payable to the Secretary of the Treasury, and needs to describe the work that the person wishes to do. And that includes, for example, the scientific common name of the species of interest, quantity, age, and sex of the specimens of the species that you wish to collect or manipulate, goals, objectives, and expected benefits of the research results, detailed methodology and duration of the project, possible impacts, final disposition of the individuals collected. And it's also very important, if you have done already that the same type of research before, we would make sure that you have submitted the report of your work to us before handling, for example, a renewal of the permit. So there is always the requirement to receive the result of the work, of the study, the research that is going to be conducted in the area. So that's part of the information that you would need in order to request for a scientific research. So next slide. Is this the last one? Wilson. Okay, so I heard what was that?
Yes, that's the last slide.
That's the last one. Thank you very much, Wilson. Okay, so I also wanted to take advantage of this space. I heard what Nelson Crespo mentioned about the Tres Palmas encallamiento of the Fura vessel, and that case was worked by the rangers. Our technician Nilda Jimenez went and other colleagues to do an assessment of the damages, and the case was submitted to our Office of Legal Affairs, and so it's moving in the process, the legal process, the due legal process. And that would be my presentation.
Very much, Damaris. Next up, we have the USBI, Nicole Angeli, or Desiree.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Nicole Angeli. I was wondering if someone could make me the presenter on the one that has just my name, not my photo. I'm not sure if that's
Right
yet.
Cristina, ella tiene dos, hay que ponerla que no tiene la foto. Se la cojo.
I made her co-host. I made her co-host in the one that has no photo.
Perfect.
And I also just, I'll make this presentation fairly short because I know we're running up against time, and I actually was planning to leave at 4:15 for a design workshop for one of our fish markets on St. Croix. So I'll be leaving right at 4:15, but of course we'll be available for more discussion and comments as needed. I still don't see that I'm able to be the presenter.
Cristina, la presento en las dos, a ver. Co-host.
Let me try. Okay, now I can. Okay, excellent. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, so the U.S. Virgin Islands has two main territorially managed protected areas. This presentation was created by Caroline Pott and Karen Toner. You've heard their names mentioned today, and they're respectively the coordinators and fellows for the East End Marine Park, as well as the St. Thomas East End Reserves. Marine protected areas encompass areas that were identified as areas of particular concern under the coastal zone management during the 1990s. Those include today the St. Thomas East End Reserves, which include Mangrove Lagoon, Banner Bay, Cass Key, East End Marine Park, which extends throughout the east end of the Virgin Islands in St. Croix. These areas are locally protected for management interventions. You'll see that not only do we have the St. Thomas East End Reserves, but also the St. Croix East End Marine Park, as well as areas of Salt River. Those were, we're going to go into a little bit of detail about all of these, but because marine protected areas are mostly managed under DPNR's Coastal Zone Management Division, we'll talk more about some of the programs that are going on in those marine protected areas, as well as some of the studies that have been done for the efficacy of those. So one of the reasons that these were considered areas of particular concern is that they have critical resources for our species, specifically for our species that are growing. So many areas are nurseries. There are mangrove habitats. There are low overhanging reef areas that allow young fish stocks to grow. And then the idea is that these would disperse from these areas throughout the waters of the Virgin Islands to improve fish stocks. Here is, if you've been out on the east end of St. Thomas, it's so beautiful. It's full of mangroves. It's full of vegetation. It's some of our most stunning habitat. And to that end, we've worked with local concessionaires to bring individuals each year for the past 2 years out on free kayak tours. And the East End Marine Park is very different. It's very dry. The terrain has lots of dry coastal scrub. There are lots and lots of shallow coral reefs around the edges of the shoreline of the east end of St. Croix. Both of the MPAs have areas that have no-take zones. They have areas for bait fishing. They have areas for hand lining. And they're both managed by DPNR's Coastal Zone Management. The East End Marine Park has a building on the east end of St. Croix with full-time staff. The St. Thomas East End Reserves have a coastal fellow who works closely with East End Marine Park staff and with CZM staff overall. Within the St. Thomas East End Reserves, there are areas for activities like motorized water sports, for non-motorized water sports, for bait fishing by permit, hand lining fishing by permit, that both of those permits are acquired from the Division of Environmental Enforcement, which can currently be found in the Via building in Tutu. There are areas for anchoring, harvesting of specific stocks, is strictly prohibited. Scientific research is allowable by permit from the Division of Fish and Wildlife. Picnicking, of course, transit throughout most of the area is allowable. Hunting, spearfishing, and camping are not allowable in any of these areas. There is signage to that end across the East End Reserves. The signage was developed by the Division of Fish and Wildlife many years ago, specifically while the management plan was being created. It has recently been updated so that there is some information on the TIP 411 app. You can scan and let the Division of Environmental Enforcement know if you see an issue or a problem. And we have in all of these green areas, those signs up at the beaches or entry points, and also 3 proposed areas for this coming year. And we intend on having, in collaboration with CZM and DFW, more signs up as we move forward across the years. The East End Marine Park similarly has multiple zones of use. There are many areas that are no take because those normally encompass seagrass and low, very shallow coral reef habitats that are nurseries for our fish stocks. There are recreational areas where hand lining is allowable on the shoreline. There is also several marker buoys that indicate the extent out. And so those marker buoys are placed both by CZM as well as enforcement. The signage going into the bays has increased quite a bit in the past few years, and that's both because CZM has marine protected area signs out, and the nonprofit sister group to East End Marine Park, Friends of East End Marine Park, has also implemented a clear signage system that has all of the activities that are allowable or not within each of the entry zones to each of the bays and beaches where people go. There are also, if you stop by the office or look online, brochures, regulatory laminated cards that are bilingual, recreational maps, and also flyers. The visitor center opened this past year and has hours both during the week and on the weekends, as well as programs, really interesting programs like making fish prints, programs for looking at astronomy and just being by the bay. So these programs, I think, have really allowed us to reach out to more folks in the community, and just having a central place where people can gather is really important. So the visitor center is gorgeous if you're able to stop by. The outreach coordinator, Kelsey, is pictured here. Reach out to her and she'll be able to get you a tour for your group or for individuals. So in St. Thomas East End Marine Reserves, the management plan has been updated. The final management plan will be out fairly soon. We're receiving notices. It seems almost weekly that we have some final workshops coming up for that. It was last done in 2011, so this will be a 10-year update, as most of the workshops occurred in the past year, mostly virtually due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but the work still went on, which was fantastic and a testament to Karen's pugnacious nature in making sure that all stakeholders were included there. There will be more signage. There will be interns for the second year in the area. East End Marine Park in St. Croix, of course, opened its visitor center, as I mentioned. They will have undergraduate interns also through the same program for the 6th year in a row. And they will be performing some of those baseline strategic data surveys that were mentioned throughout the meeting today. If you have very specific questions about either of those reserves, Caroline and Karen are just huge assets to both of those areas. Feel free to contact them. They've both been to FACs. They've both been to all of the different types of advisory committees that we've been having throughout the territory in these past couple of difficult years. And so I saw that they were both on today. And so we just thank them for being participants in this important day. And if anyone has any specific questions, we're very happy to answer those. And thank you so much, Mr. McGrath. We appreciate the opportunity.
Questions, we hold it since you have a prior engagement. At this time, we're gonna have federal government, Maria Lopez presentation. Maria Lopez, are you with us?
Hi, this is Sarah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Sarah.
Maria is having audio problems. She's switching over, so she'll be right on.
All right, thank you very much for the update.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry for that. I mean, I've been waiting for a while for this, and I thought I didn't think I was gonna have this issue, so my apologies. Okay, so so I'm Maria Lopez Mercer with NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office with the Caribbean branch, and I'm going to be talking about governance and management of our federal fisheries and focusing on mechanisms for implementing and monitoring marine managed areas. And I am so what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to do run you through what are the different steps that so first of all, you know, what are the governance, what is the governance and management over areas, and also how to implement areas or how to modify the areas that we already have in place, and this includes, of course, NOAA Fisheries and the council process. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so fisheries governance, for those of you that are not familiar with the term, is the sum of the legal, social, economic, and political arrangement that are used to manage fisheries. And for the structure of governance, what we're talking about is about those fisheries management authorities and other arrangements and other institutional arrangement. And when we talk about institutions, we're talking about those rules and arrangements that affect the fishery and all of the organizations that are charged with developing and implementing the rules, the policies, and also the processes through which the management may be realized. So these are really fundamental for effective fisheries governance, all of these arrangements. So fisheries management is the process that creates and enforces the rules that are needed to prevent overfishing and help overfish stock rebound. So we're going to be talking about who are the agencies at the federal level that are in charge of the management of the federal fisheries, and also the associations and interactions with others. Next slide. Fisheries, thank you. Fisheries management involves regulating when, where, how, and how much can be fished to ensure fish are available now and in the future by implementing management strategies for a particular situation. And it also evaluates and measures the success of those strategies and adapt them if the desired outcome is not reached. And we have been hearing a lot about this throughout the day. So in particular, for our Caribbean federal fisheries management to be effective, we understand that it should be tailored to a local context. And this is something that we have been working towards with the creation of the island-based fishery management plans, which are tailored to the local context of each one of the islands that compose the US Caribbean. We also know that it's best informed by local knowledge. The use of ecosystem approaches, which is in a Caribbean setting, makes total sense. And also, we have talked about participatory research from different partners so that it could become a team effort. Success requires participation and cooperation from fishers and other stakeholders, federal and local governments, scientists, NGOs, and the academia. This is the goal for fisheries management in general. So next slide. So from the presentations earlier, we heard the definition of a marine protected area, and we also heard from several different presenters that the MPAs can mean different things to different people, and that it's very important for us that we understand and we get to a consensus on what do we mean with a marine managed area of marine protected area, and that there should be some agreement on the terms. And this is something that I am actually very glad that we are having this conversation, starting this conversation with this during this council meeting, because I think that that this planted a lot of seeds in our head as to where we want to move forward when we're going to be discussing this in the future. So the term marine managed areas is often used interchangeably with marine protected areas, and this is why sometimes it's a little bit confusing. And MPAs, it's used like that because it's an inclusive way of describing different types of marine protected area that are going to range from those with multiple use to areas that have complete protection. And we also see that MPAs can also be considered a subset of marine managed areas, focusing on protection, on enhancement, and conservation of habitat and ecosystem. And we also saw today that MPAs exist along a spectrum of protection. And I added in here, as an example, classifications from Groter, Colbert, and other colleagues from 2019. And they used 4 different classification systems to classify marine protected areas. And as you can see here, number 2, what is called lightly protected, it's similar to fishery management areas, which is basically prohibits some activities, but there are also some other activities included, for example, commercial fishing and with some restrictions. But also other managed areas that are considered highly protected may allow some light extractive activities, for example, recreational fishing or subsistence fisheries, etc. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Okay, let's talk about the components and the connections for this management. So we know that we have federal waters that go in the U.S. Virgin Islands from 3 to 200 nautical miles, and in Puerto Rico from 9 to 200. And who are the components in here for the federal management? As you know, is the Caribbean Fishery Management Council and NOAA Fisheries, particularly the Southeast Regional Office. And for territorial management, as we just heard our colleagues from the USBI, the DPNR, and from Puerto Rico, the DNER. And the management that we do right now that we are doing through for our resources is through fishery management plans. And we have traditionally managed with species plans, but we are transitioning to island-specific management plans, Puerto Rico FMP, St. Thomas and St. John FMP, and the St. Croix FMP. Next slide, please. So real quick about our roles, NOAA Fisheries is responsible for the stewardship of a nation's ocean resources and their habitat, and they have responsibilities that are mandated by legislation, for example, MSA. And without getting into any details, we heard Jocelyn talking about illegal components earlier this morning. In particular, Southeast Regional Office, the Sustainable Fisheries Division, is going to be responsible for conserving and managing the fishery resource in federal waters of Gulf of Mexico, the Southeast USA, and the US Caribbean. We also work with the Southeast Fisheries Science Center, and we work in partnerships with the other councils to assess and predict the status of stock, catch limits, ensure compliance with fishery regulations and reduce bycatch. And we also have interactions with management from state agencies or interactions with other partners, for example, NGOs or with fishers associations, etc. And there's plenty of mechanisms like we use for these interactions. For example, there are joint enforcement agreements with the territories. There are memorandums of understanding with state agencies, and there's also like other tools, for example, grants that sometimes involve a relationship with other partners. Next slide. And then we go to the council. The council, as Jocelyn mentioned this morning, they have functions and responsibilities. And some of them are draft fishery management plans and amendment for fishery resources, creating advisory panels. And with this, I want to say that the council benefits from that knowledge that it's out there from persons that are from state, federal agencies, the academia, the public, the fishers. And they want to utilize this knowledge to put it to the common use, right, for our fisheries. For example, we have the council has a scientific and statistical committee. And there's also advisory panels, and for example, the district IP, the outreach and education advisory panels. And there are also other interactions, for example, with the Southeast Data Assessment and Review. And the council is also very interested in obtaining public input for their actions. There are other things that the council has as a function, for example, specify ACLs with a scientific base, developing with the SSC research priorities, and conducting public hearing, information, and scoping meetings. And one thing that you know, it's more recent that has been very, very important is the council fisheries liaisons, which are that link with the territory and with the fishers from the council perspective. Next slide. Okay, so now that we set up kind of like the base of our governance structure, let's talk about some of what are the mechanisms for implementing or modifying fishery managed areas or MPAs. And this is not just implementing, it's also this also would apply like if by revising the current regulations that apply to the managed areas, the council desires or determines that these regulations need to be changed, or if there are another action that the council needs to take for a particular area. So I think we are kind of all familiar with this. We have obviously the fishery management plans we just created, and the council just created 3 new fishing management plans for each one of the islands. And this must be developed for any fishery requiring conservation and management. And this is where the problems that a fishery has are identified, and their management measures are imposed in the form of fishing regulations that are designed to correct those problems. So we also have the amendments. The amendment, and here I'm referring to a full amendment. This is where those fishery management plans are changed for a desired purpose, right? And the difference between this and a framework amendment, which is the next one, is that the full amendment is going to take more time, but also has more opportunities for public input. Then the framework amendment, it's a quicker way of making changes. But these changes have to be already included in the plan under the framework amendment. And there are opportunities for per comment in here, at least one, but there may be others. And there's also what we call the immediate changes or immediate actions, is to make changes to regulations when urgent action is needed. So for this one, there's not a lot of time for public comment before the proposed rule is developed. There's 2 types. There can be interim rules, which are used to manage fish stocks that are undergoing overfishing or overfish. And they last, I believe, is 180 days and can be extended for an additional time after public comment. And there's also emergency rules that are used under emergency situations to address something that is unanticipated, or if there's a problem. So I don't know if you remember, several meetings ago, we discussed some of this, and I believe like we talked about the Grammatic Bank a long time ago, having an interim rule for the closure before the actual amendment implementing the closure or happen. And that was because it was determined at the time that it was needed to protect the population of aggregating species during that year. But, you know, that amendment to the FMP was already in the works. So as soon as the amendment was in place, then took over from this temporary rule, those regulations. So on the next slides, we'll talk real quick about how to get it done, the process, how long it takes, and how to put it into practice. And many of the things are things that many of you have probably seen before through our MREP workshops, where we talk about how to implement and modify actions in our plans. Okay, so to start working on an amendment on a regulation for fisheries at the federal level, it's similar to other actions, right? So we have scientists, fishers, members, or others will bring the topic to the council. For those of you that have been participating regularly in council meetings, you have seen that during the past 2 or 3 meetings, we have had either council members or fishers bringing specific actions that are pertain to the islands for council attention, so the council can discuss it and decide if they want to take action. Then after that topic is brought to the council decides, right, if they want to discuss it at the meeting. And if they discuss it at the meeting, the council then determines if evaluating further for potential action. And this is where the science, the SSC comes into play. The council may task their scientific body to evaluate the action, as well as request assistance from the Science Center, from NOAA Fisheries, our Southeast Science Center. So the SSC provides assistance to the council in the development, collection, and evaluation of that scientific information, and then they bring their recommendations to the council during the council meeting. The council may also, for specific action, may create working groups or advisory panels to make evaluations and recommendations. And they also obtain public input on potential marine protected areas or modifications to this. Then the council evaluates and recommends action, which is what we're calling a management strategy, through an amendment, like we explained before, our framework amendment to the management plan, or if necessary, an emergency action. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a chart that shows the regulatory process for federal fisheries management. As you can see at the lower corner of the right corner, it says public opinion. And if you can see, public opinion is basically interlinked with absolutely every single part of this. And so we have, for example, we have in the center, we have the Fishery Management Council, and then the role, gather information from scientists, interested parties, run the FMPs and the amendments. And then the relationship, a two-way relationship with NOAA Fisheries, who reviews the council amendments, co-drafts effects analysis, draft regulations, review for consistency with applicable laws. And ultimately, we have the Secretary of Commerce, which is who approves, disapproves, or partially approves the amendments and implements the regulations. But before all of that, we also have what we just talked about. We talk about the SSC, we talk about the advisory panels and all the relationships that feed into each other. And we also have at the in the center at the bottom, we have the interdisciplinary planning team, which is a group of experts that from NOAA Fisheries and from the council that are the ones that are in charge of creating, developing the amendments or the FMPs, and also work on the regulations. So I'm not getting into any detail about that. If you have any more detail, I'm sorry. If you have any questions, specific questions about this, I will be happy to answer that later. But this is basically the process. Next slide. Okay, so these are some of the fishery management strategies or methods that could be used or are used for marine managed areas. So the managers use like a variety of tools to make sure that the fisheries operate sustainably, right? And they can also use other measures to address impacts of fishing on habitat, on other species. For example, when you are regulating fishing gear, or fisherman safety, for example, if you're regulating locations and seasons, among other. So for example, in here, we saw and we heard about this a lot today during different presentations, that there are different types of management strategies that are used. For example, we have the area closures, Abrir la Sierra, Bajo de Sico. We have some limits to fishing efforts within some of these area closures. For example, we have restrictions on the use of certain fishing gears in Abrir la Sierra, in Tourmaline, in Gramanic, etc. And there are other management tools that are used. For example, regulating, you can regulate recreational or commercial, you can do limited access, you can do special zoning, etc. So managers have a variety of tools that they could use depending on the objective of the particular area or species that they want to manage. Okay, next slide. Okay, and then these are the steps that are taken for FMP or an amendment. This is a process that, as you all know, takes time, and there are specific time frame for some of the steps. So we have in here that all actions are going to begin with identifying an issue. This issue will be brought to the council attention through many different ways, as different channels like I mentioned earlier. Then the council NIMS review the new issues and the policies and decide what type of regulatory action to take, if any. And then when they're taking action, there are 3 regulatory paths that they can use to address the issue. Like we talked about, for example, we can go through a full FMP amendment. We can do a framework action. We can do an emergency rule. I think I'm missing a couple of errors in here related to the environmental assessment and impact statement. I apologize for that. The environmental assessment and environmental impact statement will be addressing the effects that the action will have on the human environment, and it's something that we do for our actions. So then we have also opportunities for the council to comment during the scoping process. Some of you that have participated in council meetings before have seen that the council has requested staff to prepare options paper and to bring that options paper to the council meeting. These option papers are prepared by staff, and they will have the potential avenues that the council could consider to address an issue. Then we can also have the council can decide to have public hearings, and after all the process, and I know this is because I'm trying to be a little brief in here. Obviously, there's way much more detail in each one of these steps. There's what we call final action, which is when the council decides from the alternatives that they have, how they want to move forward, right? Like, let's call it like preferred. Council choose the preferred action for a particular issue, and we put in here the council process end, because after the council takes final action, this is when NOAA Fisheries comes in and prepares the regulations that are going to implement that action that the council wanted to take. And just as a reminder, this applies to all of the actions that the council wants to take that are amending an FMP. It doesn't necessarily have to be for marine protected areas, but this will apply to that as well. And then in here, the asterisks are all the places where there is opportunity to comment. And I also added in the beginning the issue identification, because if you have seen, many of the issues that are brought to the council's attention are brought precisely by the public. This graph, and it was adopted from the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council. Next slide. Okay, and with this, I'm almost done. I really don't have 24 slides. So there are other actions that are related to marine managed areas or marine protected areas, and they are related to research or monitoring. We heard about that earlier today. For example, the Science Center talk about Science Center-led monitoring evaluations and projects and what is needed, etc. There's also NOAA grants that are not specifically for marine managed areas, but could be used for that purpose is if there is proposals that are needed. And for example, if you identify that there is a need for having more information, like we have done today, related to several marine areas, I think these are good opportunities for putting proposals into different NOAA grants for this. We have Salton Kennedy, we have Marfin, Coral Reef Conservation Program grants, cooperative research, etc. And then we also have council-led monitoring and evaluation, and these are projects that are either tasked by the council or sponsored by the council or supported by the council with a specific purpose. And many of them, as you have seen in the past, for example, mesophotic reefs have a council support because there's a need to obtain that information. And then there's also fisheries collaboration in science and management. For example, the cooperative research, which is also mentioned here through the NOAA grants, which many fishers have been participating in this process. And it's very, very important to obtain that local knowledge in research and create those relationships with the scientific community. There's also community participation in council-led activities and participation in advisory panels and working groups, etc. Now, the last thing that I want to mention related to MMAs and MPAs, other actions, is fishing in MMAs. So we're going to talk about letters of acknowledgement, exempted fishing permits, and scientific research permits. Next slide. So cooperative research between scientists, managers, and the fishing community promotes robust and resilient science and foster healthy partnerships. This is very, very important. But some research activities may require a research permit, and we heard from our colleagues from Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, and they also have processes and permits specific for certain activities. So we are not the exception. So, for example, possessions of certain prohibited species or fishing during seasonal area closures will need a permit, right? So, letters of acknowledgement, which we call the LOAs, and the EFPs, the section fishing permits, are issued by CIRO under the authority of the MSA. Next slide. The letters of acknowledgement recognize certain activities as scientific research conducted from a scientific research vessel. For example, sampling, collecting, observing, or serving fish in federal waters. And what this does is that they are exempt from the MSA fishing definition, and they're not subject to fishing regulations developed under the EMSA. And this establishes to the researcher, the vessel, NOAA Fisheries, and Office of Law Enforcement, and the Coast Guard that the activity is not considered fishing and thus is exempt for the regulation. So this is really good to have. Okay, next slide. Very quickly, this is just an example of an LOA that was issued in 2020 to Drs. Nemeth and Smith from the University of Virgin Islands to evaluate life history characteristics of a mutant snapper in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And it tells you a little bit about the process. We receive a detailed description of what the project is going to entail. Next slide. And then lastly is the exempted fishing permits. You have heard about this on previous council meetings. Is a permit that authorizes a fishing vessel to conduct fishing activities that would otherwise be prohibited under the regulations. It's generally issued in support of fisheries-related research and may include landing undersized fish, or particularly for marine protected areas, fish from an area that is close to fishing. So there's a process for this. We usually receive the application with all the documentation that is required, and then NOAA Fisheries will determine if it warrants further consideration, and if it does, then it's brought to the council for the council to to acknowledge it, and it's published in the Federal Register for public comment. And if it's approved, there will be terms and conditions for it that are consistent with the purpose of the accepted fishing and are needed for conserving and managing all fishery resources in that environment. So as you can see that if you go to our website, there will be a list of recent EFPs that have been issued for Caribbean federal waters. I think I have one more slide. Yeah, this is an example of a recent EFP that was issued in 2021 to Kate Overly from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center to describe habitat use and life history characteristic of deep water snapper in Puerto Rico. And it tells you what are the exemptions. For example, exempt scientists and commercial fishers, because, you know, obviously this is one of those projects where there is a collaboration between fishers and scientists, from seasonal and area closures that are applicable in federal waters of Puerto Rico. Authorizes the partial exemption of the Bajo de Seco. So there are like specific exemptions that are listed in under this permit. And then, as you can see, there, you know, it only allows for targeted and non-targeted species specified in the EFP. So it's basically it, you know, all of these EFPs, they will have a list of the things that you can do and that you cannot do. And with this, I will conclude. I don't know if we have any time for questions, but I'm here if anybody else would like to ask something. Thank you. No, thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for your presentation. At this time, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Chairman Marcos Henke for questions.
Damaris Delgado has a question.
Damaris Delgado, questions? Damaris?
Yes, thank you. Maria, do you know if these exemptions are shared with, for example, our rangers? Because as you know, we do some patrolling over these areas, and maybe it would be good if they have them before intervening with the research vessel or whoever is doing the investigation.
So the persons that are conducting the investigation, they have to have them on board, right? So we don't really send them to the law enforcers, but the researchers have to have that on board if they're going, whenever they are conducting any of these activities. So if they get boarded, they will have this this document.
Okay, that answers. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Any more questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments. First, thank you to everybody who has taken the time to present today. I think that we were able to pack into a few hours a lot. And this is the first step of a discussion that the council needs to continue. Of course, you have the two bookends. The no action, do nothing, just leave everything as is. To the other extreme is that 14AA may force the issue, and you have to close to no fishing, no take 30% of the water of the areas that surround the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. So in between the two streams, there are some things that we could do. The council also should consider after this meeting the next steps. For example, the chairs are going to have a meeting in March, the chair of the DAPs, that is, and they are going to discuss the MPAs and issues and other topics with their membership of the DAP, so they can provide a report to the council at the April meeting. We also heard that the Southern Fisheries Science Center gave us a report of some of the studies that have been made, also some of the things that have to be done. Connectivity is an issue that had been repeated several times. There are studies now to conduct, to have efforts to see if we assess connectivity in a better way, to evaluate what is it that we need to do to make that connectivity effective. The fishers, of course, they would like to see feedback. You know, what is it that we have in those areas that have been closed? If I were them, I would not be so much in favor of making these areas that have been closed bigger without any strong rationale as to why. So between those two streams and the time that we have now, Mr. Chairman, you may have you have the authority to have the discussion for more time. We would like to hear from the group if you have specific recommendations for the council to follow during the 2022-23 period. And then at the April meeting, once we receive the report from the different advisory groups, the council can then fine tune what is it that you would like to see regarding MPAs. And again, 14AA called for 30% of land and seawater managed, let's say managed, not closed, by year 2030. It's a year from now, and it's too short for geological time, but also it's a long time. Administration can change and the objective may change, but at this time, we would like to hear from the group, what are the specific recommendations you would like to give to the council? You already did it in the morning and the afternoon, but here we should, at least for Graciela and the group, to tally up what specific recommendation you would like the council to pursue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Miguel, the floor is open. Any recommendation or restating or making sure your recommendation is heard? Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. You know, one of the things, and I'm going to put it in the April report also, one of the things that I see that's definitely needed. You know, Maria just went through the process of creating an MPA, but in the process, both local and federally, there is no timeline in the return of assessments being done of what's going on in these MPAs. And I think some way that needs to be included. It's very, very important, just like I said almost every meeting, about the seasonal closures that have been put in place with the Sustainable Fisheries Act back in 2004, 2005. No assessments have been done to see if the stocks are doing better or worse. So we put rules in place, and we need to ensure by putting these rules in place that the outcome is what was intended by the council, which I consider myself part of the management making process, which we are trying to achieve the same outcome, which is a healthy fishery. So somewhere in the documents need to have a timeline on when assessments are going to be done and reported back to the bodies that need this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Anybody else? Graciela?
I'm going to take that one step further. And I think that it's been very clear from the meeting today and from what we have been talking about, that we need to gather all that information that has been presented, that the Science Center is presenting. I just came across Simon Pittman. I don't know if you remember him from his time in the Virgin Islands. So there is a very large body of data out there. We need to turn that into some kind of spatial representation so that we know what, from the information that we gather over all these years, what are the actual hotspots and how those MPAs are assessed versus their original objective, which was for all of the MPAs that the council has, protecting the spawning of the fish and the spawning ground of those fish. That functional relationship between the site and the actual spawning. So one of the projects that, maybe one of the recommendations would be to have that GIS, that spatial distribution of the information for each of the MPAs. So what you mentioned earlier, Mr. Margas, was very clear about this, that from a huge area, it's only in one spot where most of the, if that's the case, where all the research has been conducted, so that we can identify, what's missing from that whole area that has been safeguarded. So that's one specific recommendation. Second recommendation that I gathered from what we've been talking about is that how can we effectively monitor these areas if we're not using the fishers? Because scientists, are one for every group of people who are out there. So at some point, we have to really come together and probably recommend to the Science Center that sit with us and the fishers and plan over a period of time specific targeted research that would give us information that the Science Center needs, you know, for the stock assessment, for the evaluation, etc. And that can be programmed over a period of time. Funding, it's always an issue, but the cooperative research, you know, it's there. I mean, it's not happening until next year, but I'm sure that there could be other funding opportunities to that. And to that, I speak because it's been demonstrated that Fisher, you know, can work with the scientists, so we can develop some kind of program over the long run. And one more issue that I had to do with, okay, so the evaluation of the MPAs also has to be carried out in the sense of what depths have been assessed, evaluated versus the rest of the area that is just you know, protected, but we don't have any idea of what's there. So, you know, we've protected an area, now we need to know if that has really served its purpose in relation to habitat and in relation to the species that we're trying to protect. So I think that in terms of you putting together the science, the governance, and the industry, I think that the 3 projects that I mentioned do that.
And we have Nelson, Kelvin, and Damaris. Kevin and Damaris.
I am totally agree with the words of Juliana and Graciela, but I finally going to hold my recommendation that I get for the PhD panels from March.
Kevin?
Yep, thank you. No, I agree with Graciela that it would be very useful for the Science Center to meet with folks to see how we can best move forward with monitoring these areas. I'm gonna say this because I say it all the time. There's also the funding question. You know, these things don't come for free. So we've got to pay for people's time. We've got to pay for the work to get done. So that needs to be part of the conversation, how we pay for this. But absolutely, we welcome the participation of fishers when we design. What it would end up being is some sort of fishery independent survey. We need to do that because we're going into these managed areas and where the fishery doesn't operate, or it certainly doesn't operate all the time. So there's a lot of planning that goes into that, but participation of the fishers as doing the work on the water is we've recognized for a long time that's the way to do things in the U.S. Caribbean. So I welcome that discussion. So let's set it up and start talking about how best to do this. Thanks.
We have Damaris.
Yes, thank you very much. I also agree with the comments from Graciela and Magras about areas of opportunity, and that goes along with what I wanted to share with you, that there are so many areas of opportunities to improve or strengthen our works with regards to our marine protected areas, that I would strongly recommend that we work with what we have right now, because there are those areas of opportunities, rather than trying to achieve more areas of marine protected areas. I would suggest to try strengthening our current marine protected areas. And that would include trying to improve the management, and also gathering the data and Graciela was saying, analyzing the data we have, compile it, and to identify what are our gaps, what are concrete gaps that we have, and work towards that goal of trying to address those gaps. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Damaris. Carlos? Okay, and after Carlos, we have a long request.
With all the MPA that we just run about open federal and state water, for each island district of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, I believe that they are sufficient for the long-term health and sustainability of our fishery resources. So I recommend that these MPAs be revisited to make sure as much as possible that they are covering the actual aggregation areas, that we concentrate on how we can conduct stock assessment of each island managed species, beginning with commercially important species and coral health, without depending solely on the sea level.
Miguel, then I want to say something. Miguel?
Marcos, I already said something, but I would like to read for the record a comment by Mark Fichette, paraphrasing what he just wrote, but this will be included in the final document. The use of covered et al. 2021 definition of protected area, he believed that is too simple. And it's something that degrades how fishery management areas are effectively managed by saying they likely protected. So the point mostly that he's bringing to attention of the council is that we will need to strengthen the rationale for our management areas that have been called marine protected areas. And the last comment I have is that the area-based management subcommittee is going to produce a document, and in that document you will see all the areas around the nation that have been protected under the Madison-Stevens Act, and that report probably will be ready before our council meeting, but certainly will be presented at the May meeting. So the council will receive a full report by the summer meeting in August. The issue, that committee has been discussed today, is the definition of conservation, the definition of a marine protected area that is different from the Department of Interior, from the Department of Commerce, and from the IUCN. And also the last statement, the U.S. does not use IUCN criteria as, directly for assessing what is conservation and what is our MPA. They have their own based on the Madison-Stevens Act. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, that the next step for example, Graciela and I will have to sit down and look at what she just mentioned and sit down at the office and go through all this presentation that we have here and outline the next steps regarding science. And also we need to discuss with the three chairs and the DAPs and prepare an outline from their point of view, what is needed to be considered by the council at the April meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. So I'm going to probably repeat myself a little bit as well as repeat some of the comments that were already made. But overall, I think the most important part to focus on for the council's perspective is identifying the priority areas for research. And when I say that, that's really focusing in on determining from the fisherman's point of view and the perspectives we've heard today, what are the closed areas or MPAs of most interest to first kind of review from a priority standpoint from the fisherman's perspective, as well as what the scientists have said. And the scientists may look at it from a different angle based on scientific needs and data and the information we have available with regard to gaps. But I think it's important if we can get both the fishermen and scientists' perspectives, as well as the managers, the council members, and see how much alignment or disagreement there is. But by prioritizing the areas in which research would be conducted, I think then that narrows the focus and really emphasizes the importance of what work needs to be done, and kind of makes it scalable. It addresses some of the concerns that Kevin mentioned about potentially, funding and funding needs, as well as gets us at a place where once we can demonstrate, obviously, the evaluation of the MPA's enclosed areas, and whether or not changes in management are needed, builds confidence in the process for both the council and stakeholders with regard to then next steps, and whether or not we would use that information to make modifications or to consider additional areas based on the information and research that's available to us. So would really recommend that there be a prioritization process considered as part of the research efforts, so that this can be more scalable in terms of how we look at the overall efficacy of these areas. Thanks.
Thank you. And we have been talking, this is Michael Sanchez, again, we have been talking about the connection between MPAs and the general environment, the surrounding, right? And I think it's important to highlight the importance of maybe, with the information that Miguel just presented to us about the larger distribution information that we have, to identify high probability of recruitment areas as permanent stations for monitoring, because that's a good way over time to monitor how that input of larva in the 1, 2, 3, 10 years have been supporting those permanent stations that can be expanded on the future. But at least something like that for us to have a hand on how much is coming out of the MPAs. Maybe it's necessary for each MPA to assign 3, 10, 20, the design, the scientist gonna take care of it. But those permanent stations about high probability of recruitment area, I think it's something that we need to think about. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. So let's also recall, even though perhaps the information hasn't been distributed very widely, and partly because they're still ongoing, but there are a number of studies that are ongoing. Rachel in the talk this morning talked about them. Deanna in her talk this morning talked about them. There are a number of ongoing studies. There are a number of studies that are fairly recent. So there's information out there, and if it hasn't been distributed, we have the opportunity to track that information down and make it more broadly available. There are, I'm presuming that if they got federal dollars to do these things, and I presume that they did, then reports have to be made available. So we can track a lot of that information down, and so it's not like there's nothing, and it's not like it hasn't been reported. It just hasn't been necessarily reported to the group of people who are on this meeting. So there's information out there. We should take advantage of it and see what we can learn from it. So it's not as though nothing's been done, but we need to make a thorough review of that information and see what can we learn from it, what more needs to be done, and what conclusions can we draw from what's already been done. So let's not forget about that.
Anybody else? Graciela, you want to?
We're searching through the messages in the chat to make sure that we covered everything. David just covered what Virginia was saying. And so.
Louder, please.
What? Louder. Okay. So we covered everything that's been said in the chat. So we don't have any new comments. Those are I think I pretty much covered everything that we wanted to say? Anyone else can think of anything that we haven't touched on?
I think we cover a very broad, we don't probably will not be able to attend all of the very important points that was brought today within the meeting. It's a good meeting on that part. Go ahead.
So what, and this person was talking about the prioritization of the area. There was this effort happening just these past few months. So we always get in contact with the regional office, with the science center to figure out where all the priorities for research or from NOAA should go. And it's always been part of the council's idea to have those areas that we already have under management really looked at. So we always put our priorities into those areas that are already in place, and also in areas that fisheries have recommended for specific work. So the picture that I showed actually was part of that prioritization effort from NOAA. So that's happening. And by the way, the Nancy Foster will be here April 6th through the 17th, or thereabouts. So we'll be doing deeper waters than 200 meters. Okay, so they've asked for input from the council, etc. We have identified some areas. I mean, fishers have always participated in the planning of the transits that they will be conducting. So we'll keep you posted so that you can call in or see it through the internet.
Graciela, I don't see anything, anybody else with the hand up. I think we are ready to
Marcos?
wrap up, except Miguel is there. Go ahead.
Yeah. The next step for the staff is Graciela and I will sit down in the office and go through this meeting. The minute of this meeting will be a little bit different because we want to make a report of the meeting. There are so many things that have been presented today that are very important. So we will try to work on the prioritization of the science studies. And also, once we meet with the DAPs in March, we'll sit down again and work on the prioritization list. What Graciela and I will produce will be shared with Kevin, some of the other scientists and members of the IPT to fine tune the recommendations to the council this year, 2022. And the other thing is that just to remind you that you have other business, you have one motion that is important to make. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So if you're done with the
Yeah, that was my question. I think the discussion we are done. Now we have other business. Graciela.
So, Mr. Chair, we need for the technical advisory panel, the EBFM members to be reappointed before their meeting in March. They've been contacted and they are all willing to serve for the next term. I'm going to read the names. Juan Cruz Mota, Stacy Williams, Tarsila Sierra, Brian Sadik, Kevin McCarthy, Senai Haptis, Ali Ortiz, and Edwin Cruz Rivera. Actually, Edwin Cruz has been appointed until 2022 in August. So all of the ones that I mentioned need to be reappointed if the council so desires.
We did a motion to appoint those members as read by Graciela.
Sorry for shutting, I move to reappoint the members of the TAP for another term.
Going back, Chad.
All in favor, say aye.
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 They reappointed. Thank you.
All I have.
That's all you have. Miguel, there is anything else that I'm missing?
Now, Mr. Chairman, that's it. The next meeting of the council, as informed in December, will be April 1920. And in between here and the 20 and April 1920, we are going to have advisory bodies members, advisory bodies meetings. And SSC and TAP will be coordinated by Graciela, and I'll be working with the chair of the DAP. Once we have those meetings, we will report to you at the meeting in April. Thank you again.
Very much. I'm very happy with this meeting. I thought it was going to be covering everything kind of on time. And with some very meaningful participation and presentations. Thank you to all. And especially thank you for the kind words for all the people and the respect. And this is on that part. This is the way the meeting should go to. And see you guys next time. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Graciela, ¿qué grupo es ese que dijiste? ¿Qué? El grupo que se...
People, la reunión ya se acabó.